Only sometimes.
All right, everybody got it on your screen?
I got to turn on the other things. So just give
Yeah,
me a
just you
minute.
have to hit the record to the cloud.
I will in a second. I'm almost there. I just am finishing this. Let's see. This is all set. So I've got to. Okay, so that and meeting is being live streamed. And let me turn the other thing on. Okay, start the other. Oh, that's stop. Where is it? Up here. Where's the other one? Record. There we go. Too many. Okay,
Okay.
we're on. So
You got it on that one too, right?
yeah.
Okay. All right, you want to start?
Yeah, we can anytime you want.
All right. I didn't see, is your YouTube running? Mine's not.
It's running live on YouTube.
Okay, I've got it on here and it's not running. Okay.
Okay. Let me see. I gotta get mine started on the other thing too. Okay.
Just want to make sure everybody's got it. It says live, but it's not.
Oh, it's not going now, huh? Why? What's wrong with it?
A green shield just appeared next to my live on YouTube. Maybe it just took a minute to get streaming with everybody on.
You
Yeah.
stream on YouTube.
Yeah, just
Copy
try a
screen.
refresh.
Are you talking to Teddy to try the refresh? or-
I just hit refresh now.
Okay,
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to go.
we are going, Teddy.
All right.
Just start.
Yep, we're ready to start the meeting. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the Zoning Commission, the City of Danbury, November 9th. Let the record show we will begin at 7:35 with a roll call. Mr. Almeida.
Here.
Ms. Fay.
Here.
Ms. Hylinski.
Who is she?
I see her.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley.
Here.
Mr. Jowdy. I saw him before. I don't see him now. Did he get booted off? Mr. Jowdy.
He was there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going through pages here. He's there, but he's not at his table there.
I'll come back to him. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah.
Mr. Mazzy.
Here.
Mr. Malillo.
Here.
Mr. Eriquez.
Here.
Mr. Marchand is not here, absent. Mr. Nejame, absent. And I'm Chairman Haddad. Did we hear from Mr. Jowdy yet?
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're gonna start. He'll
Oh,
find his
there he
way.
is. He's
There
there
he
now.
is.
Hang on.
He's on my page too. We got you, Mr.
Okay.
Jowdy. You're good.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Let's see. Regarding public participation, the instructions start on page 2 of this agenda. The next regularly scheduled meeting is for November 23rd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Mr. Malillo, are you prepared for the pledge?
I am once Joanne allows me to
Okay.
share my screen.
Okay, wait a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Hold on. I keep using the wrong button here. Okay, you're all set.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
very much.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of
To the flag
United
of the United States of America,
and to the republic
to the republic for which it
one
stands,
nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
liberty
justice for all.
for all.
Thank you. All right, regarding the minutes, we have 2 sets. We'll do them separately. We have the September 28th minutes. Everyone should have gotten a copy of, and October 26th. Let's deal with September 28th first. Commission members, what's your pleasure on the minutes, September 28th? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Malillo. Motion to
So moved.
approve the September 28th minutes. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Mr. Jowdy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? For the record, I did not hear or see any opposition. Let's deal with the October 22nd, 2021 minutes. Commission members.
I make a motion to approve.
Mr. Mazzi, thank you for making a motion to approve the minutes of October 26, 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly. Oh.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Let the record show that that was also unanimous. Let me read we have our housekeeping and disclaimers. This is a virtual Zoom meeting. This meeting of the Danbury Zoning Commission is being held on Zoom as a virtual meeting. Even though this meeting is a virtual meeting, members of the public and interested parties continue to have the opportunity to participate in the meeting in a couple of different ways. You can participate via Zoom and see the audio and the video, or you can call in by phone and participate via audio only. Please be aware that we may have to mute your microphone or telephone to avoid an echo or some other background noise. In fact, while I'm on that subject, if everybody can mute their mics, that would be helpful because I am getting a little background noise. This is also being streamed live via YouTube. Instructions on how to participate in the meeting appear on the City of Danbury website, and all of the documents and materials that apply to the matters to be discussed during this meeting, including the agenda, are also available on the City of Danbury website. As always, if you have any questions, please contact the City of Danbury Planning and Zoning Department. As a reminder, the entire meeting will be posted on and can be seen on the City of Danbury website. We will follow the posted agenda as per standard practice. If prior to the meeting, any questions or comments on agenda items were submitted via email to Sharon Calitro or Joanne Reed, those comments will be read during the appropriate portion of the meeting. Finally, please remember that technology glitches sometimes do occur. Please be patient if that happens, and hopefully that will not happen. Regarding procedure, I read some of it last time. Most of it applies tonight. The fact that we don't have any public hearings, but we have a continuation is the change from the last meeting. So I'm going to read this anyway.
That's good.
This meeting operates exactly the same as an in-person meeting, except slower. We wait to see hands, we wait for recognition, we wait to call on people, and you may hear me say a couple times just to make sure I'll repeat a request of someone to make sure that we see them. This has been announced. This continuation has already been announced and read via the legal notice. So tonight's format will be this. We will finish, and let's call it continue from where we left off last time. If it wasn't 1:41 in the morning, we would have continued on. So we're going to make like we are doing that tonight, and it's 1:42 a.m. So we're going to do it this way. Those wishing to speak in opposition may speak. For those that did not speak yet, and we're going to begin tonight with that. We're going to pick up with that. When that concludes, I'm going to ask Attorney Hollister if he has any comments. This will not be his final rebuttal, and he can make comments or not make comments. When he concludes, I will then read all new letters received in favor. I will then ask for those wishing to speak in favor. This includes all new people and anyone else that has already spoken. And the reason for that is we have new exhibits and we have new material that people may want to discuss. When that concludes, I will then read all of the new letters received in opposition. I will then ask for those wishing to speak in opposition. This includes all new people and anyone else that has already spoken, again, due to new exhibits being received. During this process, commission members only may ask questions of the speakers, and I do ask them for that after every speaker. Some of our rules here are we do not limit the number of speakers. We do not limit the number of time that a speaker may speak, but I do ask that you please stay on topic and discuss the petition. Please don't repeat yourself. Be kind to each other and be kind to city officials. When the speakers conclude, I will ask Attorney Hollister for final comments and his rebuttal. When Attorney Hollister has finished, one of the following will occur by a commission member. A commission member may make a motion to close the public hearing. A commission member may make a motion to continue the public hearing, or a commission member may make a motion to continue the public hearing for a specific reason. So now that I got that out of the way, there's a couple items that I'll give you all the good news and the bad news. The good news is we don't have any public hearings like we had last time, so we're going to save about an hour and 40 minutes there. The bad news is there's just a couple of items, won't take much more than a few minutes, that have to get read in. And I'm going to address some of the people in opposition and in favor that have written in. We did get a request to hold this meeting as an in-person meeting once again, but we could not. I did try to address that issue, and we do have the same problems as last time, which is a limit of 59 and a half people that can attend in the Common Council chambers. Number two, and I want this entered into the record, at the last meeting, I lost my connection at the 5 hour and 50-minute mark. I rebooted and joined back in and missed a couple minutes to the meeting, but I did review what I missed, and I remain eligible this evening. This is important too for everyone to know. The last meeting I gave a deadline to submit letters, and that deadline was October 20th, 2021, which was just a couple days before the next regularly scheduled meeting. That meeting was canceled. We received a number of letters in favor and opposition that are after that date. In all fairness, I want to say that all of them will be included up to today. So letters that were submitted after October 20th on both sides of the aisle have been accepted and will be read in tonight. Exhibits, they will be read at the appropriate time. And as the meeting progresses, you'll understand what I mean by appropriate time. It doesn't make sense to read a particular exhibit when we're not addressing that issue at that time. And so when we get to it, if there's an exhibit that has to be read, it'll be read at that time. Just for the record, at the last zoning commission meeting, I did read into the record the letter from the applicant requesting an extension. So that was also out of the way. As I mentioned, there are no public hearings this evening, and we do have a continuation of a public hearing, and that is a petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations. In parentheses, amendments to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. I'm going to go out of order on exhibits because it's appropriate to read these next. I tried, in the interest of saving time, made some certain requests to the staff, to city officials, and to the applicant via email. So I'm going to read my first one. It's dated September 30th. Good afternoon, Ms. Calitro. Regarding items from public speakers and myself, I think that it would be useful to have in the record the following items. A copy of pages 35 and 36 of the Plan of Conservation Development, POCD. If you all recall, that was referenced in the last meeting, so I want to make sure that we had that copy. Number 2, copies of state and local contracts. That was requested. Please note that I did not have any experience in this matter, as a city council member might have, either binding or enforce with the Pacific House now or blank templates. Perhaps someone in your department or the petitioner may have a better handle on that with question marks. I can report tonight that the city does not have any contracts on record. Number 3, letter from Corporation Counsel regarding the discrepancy of opinions between the staff and petitioner as it relates to possible site locations, site-specific or other locations. You'll see in a short while, we do have that letter from Corporation Counsel that will get read in. And a lot of this came from me going back and listening to the tapes and trying to make sure nothing falls through the cracks. Number 4, regarding the police report dated September 22nd, 2021, I noticed 2 possible searches that may need further reference. A, that report listed Westville Avenue Extension. I think that it also should include Westville Avenue. And B, that report listed Abbott Street. I think that it also should include Abbott Avenue. Number 5, again, regarding the police report dated September 22nd, 2021, I think that there should be additional searches reported that were not included. So I was looking for number 1, number 2, and number 3 Lake Avenue extension. Lake Avenue from 55 Lake Avenue to 93 Lake Avenue, and the road that makes up the inner road network that adjoins 3 Lake Avenue extension, which is Mill Ridge Drive, and the other roads that adjoin Mill Ridge Drive, which include Mill Ridge Road, Midfield Road, School Ridge Road, and High Ridge Road. Again, I reiterated that the summary of those roads are Mill Ridge Drive, Mill Ridge Road, Midfield Road, School Ridge Road, and High Ridge Road. These new police report searches can be dated from May 18th to 2021 to the day that the reports were populated. I'm available should you need any further specifics. I will review the tapes and my notes to make sure that I did not forget to mention any other requests. As the commission was supplied with a very, very large amount of data to re-review and consume, please let me know what exhibit number this will be assigned to. And it was assigned an exhibit number. It's somewhere. Another letter I sent into the department. Good morning, Ms. Calicio. This is dated October 21st, 2021. I continue to review the tapes and my notes to make sure that requests of further information get addressed. Regarding items from public speakers and myself, I think it would be useful to have in the record the following items. And this was requested by someone at the tail end of the meeting, I think. Even though it was long, I was still awake. I remembered it. Police reports for the following streets: Spring Street, New Street, and Elm Street for the dates January 1st, 2019 to the day that the reports are populated. The purpose of this request made by a speaker at the public hearing appears to want to examine police incidents while the Dorothy Day House had bed shelters and after bed shelters were removed. Also, in advance of the next public hearing, it may be useful for the applicant to be aware of the following questions that I will be asking so they can respond that evening. Again, I was trying to save some time by letting the petitioner know some questions in advance so they wouldn't get hit and then have to research it later. Number 1, and by the way, they will address this. I did see that they commented on this. Regarding the operation of the business, the total number of staff and other employees, the number of shifts over a 24-hour period, and the hours that make up those shifts, the number of staff and other employees on each shift. Number 2, how are the residents selected? Number 3, is there any preference for Danbury people to be selected as residents? Number 4, presently, what is the percentage of Danbury people and non-Danbury people, in parentheses, specific to Danbury? Number 5, have there been any incidents where a member of another Connecticut or another state, town, or city other than Danbury has made arrangements to have one of their citizens become accepted as a resident? Number 6, it has been reported that people crossing into the U.S. through the southern border have been transported to Danbury. Can they be residents of the facility? Number 7, it has been reported that people crossing into the U.S. through the southern border have been transported to parts of Connecticut. Can they be residents of the facility? And number 8, it has been reported that people that have left Afghanistan may have been transported to Danbury and the Danbury area. Can they be residents of the facility? Finally, although I have requested a letter from the Corporation Counsel regarding the discrepancy of opinions between the staff and the petitioner as it relates to possible site locations, site-specific or other locations, I expect to discuss this further with the petitioner as well. I'm available should you need any further information or have any questions. I will continue to review the tapes to see if there are any other requests, as the commission was supplied with a very, very large amount of data to re-review and consume. Please let me know what exhibit number this will be assigned. And finally, I did, for transparency purposes, I received a letter directly in error by mistake, dated October 8th. It was from Mr. Rosenberg. Please find an attached letter in support of Pacific House application to use the Hotel 8 facility as an emergency temporary shelter. I responded by saying, good afternoon, Mr. Rosenberg. Thank you for your email. Please note that I will forward your email to the planning director, Ms. Sharon Calitro, without opening your attached letter. I will receive it and read it after it has been formally accepted by the department and then made into an exhibit. I will ask Ms. Calitro to make this email to you, including your email to me, a part of the public record and made into an exhibit as well. Please direct any other correspondence to the commission or to the commission to any of the members to Ms. Calitro. Thank you. Next exhibit that I'm going to read is from October 4th. It is from the, let me put my phone on silent. It's from the police chief. It is dated October 4th to the Honorable Joseph Cavo, Mayor, from Patrick A. Riddenhauer, Chief of Police. Subject: calls in the Lake Avenue Extension area. Second update. Mayor Cavo, at the request of the chairperson of the Zoning Board of Appeals and per your direction, I researched the calls for police service on some additional streets near the site of the proposed Pacific House shelter at 3 Lake Avenue Extension. The dates I used were May 18, 2021 through October 4th, 2021 for the following streets: Abbott Avenue, 55-93 Lake Avenue, and Westville Avenue. Attached are the printouts for each street from our records management system. The majority of the calls are self-explanatory. I've attached a brief summary explaining the exact nature of each of the calls that may come into question. Out of the more than 60 calls reviewed, only one was remotely connected to the shelter. That took place on May 23rd, 2021, when a resident of the shelter was reported to be in distress and was located at 83 Lake Avenue. Once again, it is not my role or the role of the police department to endorse or object to the proposed Pacific House project. It is only to review the calls for service to determine whether or not it has impacted our resources. Again, this review is based solely on incidents reported to us. I cannot confirm or refute any observations or perceptions that are reported in other forms. Please let me know if you have any concerns. So there was a page 2 and a 3 of this data, and it's already part of the record. A bunch of line items with dates. And I'm going to finish up by reading page 4, which concludes the October 4th letter. And he's making some specific references to what my request was. Specifically, 1 Lake Avenue Extension. The zoning chair also asked for this address. There are several calls for service at this address during the time period in question, ranging from motor vehicle stops in front to a couple of check well-being of a person. Some may be connected to the shelter next door. However, a check of 2019, before the Super 8 became a shelter, calls showed that there were a few more calls of a similar nature at the same address during the same time period. I think 1 Lake Avenue Extension is the gas station. Number 2 Lake Avenue, that was my comment, by the way. Number 2 Lake Avenue Extension is McDonald's. The zoning chair asked for this location. There were several calls for service here during this time period in 2021. At least 2 appear to be related to residents of the shelter. However, the number and nature of the calls in 2019, when the shelter was still a hotel, during the same time period was very similar. Midfield Road. This was included in the review. There were only 5 police calls during the time period, and none were related to residents of the shelter. Next paragraph reads Mill Ridge Road, Mill Ridge Drive, School Ridge Road, High Ridge Road. I know that the zoning chair also wanted us to look at these streets. There are numerous calls for service on these streets during the time period in question. However, historically, the call volume on these streets has been significant. As such, I did not do an analysis because it would be difficult to attribute any of the calls solely to the shelter. For example, a cursory check for the same time period in 2019 before the shelter opened showed that the call volume and nature of the calls on these streets is comparable to this year. And final paragraph on page 4 says, call log. Please note that as you review the actual call log, you will see several calls where there is a CFS number, but nothing under disposition or actual call type. These were not police calls. And I had another letter dated November 8th from the chief of police as well. Mr. Theodore Haddad, Chairman, Danbury Zoning Commission, Pacific House Shelter, regarding Pacific House Shelter. About a month ago, it was brought to my attention that some who are in opposition to the proposed Pacific House Shelter were accusing the police department and me specifically of manipulating the number of calls at the shelter and on the surrounding streets. It appeared that these accusations persist, so I have been asked to respond. As such, I will try to be brief and to the point. First and foremost, every statistic that I have presented with regard to the Pacific House Shelter and surrounding streets was extracted directly from our record management system, which he refers to as RMS. Anyone can request the same information through the Freedom of Information. I have always submitted the actual RMS printouts along with my summary reports, so there's nothing to hide. With regard to the Pacific House, I have consistently stated that it is not the role of the police department to endorse or object this project. What I have said is that the issues at the Pacific House so far have been no more taxing on our resources than when the 2 downtown shelters were in operation. While I respect the concerns and perceptions of those who are not in favor of this project, any reports that I submit have to be based on actual data, which is what I have done. Now, that was a cover letter for another report received on November 9th with a little memo attached. It says, Sharon, this is May 18th through October 4th. Anything that does not have an actual call type was either fire, EMS, or not police. Now, you'll see that there are several pages, 4 pages, and that is specific to my request of the 3 Lake Avenue extension property. So all requests to the police chief have been received and in everyone's possession. I am now going to call on, if I can, Mr. Melillo, if he would read into the record the Corporation Counsel's letter. And I'm also getting a little feedback from someone there. If everybody could just check your mics and hit them on mute, please. Mr. Melillo, please, if you would.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
This is a memorandum dated November 8th, 2021 from Daniel E. Casagrande, Esquire, Assistant Corporation Counsel to City of Danbury Zoning Commission, dated November 8th, 2021 regarding Pacific House text amendment application and spot zoning. Roman numeral number 1. Factual background. The applicant, 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC, and its managing member, Pacific House, collectively Pacific House, filed an application for text amendments, the text amendment to the CA80 Arterial Commercial Zone, CA80 Zone, regulations to allow a transitional housing shelter as a special exception use. A public hearing on the application was conducted on September 28th, 2021. During the hearing, the Zoning Commission requested further information from this office as to whether Pacific House's application may constitute spot zoning. Roman numeral number 2. Spot zoning under Connecticut law. Connecticut courts have defined spot zoning as the reclassification of a small area of land in such a manner as to disturb the tenor of the surrounding neighborhood, and that's cited where it came from. Spot zoning is impermissible in Connecticut, again, cited to a case. Spot zoning, if permitted, must often involve unfair and unreasonable discrimination and necessarily defeat in large measure the beneficial results of zoning regulation, again, citing a case that came from. 2 elements must be satisfied before the spot zoning can be said to exist. First, the zone change must concern a small area of land. Second, the change must be out of harmony with the comprehensive plan for zoning adopted to serve the needs of the community as a whole. And again, there are a couple cases cited with that comment. Connecticut courts have not provided definitive parameters regarding what constitutes a small area of land in the context of spot zoning. There is little authority that is helpful in determining whether a particular zone change concerns a small area of land. Fetus versus Zoning and Planning Commission, Superior Court, Judicial District of New London, docket number 124066, May 16th, 2003. That's the citing. A survey of the case law reveals that this determination is case specific and involves a comparison of the size of the property at issue with the size of the affected zoning district. The comprehensive plan, which consists of the zoning regulations and the zoning map, has been defined as a general plan to control and direct the use and development of property in a municipality or a large part thereof by dividing it into districts according to the present and potential use of property, with a case cited. The requirement of adhering to a comprehensive plan is generally satisfied when a zoning authority acts with the intention of promoting the best interests of the community. Again, case cited. The vice of spot zoning lies in the fact that it singles out for special treatment a lot or a small area in a way that does not further the fact that it singles out for special treatment a lot, that does not further such a comprehensive plan. Again, case cited. However, merely because of a change of zoning classification involves a small area of land and the new classification differs from that of the immediate area does not mean that a claim of spot zoning will necessarily prevail. Again, citing 2 cases. Where a zoning authority and its collective reasons indicates that the change in zoning classification is designed to accommodate the needs of the community and the general plan of zoning, it will survive a claim of spot zoning and will be found consistent with the comprehensive plan. Again, citing a case. A reviewing court records substantial defiance to whether a zone change comports with the town's comprehensive zoning plan. Again, citing a case. Although Connecticut courts in earlier decisions occasionally found spot zoning, it is widely recognized that the spot zoning concept has become obsolete because the size of the parcel involved in a zone change is immaterial if the commission's action meets the two-part test for a zone change. 1, the zone change is in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and 2, it is reasonably related to the normal police power process, police power purposes in General Statutes 8.2, and that references Fuller. One commission member pointed out at the first hearing session that the text amendment would permit a transitional shelter on only the subject property and 2 other properties in the CA 80 zone, and asks us to opine on whether this is significant in spot zoning analysis. The answer is no. To be sure, earlier court decisions referred to above found that spot zoning exists when the zoning authority acts in a way which gives to a single lot or a small area privileges which are not extended to other land in the vicinity. And he cites a case for that one. As Judge Fuller observes in his treatise on land use law, however, the concept of spot zoning in Connecticut has gradually evolved to encompass a 2-part test discussed above. Again, citing Fuller and Connecticut practice. Stated another way, the modern approach is that a court will not strike down a zone change involving a small parcel, even when the change does not apply to other land in the particular zoning district, as long as the zoning commission determines that the change will further the comprehensive plan, i.e. is in the public interest, and then cites a case for that one. Roman numeral number 3, Pacific House application and spot zoning potential. This office respectfully directs the zoning commission to the report prepared by Sharon B. Calitro, planning director. Director Calitro's report finds that the text amendment offers significant public benefits and is consistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development's recommendation to expand the city's affordable housing inventory. Director's memo, September 9th, 2021 at 2 and 3. The commission may reasonably credit Director Calitro's report as well as other evidence of the record in determining whether the text amendment serves a public benefit, advances the public health, safety, and welfare, and furthers the city's comprehensive plan. Roman numeral 4, conclusion. In closing, it is important to note that while a reviewing court would likely find that the text amendment does not support a spot zoning challenge, that does not end the matter for the commission. The commission must weigh the entire record, including the evidence submitted by the petitioner, opponents, and other public speakers to determine in the final analysis whether the text amendment will further the comprehensive plan and promote the public health, safety, and welfare. In this office's opinion, the commission's exercise of its legislative discretion to either adopt or deny the proposed amendment is unlikely to be disturbed by a reviewing court in any appeal from the commission's decision.
Mr. Melillo, thank you very much. So now what we're going to do at this point is we're going to start with the continuation. We're going to make believe it's 1:42 a.m. a month ago.
Mr.
And I
Chairman,
believe, yes, who said
may-
that?
Mr. Commissioner Melillo,
Oh, I got you. Go ahead, Mr. Melillo.
may I ask for a point of personal privilege?
Absolutely, you can.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just comment and request at the last public hearing, there were a few instances, and again, I was reading them through the letters submitted this evening, where various city officials, elected officials, former elected officials were called out and publicly discredited for some form or fashion. I would like to request that we not allow that to happen this evening, and we show proper respect and diligence to all individuals, whether they serve the public as an elected official, as a public safety official, or city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Melillo. I believe the last time we left, we had Attorney Marcus speak. So let me just say that although we're going to have people that did not speak the last time speak now, you also don't have to speak now because we're going to do it again one more time because of the new exhibits. So in theory, if you want to speak now, you can speak now, or you can wait again till you're called upon when we call in the others for in favor or in opposition. So Attorney Marcus, are you there? Are you prepared
I
to
am.
speak, or do you want to
Mr.
yield
Chairman.
to someone?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, got you.
Good, thanks. Again, for the record, Neil Marcus, Coda Wolf, PC 158, Deer Hill Avenue in Danbury. At 1:42 a.m., about a month and a half ago, I raised my hand to speak in opposition, and due to the hour, it was agreed that the matter would be continued.
Correct.
I thought at that point that I was the last person that was ready to speak because I'd listened to a lot of the public talk. But I realize now that there are a lot of people, because of the hour, who either left the meeting or really didn't want to speak at 1:42 a.m. So I'm going to defer my
Okay.
comments this evening, if you'll allow me, to the rest of the public, because I'm certainly used to these long, late hearings, and other people may not be, and I'll defer to them, and I'll come back at the end of this presentation.
That's fine.
Tonight.
Absolutely fine. Thank you for stepping up. So let me see if is there a Maggie Curran? Is there a Maggie Curran here wishing to speak in opposition? I think I see somebody raising their hand. It's trying to unmute.
Yeah, she just says.
Okay, we'll wait, because after that, we're going to go to LB Souza, Tom Michael, and Essie Anderson. But first, we're going to go to Maggie Curran. Oh, there you go. I just saw somebody unmute. Is that you, Ms. Curran?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead. Why'd you state your name? And not just you, but everybody that's going to speak tonight. Be comfortable, relax, take your time. There's no limit. Go ahead.
All right. I do want Eileen to split my screen for me to show my board that I have. Okay?
Well,
Eileen?
I don't know what that means, but go ahead. Oh, you just want to screen
Okay,
share?
there you go.
Absolutely. There you go. Okay.
And I'm going to speak. Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Margaret Mary Curran. I live on Belmont Circle in Danbury, Connecticut with my husband, Phil. We built our home over 50 years ago. It is about a half a mile away from Mill Ridge. I grew up in an Army housing in Hartford. Before moving to Torrington, Phil grew up happily in Mill Ridge. Thank you, Mr. Haddad and the members of the zoning board for continuing with this hearing. As an old school teacher, I will use an acrostic to keep on focus and to be brief. My daughter Eileen has done the split screen. Thank you, Eileen. On the topic of the proposed mega shelter, I will begin with the Webster's definition. A shelter, a safe place providing refuge and protection. That is the hope of all the citizens of Danbury for themselves and for others. H, help provided. We have federal, state, city agencies in abundance offering good assistance. It was heartbreaking to hear the story of the missing person that appeared in the shelter, who was missing, stepped over by a housekeeper, and then found dead. That is very sad for me to think that this person is a daughter, a sister of someone. I just hope the protocols of the shelter are a little better than this. E, the environment must be safe in the shelter. Also in our schools, our residences and businesses, especially with the young children passing on the school bus daily. I noticed yesterday the corner was very well cleaned up and there was no one hanging around. Previous days from October 4th on, there have been numerous people loitering, panhandling, dealers. They took over the corner, the streets and the businesses. That is not good. L, love of neighbor. There is no residence in word or deed that does not have compassion for their neighbor. As a teacher, administrator, and member of ARC, Salvation Army, and school boards, I have countless stories of the goodness of the people of this city. There are so many drives, fundraisers, diapers for children, clothes in the winter, firefighters taking gloves and mittens to people they see on the streets during the winter nights. You have fill a truck for Hurricane Sandy. We sent 5 trucks from the city of Danbury. The people of Danbury are not unchristian, not discompassionate. They are good people. T, the truth. If this mega shelter was so wonderful, why did we not hear about it in 2019? Why everything has been so secret? There's been no disclosure of who bought it, when it was done, who's running it, the money gone, the money spent. I think the problems are mental health and drug related, and that's where our money should be going, but that's a topic for another time. But as far as the truth, I think we have to be more transparent. I guess that's the word of the day. And E, everyone has the right to liberty, happiness, and to freedom, happiness and safety, especially the elderly that live in Mill Ridge, the school children that go to school. Should they be exposed to that going to school and from school? I don't know. I'm not sure. They should not be fearful. Our school children should not be fearful. Our respect for all, the needs of all our residents, our children, the elderly, the homeless, are they being met? Over 1,500 people have signed a petition. These are true Danburyans, not form letter people from out of town. Their concerns should be met. They deserve to be heard. They made this city of Danbury the great city that it is. And so that's my feelings on the shelter. I have still 4 children that live in this area, and 3 of them live within a half mile of Mill Ridge also. And it is very sad to see the neighborhoods change. And even though the reports say there's been the same amount as there was last year, believe me, we go up and down Lake Avenue, Mill Plain Road, and up through Mill Ridge because our daughter works at Mill Ridge School. We have seen a great change, and we're just 2 old people, but I worry about the businesses and the people that live there. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Don't go anywhere yet. If we could take down the split screen so I could see commission members' hands. And I want to look for you, Ms. Kern. I don't know where you went. But number one, there you are. I see you. Number one, don't call yourself an old person. You're not old. Number 2, I have to ask you to go back a couple seconds. What was that street corner that you were mentioning? Was it a bus shelter on a street corner that you said cleared up?
Oh, it's where the Dunkin' Donuts was. Donuts was. Are you kidding me? And a man came out because we were on our way up to Mill Ridge, and he stood at the end of the driveway and he stared at me like, "What's the matter with you?" I mean, I was spellbound.
I was taking notes. I didn't catch the address. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Kern at this time? Thank you, Ms. Kern. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for letting us speak again.
No, absolutely.
Even though it's 1:45.
Okay. Is there an Elsby Sousa? Elsby Sousa.
Good evening.
Oh, there you are. Okay, good. I just found you. Go ahead, please. Just state your name and you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elby Sosa. I just a new resident of Danbury, Connecticut. I just moved from the city of New York, specifically from the Bronx, 3 years ago.
Very good.
My concern with the shelter is there was things that we and my family used to see in the city, such as people are getting together, a solicitation, people using the street as a bathroom, things that we used to see back in the Bronx. For 25 years, I live in the first floor. We couldn't open the windows. We have a chance because Danbury gave you the opportunity to find a place for my family and myself. Unfortunately, lately, in the 2 months, I've been noticed next to what used to be a Dunkin' Donuts, people sleeping in the floor, again solicitation, and I have the lock. I can say that I went to the store next to the laundry, and somebody approached to me and my daughter asking for solicitation. I don't need that. We left the city behind. And Danbury is a great city. I appreciate the opportunity, but I'm really concerned if they don't do nothing about it, that thing's gonna be just like the city in New York. Thank you very much for the chance to speak, if that's what I have to say for tonight.
Thank you. Commission members, are there any questions of Albie Sousa at this time? I don't see or hear. Thank you, Mr. Sousa. Tom Michael.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I see you got your microphone off. You're ready to go, Mr. Michael. Go ahead.
I'm ready. I'm going to be brief with my remarks since so many people want to be heard tonight. My name is Tom Michael, and I retired from the Danbury Police Department in 2015 after 46 years of service. My wife, Chris, and I live in Danbury near the Motel 8, and we are opposed to a regional shelter. Mr. Chairman, it's a known fact that some homeless suffer from mental illness, depression, schizophrenia, bipolarism, to name a few, plus alcoholism, drug dependency, and personal health issues. Unfortunately, these illnesses can be a contributor factor in their behavior. This board has been told of numerous incidents that have occurred during the past year and a half. If you haven't been told tonight, of so many, there's more to come. Incident after incident has been described to you verbally and in letters from neighborhood residents, business owners regarding disturbances and crimes committed by the homeless from the Super 8 motel. Many of them haven't been not reported to the police department. It's a fact that some, not all homeless, are registered sex offenders and child sexual predators who are often forced to live in shelters because many cities and towns have laws prohibiting them from living in certain neighborhoods. In 2006, the Danbury Common Council passed an ordinance prohibiting registered sex offenders from entering city-owned properties where children are congregated, especially in school zones. Mr. Chairman, I have before you a copy of the ordinance, which can be found on the internet. It specifically states the city council in 2006 finds evidence that the recidivism rate for released sex offenders is alarmingly high, especially for those who commit these crimes on children. So the city council passed the law for the safety and welfare of the community, particularly the children, will be best served by prohibiting persons required to register with the sex offender registry from prohibiting them from entering school property, school playgrounds, recreation centers, bathing areas, swimming pools, sports fields, and sports facilities. The shelter is in close proximity to 2 elementary schools adjacent to city housing, and it's in the middle of a vibrant commercial and residential section of the city. Tonight, the board will hear from many people who support this shelter. city and state officials. They've said that this idea is an innovative way to address the homelessness because individuals will receive support and services to help them find housing and jobs. I agree with that concept, and we are sympathetic to the needs of the homeless, but we know that this is not an appropriate location. So if we need a shelter in Danbury, let it be for Danbury residents in an area that is appropriate, and let other communities take care of their own. The bottom line is that this proposed shelter is unsafe and an unfair burden on Danbury residents. In closing, Mr. Chairman, along with the approximately 14 to 1,500 signatures you have before you, I ask this zoning board to do the right thing and deny the zoning change. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael, is there a date or an ordinance number that you want to refer to on that document that you had?
Sure. Section 28-85.
Thank you very much. Commission members, are there any questions of Mr. Michael at this time? Mr. Michael, thank you very much. Is there an S.E. Anderson? S.E. Anderson. We can always circle back if, okay. Okay, that's all that I have here. So now I'm going to just open up and we're going to look for hands or people to want to request right now to speak. I see Don Kay has his hand up. I see Don Kay has his hand up, wishing to speak in opposition. Thomas Goddard is next after that. So Don Kay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for recognizing me. I want to thank everyone for being here. And also Mr. Sousa, I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple weeks ago. And I also have lived in the city, worked in the city. I grew up here in Connecticut, lived in the city, worked there, and moved back here for the sole reason to leave the city and leave the trouble behind. I wasn't sure if we were going to land here in Danbury, but my wife and I are very happy where we are. We live on Elmcrest Drive. We're not far from, the Lake Avenue location. We didn't know what was going on because for a short time, we both traveled for work and we didn't realize what was happening in Danbury. We weren't sure if we were going to stay here, so we didn't get involved in the local anything. Then all of a sudden we started noticing things happening. A lot of people walking around the area that we didn't notice a year before. I don't want to get off track with that, but we came to be involved in this and learned about what was going on and became concerned. I have tons of notes that I don't want to bore you with, but from the last meeting, I specifically heard from the Pacific House people saying, when they were asked by Attorney Foy, what educational and employment opportunities were you giving these people? And the answer was basically, we don't know. The one gentleman said, oh, well, in Stanford, we've worked closely with the Stanford Community College, blah, blah, blah. There is no Stanford Community College. So I don't know what he was speaking about. Maybe you guys could educate me and tell me what the Stanford Community College is, because I've never heard of it. I tried to look it up. I asked many people who live in Stanford if they've heard of it. Nope. So that's just one thing. Then we talk about the small footprint of the location. Yes, it does have a small footprint. Now, where do your people go during the day? If you're Motel 6. I'm sorry, for the lack of a better term, I'm just going to call it Motel 6. If it only sits on a quarter of an acre and you want to house whatever it is, 70 people there, okay, where do those people go during the day? Do you think they sit in their room? Do you think they sit right in the parking lot? No, they don't. They go to the adjacent neighborhoods. 50 feet away, you have a liquor store and a porno shop. I mean, we all know it's there. We've all lived here that, you can't say. Now, I've specifically myself gone to the liquor store on purpose just to see what would happen. Sure enough, a guy comes up to me. Hey man, can you get me a couple shooters? What? Like, okay, this has never happened to me anyplace else. I've spoken to the guy who runs the hand car wash across the street next to McDonald's at the Shell station. And I asked him, hey, have you had any interaction with anyone or any issues? He says, yeah, guys come over here. Hey, can you give me some money? Blah, blah, blah. No, but I'll give you a job. Oh, no, I don't want that. I've got a bad neck, a bad back, but they just want money. Now you go down further towards Anhack Road, and it is 101 Mill Plain or 93 Mill Plain. Even those businesses have had issues with people coming and panhandling. So you're talking, I don't know what the distance is there, but businesses all along Mill Plain Road, I don't know the other direction because I live on this end, have had an impact from people coming there not to patronize their business, but to have an impact on their customers to say, I want your money, give me something for free. We talk about helping other people, and I'm glad that someone brought up, Mr. Haddad, I think it was you that brought up the thing about are people coming from the border and being relocated here, and are we getting Afghan refugees, which I'm all for. I'm a veteran. I served in Iraq, not in Afghanistan. I have a special place in my heart for the Iraqis that helped us. And my friends who served in Afghanistan, the same thing. I would do anything for those people. So that isn't what should be at issue here. All of us, most of us, I want to say all of us as Danbury residents want to help people, but we want to do it the right way. Has anyone ever talked about helping veterans? Which I only thought about that just tonight, that I never even thought about why don't we have an outreach for veterans? But it wasn't until just a couple of minutes ago that I wrote a note for myself that I thought, well, no one even talks about veterans. No one talks about Danbury veterans who might be homeless, might be jobless. You talk about getting people from all these other places and bringing them to Danbury. Well, why don't we help our own first? I mean, I don't want to sound callous towards other people, but you want to change the zoning to help all these other people. And I'm sorry if I'm getting off the topic, but I just think that you're better served by, I don't know. I'm sorry. Now I got a little emotional about it with the veteran stuff. So I just want to end my talk right now. I apologize.
Thank you. Don K., do you want to give your name and address?
Don Kelly, 6 Elm Crest Drive, Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Kelly at this time? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I see that the box named Thomas Goddard is next. If just unmute your mic and you have the floor, just state your name and address if you would, please.
You bet. I believe I'm unmuted. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. I'm Thomas Goddard, 15 Scupper Road, 1203. We feel we're kind of blindsided, and we only recently found out about what has been going on. And frankly, we feel unprotected and uncared for by the city and the zoning commission in particular, unfortunately. Dunkin' Donuts has already closed, and it immediately became, well, I guess it was before even, a loitering spot. The police come, and we're grateful for that, but the people return as soon as the police leave. When there was an officer the other day sitting right next to this parking lot, and while he was there, there was nobody loitering. But within a half an hour, they came back. The police have put tape around. Unfortunately, instead of just taking care of the problem, it makes our home look like a crime scene. And there are still people hanging out there. They're just not hanging out on those stairs, while, again, our neighborhood is an embarrassment. My wife and I have both had problems with aggressive panhandlers, her more than me. But we've since decided that although we've always gone, for years and years, we've gone to the little market there and occasionally to the liquor store, that it isn't worth hassling with panhandlers, and it isn't worth hassling with people who may be dangerous based on their behavior. Also, my wife coming home from work, this is Bridget, my wife coming home from work has twice had to slam on the brakes to not hit people, inebriated people, or intoxicated, at least, walking across Lake Avenue Extension. That's two, just one person. Somebody's going to get killed. And it would be terrible if a resident were killed. It would be real terrible if a normal resident of Danbury were injured, or a child, or whatever. Folks are getting inebriated and walking our streets. I did notice when I was reading through the letters of support that something that I noticed several times was people saying that the shelter will give these folks a place to stay during the day. That may be, and that does sound good, but I know that when I leave in the morning, I see people loitering there. When I come through in midday, I see people loitering there. When I come back in the evening, well, you can guess what. We are let's see. One question that I do have, and I would very much like to get an answer to, and I have another thing to say before I stop, but with thousands of homeless citizens and veterans, are there specific citizenship requirements for people coming to this shelter in our community? Is there specific documentation that is being required of them? And is there mandated eviction for crimes or falsified records to get in? That's something I'd very, very much like to, would very much like to hear about. We are homeowners. We've invested our lives into Danbury. Unfortunately, we already have an industrial dump right around the corner and a halfway house just behind us. Both of those showed up without us having any idea that they were coming. And that's part of the frustration about this. We didn't know until less than a week ago that this was going to be happening. And surprise, just like the other two, it was just a surprise. So in closing, I need to ask, why just us? Again, why? That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goddard. You asked a couple questions that I will leave for the applicant to respond to. I believe one of your specific questions they may have responded to already in a very large exhibit, which was the question on my email to them. So they did respond to that, and I'm sure he'll address it when it's his turn. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Goddard at this time? Thank you, Mr. Goddard. I see. Let me do this. I'm going to read the next few. We got Diana, so everybody can be prepared. We got Diana Clark next. I see Luciana Shortle and then Mark Nolan in that order. So Diana Clark, are you prepared?
Yes, I am prepared.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and address and you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Diana Clark and I live on Fairlawn Avenue. Dear Mr. Haddad, I'm reading my pre-written letter here. As a permanent resident of Fairlawn Avenue, I am more than extremely distressed at what is going on regarding the proposed mega shelter issue in my neighborhood. When my now 91-year-old father and I were looking for a quiet, safe neighborhood in which to live out our lives, we looked long and hard and high and low until we finally found our wonderful home on Fairlawn Avenue in Danbury, in just such a diverse yet safe neighborhood 3 short years ago. Just like Mr. Sousa, we were looking for a place that was away from all the strife that one encounters on a daily basis in the city and more urban neighborhoods. We have been so happy here until recently, when the neighborhood really has taken a terrible turn and we no longer feel safe in our home. At first, we didn't know what was happening. We couldn't figure out where all these transient people who were milling around the area and pushing shopping carts on Lake Avenue and Mill Plain Road were coming from. Never before had there been an obviously indigent and homeless population milling about in this neighborhood. People whose presence here, quite frankly, leave us feeling unsafe and scared. When we first considered purchasing our home, we were concerned about the proximity of the home to Interstate 84 because we were worried that it might be noisy. Now we are thanking God that 84 exists in its location because, you see, we are on the other side of 84. And now it is the only insulating factor between the mega shelter and our property. Our hearts break for our neighbors who have no such insulation. The entire situation is fundamentally wrong, as the community was not properly notified about this proposed shelter and never given a chance to voice our opinions regarding this shelter and its location, which is too close to an elementary school to consider it a reasonable location for such a shelter. As I understand it, the previous mayor closed down 2 homeless shelters that were in his very neighborhood before leaving his position. This is very suspicious behavior and leads me to believe that he had his own personal interests in mind when he did this. His own personal interest being his personal property value and the quality of his life in his own neighborhood at the cost of my family's property value and my family's quality of life. I no longer sleep well at night. I no longer feel safe leaving my windows open with only the screens. I don't feel safe leaving my car unlocked in my own driveway. And as a side note, my sign was stolen right from my front yard, my sign that opposed the mega shelter. I'm constantly nervous, on edge, and anxious now. I have always been prone to these ailments, but of late it's been off the charts. And at the suggestion of my physician, I'm now taking narcotic tranquilizers for my nerves, as this situation has got me rattled to the bone, both in its fundamental sleaziness and in its real life consequences and implications. As a taxpayer, I find it indefensible and maddening. I implore you not to rewrite the zoning laws, which would allow Pacific House to make the mega shelter permanent and the owner of Pacific House a huge financial windfall at the expense of myself and my neighbors regarding both our quality of life, our finances, as our homes are both our personal safe havens and, at least in my case, our main financial investments. I go on record as to say I do support Danbury taking care of its own needy populace. I do not support the notion of busing in the homeless from all over Connecticut or the southern borders to our community at all, to our city. The exit 4 Lake Avenue, Mill Plain area neighborhood is simply no place for a mega-sized permanent regional homeless shelter. I say, let the surrounding communities who are currently not providing adequate homeless shelter for their own homeless people step up to the plate. The city of Danbury is already doing more than its share and over and above what the law has asked us to do. I believe that it is a mistake to have, okay, the rest of it doesn't really apply anymore since it was futuristic to this meeting. But I thank you for listening to me, and I thank my neighbors for speaking out, Mrs. Curran, Mr. Michael, Mr. Sousa, etc. Thank you for voicing your opinion and standing shoulder to shoulder with me in preserving our wonderful neighborhood and not letting it become a scary place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Diana Clark of 23 Fairlawn Avenue. Ms. Clark, I have your letter in my pile. I was going to read it later. With your permission, was your reading of it sufficient?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I would like to also just stay right there for a second because I want to ask the commission members if they have any questions of you, but I'm going to ask Mr. Goddard the same thing. I just saw a letter of yours in the pile too. It seems like your letter was pretty much what you said. Did you want that also read in, or was your speaking portion sufficient?
I would appreciate it read in. If we have the time, I'd appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Just double checking. Commissioners.
Actually, may I ask, when you say read in, I mean, the fact that I just read it in, isn't it in?
No, it's already admitted as an exhibit and it remains as an exhibit. But what I was going to do is I was going to read all of the letters in a short while, and it didn't really make much sense for me to reread exactly what you just said. So
that's fine.
That's all. No, but it remains part of the record and an exhibit. But thank you for double checking on that. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Clark at this time? Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. We're now going to go to Luciana Shortall, then Mark Nolan.
Hi there. So I'm going to address a few of the exhibits that were submitted for this meeting. Also, is it okay if I still speak during this portion?
Did you speak at the last meeting? Oh,
I had a letter I wanted to speak, but I didn't end up speaking.
Okay. Yeah, you can do it now, or you can do it when we go to the next portion of it. Take your pick, whatever you like. Go ahead.
I'd prefer to go now.
Yeah, go. Sure, absolutely.
Great, thank you. My name is Luciana Shortell, and I've had a home at 6 Edgewood Street for nearly 17 years. Thank you, Chairman Haddad, and the entire commission for hearing my comments today. When the temporary shelter was first announced, the neighboring communities put up no resistance, trusting the city of Danbury's good faith effort to keep everyone safe. March 2020 was an uncertain time for everyone, and naturally, we wanted everyone to be safe too. But the temporary nature of the allowance for the shelter was the sticking point. Fast forward to now, our reward for being naive is having our trust and compassion thrown in our faces and our Christianity called into question. Ben and Cindy's home has become the target of theft and vandalism on 3 occasions, and countless others no longer feel safe in the community we've spent decades building. It's safe to say future instances of government overreach will be met with well-deserved skepticism and resistance in the future. There have already been 5 deaths of shelter residents that we know of in only 18 months. 2 occurred just days before the last public hearing in September, but the public was not made aware. It is unclear why these incidents are not appearing in the news or in police reports. One of the 5 deaths was a woman found deceased on the floor in her room at the shelter after 3 days. Apparently, unresponsive residents are so routine at the mega shelter that the cleaning person did not report any issue after first finding the woman on the floor the first day. The deceased was only discovered when our heroes at Danbury PD insisted on checking the room in the effort to locate the missing person. Thankfully, they did not trust the staff's claims that she was not on site. Could this woman's death have been prevented with better staff training? Are preventative procedures in place? Are these procedures being followed? We still don't know if an investigation was made into her cause of death, and we don't know whether her loved ones were known or notified. As a Christian, these unanswered questions are extremely unsettling to me. I have the same questions regarding the man found deceased outside the shelter around the same time. I also wonder how much more we don't know. If Pacific House is providing supportive services, how is it possible that residents aren't being checked on, at least daily? Notably, Pacific House does not have experience running a shelter of this size. Their largest shelter is half the size of this proposal, but their more typical footprint is 12 beds. Is Danbury prepared to be the site for this experiment? How is it possible there is no security staff currently at or planned for a shelter of this size, as mentioned at the last public hearing? Pacific House's balance sheet shows it is certainly within their budget. Where else are they cutting corners? Shifting gears, there are some notable exaggerations and inconsistencies in Pacific House's argument and application for the shelter. On the ZBA meeting in May 2021, Attorney Mizuko, representing Pacific House, claimed a homeless shelter usage is basically the same as a hotel due to the transient nature. Then on September 28th, Attorney Hollister offered that a shelter is actually safer than a hotel and would stabilize the neighborhood. So is it as safe or safer? Attorney Hollister, with respect, I ask, what data do you have to support this outrageous claim? And are you aware that the neighborhood was never considered unstable or in need of stabilization until the last year or so? Further, I'd like to point out that transitional housing is not also affordable housing as positioned in the application. It can't be both. Danbury has a good amount of affordable housing at 12%. What Pacific House is proposing is a massive city shelter for a very small city, not affordable housing. For novices like me, this still sounds like spot zoning, with a strong case to be made that it is also discriminatory zoning due to the adjacence to the Danbury Housing Authority community. Indeed, one of Attorney Mizuko's key points from the May 13th ZBA meeting was, quote, "The lot is uniquely isolated with Housing Authority property on 2 sides," end quote. I'm not sure the members of that community would agree with this isolation assessment. Try as they may, Pacific House cannot prove why a temporary site that was always far larger than Danbury's homeless needs must now be made permanent via temporary executive orders that will soon end and a pandemic that is also ending. The permanence is not justified, nor a logical conclusion. Pacific House's own data bears this out. On page 228 of their supplemental materials, they describe the geographic breakdown of current residents at the home. It turns out 21 are from Danbury and the other 18 are not. Please bear this data in mind when considering the statement repeated over and over in many of the supporting form letters, quote, "It is important to note the vast majority of those being sheltered are Danbury residents," end quote. It turns out the number of Danbury residents currently at the shelter highlights the wisdom of current zoning guidelines, which allow for shelters with up to 20 beds, not 176, in 2 other zones. I will not pretend to have a solution for the region's homeless shelter needs, but conducting a study would be a good first step towards finding a more satisfactory one. I'm not without compassion for the needs of the homeless. Over the years, my son and I have often made and donated lunches to Dorothy Day through his school. Among the other ways we give back to our community and the homeless. I also have some media and photos to share.
Okay. There you go.
Is that enlarged?
There it is. Yep.
Okay, so the first thing I'm sharing, and I'm happy to email this over to the commission afterwards, but this is a chat from February 19th, 2021 on Facebook where people are discussing finding shelter for the night. So the first part of the chat is basically people talking about really how easy it is to get into the shelter. As we mentioned before, it's regional. They can call 211 from anywhere in Connecticut and get referred to the location. Interestingly, this person, Jessica, also mentions that she stayed here earlier once and it's an awful place and it was very sad. Another person mentions if they ask, just say you're living in your car. So that's all you need to do to get in there from that person's perspective. Then the discussion goes on and somebody mentions the shady business that's constantly being conducted on the grounds. Bags are not searched, rooms aren't searched, it's a free-for-all. So this is a counterpoint to being told by some of the staff that everything's searched. So then Jessica still has concerns and she wants to know where she can report her experience to. So then Jessica goes further into her experience at the shelter. She stayed there under 2 months. One of her roommates was a crazy alcoholic who came back wasted every night, falling over, and even tried to relieve herself on her belongings. Her other roommate was somebody who seemed to have a drug problem. The issue with these things and these instances is that we were told that people, it's a wet shelter. So if people have had alcohol, as long as they're in control, they can come into the shelter. It doesn't sound like this person was in control of herself. This goes on and just to summarize, it turns out that this person who was her roommate who had the drug problem ended up overdosing at some point, and that people were calling the shelter, her family, to have her checked on, and the staff didn't check on her. And now this person, Jessica, actually has a lot of guilt because she feels like she should have stayed in the room and might have been able to be there for her. So next, these are just some photos that I've taken over time. So this was a nice Sunday afternoon. You know, this goes on a lot, this congregating. This individual I see all the time. This person I think is just was cleaning up. I think he's more of a staff person. I'm not familiar with this person, but he definitely didn't look like he wanted his photo taken. Aggressive look there. Then these two, I see them a lot. This person, you know, this is a Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. Busy on their phones, whatever that requires. To me, it looks like drug activity. This was shared by one of our neighbors with the group, and this was on the night of Monday, October 25th. There was a nor'easter coming through, and it's 10:20 p.m. That nor'easter brought cold and torrential rain for hours, and these people were not housed in the shelter. Instead, that they were outside. We thought the point was that these people were supposed to be sheltered. More photos of people outside the shelter. This is a very common occurrence. This got cleaned up a little bit around Election Day. I guess the polling places, people on their way, they didn't want them to see that. But I took this photo yesterday morning, back to the routine, somebody waking up in the morning. I feel bad. I don't understand why they're outside. And obviously the police tape that's now there is not really helping the situation. So, and I promise I'm almost done. How do I explain these scenes to my son whenever we pass this location with new scenes presenting themselves daily? One of the mothers who submitted a letter in opposition shared she saw people smoking crack pipes in plain sight while she drove her 11-year-old boy to school one morning. She was fearful about what he and others are seeing on their bus rides. So how will the children living nearby, riding buses past the shelter, unsee the drug use, prostitution, drug dealing, and other criminal activity? The answer is they cannot unsee any of it, and they will remember it too. I vividly remember seeing two homeless men beat the hell out of each other while with my grandmother in the Bronx once. That was 35 years ago. Do we want to normalize these behaviors for our children? If there is any silver lining in all this, it's this. We had 1.5 years to experience the impact the regional shelter will have on the community. It's not even at full capacity. If what we have experienced in this period is Pacific House on their best behavior, I fear what their permanent presence in our community holds for Danbury. Please consider what this area will look like in 5 years, 10 years, and beyond when deciding on this application. I feel terrible the board has been put in this difficult position. The pressure must be enormous. Thank you for your time and allowing the public to be heard. And thank you, Chairman Haddad, for seeking more transparency for all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comment of the commission. Are there any questions of Ms. Shortall at this time? I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Shortall. I don't see any. So I'm going to go to Mr. Nolan. Mark Nolan, before you begin, let me just say that we have Derek Johnson next, Kyle Brown next, Bianca Dimasi next, and Robert Steinberg next. And then we'll wait for more hands if there are any. So thank you, Ms. Shortall. Mr. Nolan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Haddad, and I appreciate all the members of the commission listening intently, reviewing the data that we've submitted of those persons in opposition, as well as those persons in support. I am a lifelong resident of Danbury. My family goes back generations, and we've been providing housing in the affordable housing, market rate housing, and commercial development for years. I live at 37 Brushy Hill Road, and I have submitted previous testimony that I wasn't able to read the last time, and I believe it was read in, and I wanted to add some additional information. I wanted to just indicate that we own, manage, and maintain affordable housing in Bethel, in Danbury, Ridgefield, and I manage deed restricted properties in the surrounding communities. I'm an affordable housing administrator for the city of Danbury, the town of Bethel. I work in Brookfield, New Milford, Ridgefield, and other parts of the state of Connecticut. However, our local communities are lacking housing for the homeless and the low and moderate income. Danbury has over 10% of our housing affordable. Ridgefield, Bethel, Brookfield, Reading, New Milford, the surrounding communities, all of them lack affordable housing. There is no homeless support in their communities. I know. I have spoken to the town of Bethel, social service department, planning directors, administrators for the health and housing departments, because the apartments that I manage in Bethel, we have people that are seeking housing, and they're calling me on a regular basis asking if I can help a homeless person. Our waiting list for the affordable housing in Bethel and Ridgefield is 5 to 7 years long for the 25 units that we own. The Housing Authority has units that have 3 to 5 year wait lists. I can't speak for the Ridgefield Housing Authority, but I know that their waiting lists are closed. I've spoken with the Richfield Social Service Director, and I asked, what do you do with the homeless person that's living in his mother's unit, who's 85 years old, and she's going to face eviction because he won't leave? I'm going to send him to Danbury. A year and a half has gone by. That person has not left his mother's home in Richfield. He's violating the federal program that she lives under, and I have to evict her because her son won't leave and Richfield won't be able to help him. These are the types of things that I deal with on a daily basis. I communicate regularly with all of the social service departments. I have telephone calls from all area towns asking me, do I have affordable housing for someone in need? It is time for our local communities to address the housing needs, as the previous speakers have mentioned, and for us as a community to support our local service providers. Dan mentioned the veterans. What have we done for veterans? I can tell you, I built the vet house with my community members. You don't know that it's a homeless and transitional facility, and it's directly across the street from the fire department on New Street. And it's right in the eye of the city hall, from the mayor's office to the whole north side of the building. You can see the vet house from City Hall. I was very concerned about building that, but our partnership with the local community organization, MCCA, and the Veterans Administration to build affordable housing for per diem and homeless veterans made us a remarkable community that has removed homelessness amongst the veterans in Danbury. We are applauded by the Yale New Haven Hospital, Yale Veterans Administration, for the work that we did at Vet House. And it's not only what MCCA does. They have the Sunrise Terrace, a transitional facility in Danbury to help persons in transition for their ailments to get back into housing. I know because I work with them. And if I have an applicant come to us with support from one of our local service providers, the Women's Center, now called the Center, Amos House, the Renewal House, Ability Beyond and Interlude, all of these local service agencies that have existing facilities lack financial support for their staff support and for the transition for their residents to get into affordable housing. We need to readdress the way that we're dealing with the money that's coming down through the community development block grant chain. There's billions and billions of dollars being spent throughout the United States. I know because I pay attention. Connecticut is receiving money through the balance of state and the continuum of care that HUD gets. HUD sends it to Connecticut. Connecticut breaks it up between the CANs. It's called Consolidated Access Networks. There's 8 of them in the state of Connecticut. Danbury falls under Fairfield, and Fairfield has the whole southern Fairfield County. Danbury is not responsible to take in homeless people, the Pacific House, if they have an overflow, and to send them to Danbury, as the executive director said in the first article that was in the Danbury News Times when it was first announced. We are not responsible for Stamford's homeless population. And Luciana just talked about the population that's currently at Pacific House, 20 Danbury residents. Danbury had a shelter, has a shelter at 20 New Street, run by Mike Finn, Denise Chance, Kara Prunty, run from the Health and Housing Service Department. The previous administrations had that facility, and Mike Finn and his team ran that with strong regard. You have to follow the rules. You have to be a good occupant and resident while you're staying there. You have to do your chores. You have to seek a job. And I'm going to support you to find housing. I know, because Mike Finn called me several times. And I'm very proud to say, today we have some of those tenants still living with us, going on 5, 10 years, some 2-3 years. Some of them are persons who've made mistakes and they're looking for that leg up. We are not uncompassionate people. The 1,500 people that have signed this petition, and these people that are speaking out, are speaking with truth and with matter. It matters what we do in Danbury because we are concerned for our citizens. We are concerned for the local agencies that work tirelessly to help those persons. Lisa Copel said it right in Amos House at the last meeting. You have to engage the person with support services. If this person is not engaged, you will not be able to make them accountable. I have to be accountable for all the federal regulations and the state regulations that I signed on for to build affordable housing and to manage it. So my tenants have to be accountable, and they have a choice. They either follow the rules or they're not going to stay with us. And fortunately, most of the people that have come with us with support services and project-based vouchers, veterans VASH vouchers, ability beyond with support services, and to make sure that the residents transition is going to be right and continue. That's what we do, and we do it right. We haven't had the zoning commission hear problems about the existing facilities that we have in Danbury. The transitional facilities, which means homeless facility. It is not a permanent place to live. A homeless shelter and a transitional facility are one of the same. It's not permanent housing. And with the proposed zoning of 170 beds in one facility that's obviously, as Ms. Shortell just indicated, has not worked in the experiment of the year and a half. We need to reverse the wrong, change what was done wrong, but we were compassionate and we helped out, but it's not working anymore. And unfortunately, the zoning commission has to make that decision. And I hope and implore you to listen to the people, because I have. I don't live next to it, but I have lived next to it, because for 40 years, my brothers and I have revitalized downtown Danbury with millions of dollars that we've spent. And we were tormented every single day with the illegal use of Dorothy Day's Hospitality House. And Dorothy Day's Hospitality House of 16 beds was illegal. It was an experiment, and it lasted until the neighbors said, we've had enough. And here, the neighbors and the community are standing up saying, we've had enough. We cannot count Dorothy Day as a need of 16 beds. Pacific House said it themselves. There's 20 Danbury residents in that facility. Our homeless shelter on New Street is 20 beds. When hospitality, with Dorothy Day Hospitality House, there was no rules, no accountability, and things were running rampant, just like they are today on Lake Avenue Extension. The police chief talks about that the things aren't any different between the two places. It's because of the accountability. You're not going to New Street, across the street from the firehouse, to Vet House 1 and having the same type of loitering problems, drug problems, and all the other things that you're being cited. It's not happening at Renewal House on Samuel Aarons Boulevard. It's not happening at Amos House on the Glen down by Rogers Park. It's not happening on Clark Street and Osborne Street, where Interlude has their units mixed in with market rate housing that Bob Patello has done. And our members of the community that support homelessness and affordable housing, they're correct. We do, but we have to support our community. We don't need to support every single town. And my goal is to speak with the Commissioner of Housing and speak with her team to reverse the wrong, take the money that was allocated, and I believe I remember Mayor Boughton talking about $10 million to be available through Community Development Block Grant. Well, they've spent $4.8 million. 4.6 went to the purchase. $2,200,000 is an unknown dollar amount. We hear about what they're going to try to do at Pacific House, but what we need to do is to redirect those resources into our regional community, and those persons will be able to be served in their communities. I applaud the members of the communities from Ridgefield, Southbury, New Milford, Newtown, West Reading, even Stamford. You're all writing letters thanking and saying that we should be doing a homeless shelter in Danbury, but you need to be doing a shelter in your community. Reading hasn't had affordable housing in 46 years since I've been building housing. All you've been doing is talking about it. New Fairfield doesn't have any affordable housing. They're going to do a study, a community-wide study. New Milford, they were quoted in the newspaper saying, we're going to send them to Danbury. And Bethel and Ridgefield, I've already told you that they have to send them to Danbury too. But let's have the community engagement. We are all doing affordable housing. Last night, Ridgefield Economic Development Commission was discussing 50 units of affordable housing, as I understand. This is a good thing. We all need to engage in a conversation to redirect the dollars, to redirect the triage that's happening on Lake Avenue. And let's turn this around and start meaning homelessness and shelter for persons that are in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Nolan at this time? We're going to go to, thank you, Mr. Nolan. We're going to go to Derek Johnson. Mr. Johnson, if you will, unmute and you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to first thank the board for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of my parents, Julius and Albertha Johnson. My name is Derek Johnson. I was born and raised in Danbury. It's a city I love. My wife gave birth to our 3 kids right there in Danbury Hospital. We lived in a city until about 13, 14 years ago, until I moved to North Carolina. My parents currently live less than a mile from the proposed shelter. They were hardworking, lifelong taxpayers. They've been contributing members of the community for over 50 years. They finally retired, and now in their 80s, their home is their retirement, and it's where they plan on living the rest of their days. Again, less than a mile from this proposed homeless shelter. My parents raised me, my brother, my sister, and a foster brother to help the less fortunate. They led by example as we would watch my dad utilize his professional skills as a chef to feed the homeless for over 3 decades. My mother was always by his side. We felt the pride in doing for others. It felt good. And as a pastor, I've taken what my parents have taught me and worked in my own city's urban ministry for years. And my parents and thousands like them who will be directly affected by this shelter deserve to enjoy their hard-earned retirement in peace and safety. They do not deserve to see their property plummet in value, nor do they deserve to fear for their security on a daily basis. The City of Danbury's own mission statement promises to ensure a superior quality of life for its citizens. It claims to be committed to working with citizens to enhance Danbury's position as a premier place to live, work, and raise a family. I personally know too many families to count who chose this city as their home for exactly this reason. And what a betrayal this illegal mega shelter would be to my parents and thousands just like them who have worked all their lives, have paid their taxes and given back to their community only to finally retire in the city they love, believing that the city would always be the beautiful, safe, diverse cultural center that sold them on it in the first place. USA Today found only one Connecticut city worthy of its list of off of 100 best American cities to live in. This one. Danbury residents have something to really be proud of in the cities that they've chosen to raise their families and call home. Now, proponents of this shelter want to destroy that. Why? Why make Danbury the dumping ground for Connecticut's unhomed? I was raised to take care of my own just as Danbury currently does. It is not the responsibility of the Danburyans to house other communities most destitute. Each should care for their own and lift up their unfortunate, just as Danbury always has in the past with a sliding scale housing, job training and placement, and numerous social welfare programs. We are proud that Danbury has a tradition of helping its own when they need it the most. And this is not what you are attempting to require of Danbury citizens. Nothing in life is free. Someone always has to pay, whether it's financially, emotionally, or psychologically. This illegal shelter will only serve to rob the citizens of their current peace, safety, and finances, and the residents of the shelter will be robbed of that dignity of work, self-worth, and the pride that can only come from preserving toward becoming productive, healthy, contributing members of their community. It may feel good in the moment to give someone shelter for a night, but rest assured, it will never truly help them. All of us can agree that homelessness is a very real and very serious problem, but the solution is not to convert a 172 bed facility, I believe, 172 bed hotel into an illegal mega shelter by blindsiding and subjecting hardworking taxpayers to all that will inevitably become, it will come with such a proposal. According to the government's own statistics, roughly 40% of the country's homeless are addicts. Another 25% have severe mental illness. In other words, over 2/3 of Danbury's new homeless population will likely suffer afflictions that diminish rational behavior and their ability to be productive, peaceful members of the community. And if you honestly love this city, why subject it to such a fate? For those pushing for this shelter, I challenge you to ask yourselves how you'd feel to know that your 80-year-old mother will no longer be safe to get a gallon of milk down the street after dark. How would you feel knowing your kids may have to walk through dozens of strangers just to get to school, knowing that a fair percentage of those strangers could potentially be predators, drug addicts, dealers, or mentally unstable? How would you feel to learn that your biggest asset, your home, will lose 13% of its current value overnight because someone who lives nowhere near you has decided that your backyard is the perfect place for a homeless shelter? I also have to quickly address something that may be uncomfortable for some to hear. I imagine many who are advocates of this illegal mega shelter may find themselves with a convenient preconceived view of those of us who are opposed to this action. I imagine you feel good about yourselves and want desperately to believe that all of us are nothing more than ignorant rubes, bigots, racists, and privileged snobs who simply don't want to be confronted daily by the hordes of unwashed or the less fortunate. But maybe you've convinced yourself that anyone who opposes you deserves to live without their former comfortable lives in peace and safety. You probably feel pretty good about yourselves as you're doing something good for the world. But the funny thing about altruism is that it can't be forced on others. That's not true altruism. That's actually righteous indignation. And I'm sorry to tell you that unless you are willing to put this shelter in your neighborhood or open your own home to destitute strangers, that kind of indignation is anything but righteous. So I just want to thank you for your consideration and allowing me to share my thoughts tonight, and God bless. And I hear the proponents and the protocols that are supposedly in place for a lot of these shelters. And the problem is that people find ways around it. And even though these protocols are put in place, it seems that it has consistently failed. And while they're failing, the only people that are going to be affected are the children. And granted, mind you, there will be tons of children that are in this area and areas surrounding it that's going to be affected. So when you think about not just the children, but again, people like my parents and the people, the taxpayers, while these protocols are still failing, and the best proponent, the best determinant of what has gone on in the past is likely will happen again. You know, you need to think about the people that it's going to be affecting while they're still trying to get it right and get it in place. So again, thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Pastor Johnson. Commission members, any questions of Pastor Johnson at this time? I do not see any. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Kyle Brown. Kyle Brown, just tell us your name and address, and you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My name's Kyle Brown. Live at 34 Lawncrest Road, Danbury. Just want to start off by thanking everybody who spoke before me and everybody who will speak after me. I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet in hopes of letting other people speak. Met my wife 12 years ago here in Danbury while attending Western Connecticut State University. We fell in love with Danbury. We fell in love with our jobs here in Danbury. We started our life here in Danbury. We rented our first apartment together. We bought a condo together, and we currently own our first home together. We blessed 2 years ago with our birth of our first son, and we have our second son on the way. We hope to have some roots here in Danbury and continue, as we are very comfortable here. We love our neighborhood, and we love our surrounding amenities that it has. I feel terrible for the businesses that may have suffered during COVID, especially, you know, those local to us on Mill Plain Road and Lake Ave, as I frequently visit them and I frequently use their amenities as they're very close to home. Driving by the current location of the Pacific House does make your morning commute, even though mine is very short, uncomfortable. There's times where you can get stared down to at the stoplight and you get traffic. It's Danbury. We're right here on the border. And it can be very uncomfortable to get a stare down. And, you know, I would hate to see my wife or my son out by themselves without me getting a stare down like that. And it can be very uncomfortable because I know that I've gotten it myself. And that corner where the Dunkin' Donuts is, I used to love going in there just for the simple fact that you can have selection. You can see what you want to pick out. And it's sad of their closing. And now I drive by and I see it in despair and it's disappointment. And I feel terrible for whoever that property owner is, because I feel that they're going to suffer trying to put a business into that location now. As far as the homeless goes in Danbury, knowing that I've been here for the last 12 years, well aware of Dorothy days on my commute between the two campuses of the days of going to WestCon, and understanding that Danbury has always looked out for their own. 172 or whatever it is bed in this Super 8 motel is too large, especially for this location. Understanding that we've had other locations with 12 to 16, even up to 20 beds, that's understandable. We want to look out for our own. But a mega shelter with over 172 beds in one location, close to a college campus, close to an elementary school, close to school children, closer to all the businesses that we love to frequently visit, I have to disagree that this is not the location for it. And I strongly advise and hopes that you will consider moving this location or closing it. It needs to be spread amongst, as others have said, other surrounding communities and towns. As I said before, I wanted to keep this short and sweet. I appreciate for everybody listening and hearing me out. But I would really like to give the floors to others to speak. And I hope that I encourage, just as others encouraged me to speak tonight, I hope that what I said encourages others to sign on and speak tonight also. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Brown? Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next, we have Bianca Damasi. Just state your name and address, and then you have the floor.
Hello, thank you. I'm Bianca Damasi, 167 Westville Avenue Extension. And I want to start off by thanking you for allowing me to speak. I too have just become aware of this mega shelter. I wasn't sure what was going on. We have seen a total change in our neighborhood in the last year and a half. We attributed it to COVID or something crazy like that, but now we know what's going on. So as someone who has called Danbury home for most of my life, I understand the importance of taking care of others who may be less fortunate than ourselves. And I doubt anyone here tonight is speaking against that. Indeed, as Danburyans, we have a long history of taking care of our own. By way of example, my son and I have been volunteers at New Hope Baptist Church in Danbury, which has always provided meals for the unhoused. And during the economic downturn after 2008, opened its doors as a shelter for the unhoused on their own dime. Before that, when I owned a restaurant on Main Street, I provided daily meals to those who were struggling. We knew each other by name. We were a community. We are a community. I volunteered at Off the Streets and I mentored 3 unhoused people. I mentored a young man who at 14 years old could not read. He's now married with a child and has a good job, and he lives in Danbury. So just to be clear, I am not here speaking against helping those that are less fortunate than us. I live within a mile of the proposed mega shelter, and my concern is that the size and scale of the mega shelter being proposed will overwhelm our neighborhood and town. Its location is immediately adjacent to neighborhoods made up of working families. It is within 825 feet of 2 public schools, one a primary school and the other a middle school. In addition, as has been discussed by others, the current structure appears wholly inadequate to address the needs of the unhoused population that will be living there. And as recommended by Tommy Michael, Danburyans should take care of fellow Danburyans, and other towns and cities should take care of their own. I would just note that the letters in favor of the mega shelter to which I've had access because I've not been able to read them all, they appear to come only from other parts of the state, not Danbury. Those of us who have invested our life savings in our homes, our neighborhood, and our town merely ask for the right to the peaceful and quiet enjoyment of the homes. We should have that right without the disproportionate burden of a 172-bed mega shelter that will completely outscale the size and nature of our community. Since the opening of the shelter, which I understand is operating on a much smaller scale than what is proposed, we have noticed an increase in sirens as well as unusual and suspicious activity on our street and in our neighborhood, some of which have been described by others. I personally have recently seen individuals on my street who appear disoriented and lost and in need of help that we are not equipped to provide. Taking care of those less fortunate, including the unhoused, should be a responsibility and privilege that is appropriately scaled to our community and our town. And I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I want to keep it short so everyone else can speak. However, I do want you to note my neighbor who lives next door had an incident, and she was going to speak tonight. She's a widow who lost her husband several years ago. She had an incident in her backyard and she wanted to speak to that effect. However, she wasn't able to get on the Zoom call and she wasn't feeling well. I asked her to stay and do it here, and I knew the meeting would go on longer. I would like to know if she could speak at the next meeting.
Well, it all depends on what happens and how long this goes. If the meeting is, if we get a motion to close the public hearing, she would not. If we have a motion to continue the public hearing, and depending on how this shuffles out, well, let me just say she may or may not. We have to see how the rest of the meeting goes. Now, if you want to just state her name and address and go on a record as saying her position, you're free to do that right now while your box is lit.
Sure. So her name is Lucia Cantarina, and she lives at 165 Westville Avenue Extension.
Okay, so she's right next door to you then.
He is right next door to me.
Okay. All right, well, we at least documented that for her, but we have to see how this shakes out to see whether there'll be another opportunity for her.
Okay.
And if there is, we're more than happy to let anyone speak.
The other thing I wanted to mention, I did write a letter. There's no need to read that letter.
Oh, are you, don't go because it's a big letter and it would save us some time. So are you October 20th, Bianca D?
That's me. Yes.
Okay, so I'll put this down as already satisfactorily spoken to.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So,
you.
commission members, let me ask if anyone has any questions of Ms. Damasi at this time. And also, let me just dovetail off of a comment that she made for everyone here in favor and opposed. She mentioned she was able to read exhibits. So let me just reiterate that on our agenda this evening, and I did mention it, but I think maybe I went over it too fast. On the agenda, there are links that you can click for all of the exhibits. So I think everyone by now knows that, but I just want to remind you that there's a bunch of links to click where you can see your own letter if you wrote one, and other letters as well. So, yes.
If I may just interject, and I did, and I saw mine. The only one I saw that was written in favor before November 4th, 2021 was one written by Peter that was previously a volunteer at Dorothy Day. I was not able to open anymore, but I was able to read all of the letters, both in opposition and in favor of after November 4th.
Oh, okay. Well,
I couldn't open the link for the letters before November 4th.
Okay. Well, just for an example, if you go on the agenda, you will see that at the bottom of our last link that says letter from Corporation Counsel 11/8/21, there's another link that says to view materials from the September 28th meeting. So there's other additional, if you click that, I think it takes you to our agenda that has the other additional links.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So now we're going to go to Mr. Dolan. Mr. Nolan, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Zoning Commission. My name is Dr. James Nolan. I am a lifelong resident of Danbury, and I reside on 16 Southern Boulevard in Danbury. I am very thankful, as has been expressed before, for this opportunity to speak this evening regarding this important topic of the application for a permit for the Lake Avenue shelter. First, as many others have repeated this evening, I want to be absolutely clear in the fact that during the last years, and I became very involved with the residents of Spring Street and the terrible things that were happening to them and how it affected the whole downtown. And now I have attended many meetings with the West Side residents. I look at this as one issue, and that is the issue of Danbury, all Danburyans, and that we're all in this together. And I have never once heard anyone state that they are not out to help homeless individuals. Never once. And from that aspect, and I think it's quite critical, that any characterization of anyone opposing this shelter, it is a separate issue from supporting and helping less fortunate homeless people. We all, Danburyans, have, are today, and will in the future continue to help the less fortunate. And any indication to the contrary is clearly wrong, and I would ask that that be stopped, because we all want to help the homeless. And I look at all of this interest, pros and cons, and there is an outpouring of interest in homelessness. Obviously, the difference is how we feel it should be approached. Not that we don't support homelessness and helping the homeless. The other thing I want to mention, and I do have a number of points, but the other thing I want to mention is that in all of the groups that I have just mentioned, don't need to repeat them, we are beyond thankful to the men and women in blue, our police force, our EMS, our firemen, who on a daily basis put their lives on the line to protect us. And we are oh so very thankful. And that is across the board. I have not ever heard at any meeting that I have attended a criticism of the men and women in blue, our police force, or our EMS, or our fire department, who we all depend upon. And as a local business person, and many of those local business persons are on this call tonight, they know exactly what I'm talking about. When there is an emergency, you pick up that phone and you hope there's somebody at the other end of that line, and there is in Danbury. And we're thankful for that. First, tonight, my point is that I am in opposition to this proposed shelter on Lake Avenue. And there's a number of reasons why. Many of them have already been stated tonight, but I want to focus and emphasize that over the last decades and more, the downtown has been dramatically hurt by the Dorothy Day shelter. Many Dorothy Day volunteers are in the audience tonight. And I can understand why my comment probably hurts them, makes them feel bad. So I must say that for the record, members of my family were among those volunteers at the beginning of the Dorothy Day operation, roughly in 1985 or so, 35 years ago. But they stopped volunteering. Why did they stop? They stopped because they observed more and more non-Danburyans through Dorothy Day's come one, come all. No one ever turned away, no questions asked. And the difficulties that attitude, which has never changed truly, and what happened to Spring Street because of that, and eventually the whole downtown. This ties out to my very close relationship with the residents of Spring Street, who right at the very beginning report as eyewitness accounts, there was trouble spotted right away. Now, because I was a number of streets away and most people were, they didn't see the trouble at first. My relatives spotted it internally. They stopped going there. They were making food and serving that food to the less fortunate. But as the problem started and it started ramping up, the residents, they could see, looking at their street, only 20 houses, roughly, plus or minus, 10 down each side. Wonderful people. I think I've met every single one of them over the last years. And some of them have become my dearest friends. These are good people. And they were, the quality of life on Spring Street, I'm going to say outside looking, was destroyed by the events that occurred to them. I mention that because fast forward 31 years, there was a February 2nd, 2016 letter signed unanimously by City Center, which is appropriate to tonight. Again, that letter was signed unanimously by the council of the City Center Board, a very diverse group, banks, all different. It was very hard to get a consensus on that letter. And the letter was actually signed by a very prominent Danburian and presented to the Planning Commission, City of Danbury, February 2nd, 2016. And you already have this letter. This was a part of my original letter, which Chairman Haddad read, my letter of September 28th. Thank you for reading that letter, Chairman Haddad, with more expression than I could have done. I really appreciate that. And I mean,
you're welcome.
And I'm also appreciative of the way you're handling this difficult situation and allowing each person the time to speak. Many people, myself included, are not internet savvy, and you've been more than gracious to all of us to give us this opportunity. Back to the letter. This part of my letter was not read. It was an attachment. And I'm going to just paraphrase a couple points because it's appropriate and it's pertinent and it will help us understand what's going on. With information gathered through the Freedom of Information Act, this is in the letter from City Center to the Planning Commission, which they have in their records. It was uncovered that Dorothy Day Soup Kitchen never had a permit. It goes on to say, data recovered using the Freedom of Information Act from July 2014 to June 2015, police responses related directly or indirectly to Dorothy Day were ... Bullet point 1, 456 police calls directly during that 1 year period to 11 Spring Street, Dorothy Day House. 237 police calls to Spring Street. Let's for a moment just think about that. If a police car comes up in front of our house on Southern Boulevard, the neighborhood talks about it for a week. One police car with lights on. Spring Street and Southern Boulevard's a long street. It's a mile long, half a mile long. You can see from one end of Spring Street to the other, and they had 693 total police calls, averaging 13.3 calls per week. Do you think those people had a quiet evening? Never. When we were looking at statistics, and I helped put those together, hundreds, if not thousands of hours were put into this letter. Not by myself, but by many. On one day, I believe the high number was 9 police calls. The average was 2 a day. So one day, I'm on my front porch, rocking, enjoying a quiet summer evening, and 9 police responses. That's not all. That's not all. Additionally, there were another 146 emergency response calls involving both ambulance and fire trucks. The Danburians in the audience tonight paid for those responses, and the Spring Street residents paid in a very severe way with our quiet, peaceful enjoyment. And it was hell on earth. The ambulances and the sirens never stopped. They go by my office at 323 Main, and I heard them. It took us a while to figure out what the epicenter was, but we figured it out. I bring this to your attention because, number one, we've had there's a certain disconnect, which took us a long time to figure out, and that was what we were seeing and where it was happening and how it was happening. And that's occurring now, where we have all these observations, but the data doesn't seem to tie to it. Part of that problem, and I'm not saying it's all, part of that problem is it takes a long time to figure this stuff out. And before the data starts to really accumulate, trust me on this one, it will accumulate and it will get far, far, far worse. Why? Dorothy Day had 1,500 square feet in their 18-bed shelter, which has now finally been shut down, that one shelter. This building is 20 times larger. It has 80 plus separate rooms. Who's going to go in and check that there's not 2 bunk beds per room? There could be up to 300 people in there. Irregardless of that, let's assume it's a 270 number or whatever we're being told at this point in time. It is far bigger than Dorothy Day, and the statistics will be far worse. That's why also, by the way, that this is being referred to as the mega shelter. This is a mega shelter, a huge shelter. Now, I don't want to belabor it. Many people want to speak tonight, but I do want to just go back for a moment about a point that my brother and partner, Mark Nolan, mentioned. And I believe that he did touch upon all of the various shelters that the city presently has. Not counting the city shelter, which we're being told is going to be shut down, but I don't see the guarantee of that. And Dorothy Day is shut down, and I believe that it was a court decision. Not counting those 2 shelters, but counting the other various shelters already mentioned: Vet House, Sunrise, Harmony House, Amos House, Jericho, Women's Center, Apex, all shelters that you really almost wouldn't know are there, but they are there, and they operate correctly and quietly, and you're not going to have any problems like we're seeing at the mega shelter. There's 80 beds. Why do I mention that? I mention it because our data shows us, which was a part of my letter, that and these are state and federal organizations, 10,000 people typically have 8.4 homeless people. Our 85 plus or minus 1,000 people in our city, in our fine city, would therefore come up with 8.4 times 8.5, 71 beds would be our need. I think it's less than that. And the reason I think that is because Danbury, with your support, I'm talking to the zoning commission tonight, has supported over 10% of our state mandated affordable housing, which also has been mentioned tonight very succinctly. I mention that because I believe that safety net of affordable housing is critical, and we've acted upon that. And this city has supported that. And therefore, let's get into data, because you need data and you need facts to support your decision. The city of Danbury has approximately 32,000 homes. Our state mandate would say that we need 10%, and Danbury has, by this count that I'm using tonight, which approximates 11%, we have 3,274 affordable units in the city of Danbury, a monumental achievement. Congratulations to all on that. Brutally hard to achieve that, but we've done it. What does that mean? I believe it means that this major safety net helps us in preventing homelessness in the city of Danbury. I think we have less per capita homelessness because of that effort, which has been done by all Danburyans and supported by Danburyans with their help, with their rules, with the regulations, and the zoning commission. The surrounding towns with double the population, I'm going to use a number of about 166,000 people compared to Danbury's 84,000, double the population, has half the number of affordable units. In some of those communities, my brothers and I have built affordable housing. They need more. How many more do they need to meet the state mandate? They need 4,741 units. If you want to talk about an impact, by them building their 10%, our waiting list would drop to almost zero, and their folks in their community who are in need of housing would be able to find some affordable housing. I'm going to give you a specific example. We have been criticized, both in the downtown and now here on the west side in Danbury. We Danburyans as a whole have been criticized by surrounding communities with all of these letters that you've received. So I'm going to refer to a News Times article on Friday, September 17th, roughly 2 months ago. And it was New Fairfield discussing funding and what they should do with money available to them. Then they talk about police, and they talk about affordable housing. And I'm going to bring this home and why this is important. Cindy White, New Fairfield's Social Services Director, suggested using some of the funds to help improve affordable housing availability in town. You need facts. Here's the fact about New York. Here's Cindy White of New Fairfield. There's no affordable housing in New Fairfield. There are few rentals available in town. And she goes on to say she's worried about homelessness. So I'll be back to the other chart now. New Fairfield, many of whom's residents seem very interested in Danbury and their position with the homeless. New Fairfield, with no affordable housing, has roughly 15,000 people. They should have 559 affordable housing units. Zero. Homeless shelter beds, zero. Danbury, newsflash, does not have a monopoly on homelessness. New Fairfield's 15,000 people, using the same state and federal statistics, would have 12 homeless individuals. They must be sending those homeless individuals to Danbury. I would suggest that the New Fairfield residents who have expressed interest in the mega shelter turn all that energy into supporting Miss White and having Miss White, who's standing up there on a podium trying to get some affordable housing built and not receiving much support, I guess, because they got none and they've got no shelter beds. Go help Miss White out. Now, how would they do that? And it's been suggested tonight, and I'm going to give you a specific example on CDBG funds, because on that, I know a little bit. CDBG funds typically...
This is Tim Hollister. May I have a point of order? And I'm Mr. Lowell, I'm going to apologize for interrupting you, but I do have a point of order. I certainly support everyone speaking, but if, Mr. Chairman, if we don't impose some kind of reasonable time limit, this hearing is never going to end. I just want to make that point. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Dr. Nolan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hollister.
Thank you very much, Chairman Haddad. So bringing it a little more close to the issue at hand is that this shelter was bought without permits for somewhere in the ballpark of $5 million. Of the $11 million that I guess was appropriated to the city. I'm not really sure because we were never really told all the facts. Typically, CDBG money represents 5 to 10% of a project's source and use. Not the whole. I've never seen a situation where it was 100% like out there on the mega shelter. And the reason I bring it up is this $10 million distributed to the surrounding communities would probably normally produce close to $100 million in affordable housing if it was reappropriated. And so that's a very, very good idea. And there's some facts and figures as to what the surrounding communities should be doing to take pressure off of this homeless situation, which we've all been talking about tonight, and how they could also help out with affordable housing to prevent homelessness in the first place. We'll try to wrap up. As difficult as all these issues are, I think the decision, when we really cut to the core of it, is somewhat simple. May I share my screen? Is that the right words? May I share my screen, Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Reed?
Um,
Yes, she's shaking her head, yes.
Okay. And this will be my final point, and thank you for your allowing me this time.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope you can see this. And you've already seen a number of pictures. I don't know if the Dunkin' Donuts ever got this much attention. But again, this is the Dunkin' Donuts ramp. And I was able to secure this picture, and I made the picture part of my presentation because it was taken on August 23rd, 2021. Among the many dates that we heard that Pacific House was taking over the operations, one of the dates mentioned, and I'm not sure which member of the Pacific House organization mentioned it, but one of the dates was August 23rd, 2021. And on this day, I missed it, but there was a person sleeping in the corner. I was able to get this picture. So I would say, whatever they were doing on that day to run this operation correctly, as opposed to the way that it should be run, and good shelters, which basically have community in mind, are run, they're not doing it. And this is proof of that. On a specific day, they said they were doing a site walk around and checking things. We do walk site around, and if there's a problem, we take care of it and we correct it. The city zoning regulations, general provisions, 1C purpose, I believe, have the answer to the decision, and I will read that. These regulations, first page of the zoning regs. These regs are enacted to protect the public health, safety, general welfare, convenience, and property values of the city. Please reject this application. Thank you very, very much for allowing me to speak tonight. And good luck with all of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nolan.
You're welcome.
Commission members, any questions of Dr. Nolan this time? Thank you very much. Let's go to Ernesto Rodriguez. We then have Cindy Dodo after that.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good to go. Thank you.
I would like to first start off. My name is Ernesto Rodriguez of George Street, Danbury. I just want to first start off by thanking Chairman Haddad for doing such a great job in conducting this meeting. You've been professional, fair, and courteous to everyone, and it's pretty much appreciated by me and everyone else in this meeting.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
I want to start off by saying I'm opposed to this mega shelter, and make no mistake about it, it's a mega shelter. If you look at its size, just look at the building. It is 20 times the size of the Dorothy Day shelter, and it's 8 times the size of the New Street shelter. When you look at the number of beds, prior to the pandemic, you had the Dorothy Day shelter, the New Street shelter, and which was the city shelter, and you also had the overflow shelter at the Congregational Church, which was an extension of the Dorothy Day shelter. So you had about just under 60 beds. What's being proposed here, you have 172 emergency shelter beds, in addition to affordable housing units. So you're looking well over 200 beds. It's almost a multitude more of beds. And their argument is that it's affordable housing, but at the end of the day, it's still the same population. It's a concentration of beds in one specific area. Third, I want to mention is the access of, who has access to this shelter, and it's anyone that could pick up a phone and dial 211. Pretty much, it's available to anyone. Anyone throughout the state could pick up the phone and make their way here to Danbury. I want to talk a little bit about the history of how we got here. In 1982, in January of 1982, Dorothy Day opened up their soup kitchen. That day, only one person showed up. The following year, they opened up their shelter. They were given a temporary shelter in which they were to return and renew, but that never occurred. Fast forward to 1992, under Jean Eriquez, the city shelter on New Street opened. In 2004, the Dorothy Day shelter expanded and opened up the Congregational Church in 2004. In 2009, Jericho opened up their overflow shelter right behind on Omaha Beef on Maple Avenue. And then in 2015, it was discovered that the permits were never renewed for the Dorothy Day shelter. The following year, a cease and desist order was issued in February of 2016. At that time, Mayor Boughton announced that he wanted to consolidate the shelter, build a new shelter in the downtown. And that was his proposal at the time. Dorothy Day appealed that decision, that cease and desist order went in front of the CBA. The CBA sided with the city, and Dorothy Day decided to litigate the decision, took the city to court, costing the city tens of thousands of dollars. I researched and found out through the invoices that it was well over $30,000 of taxpayer money. But what was interesting to me is that I'm curious to find out Dorothy Day had an opportunity to build something new, build something nice for the benefit of the population in need, but they chose not to, which I find interesting, which I'll get to later. So while that was being litigated, the Dorothy Day Soup Kitchen, the Dorothy Day Shelter, and the Overflow Shelter, and all the shelters are still operational. The pandemic hit, March of 2020. At that time, the executive order from the governor to shut down the shelters. The mega shelter opened up in March of 2020. The following year, in March of 2021, Dorothy Day lost the case. Being that the mega shelter opened, it kind of softened the blow, so there wasn't that much of outcry over it closing. And everyone knows the history going forward. I want to talk about a little bit of my background. I've always lived in the downtown. My family, when we first moved here, we lived on Bank Street. My dad bought his first home on Spring Street in '87. We lived on 6th Spring Street, which was on the second floor. It was almost horizontal to the Dorothy Day shelter. And the first week I remember moving, our bedroom, the window was right directly to the street. So you just look out the window, second story window, you could just see the whole street. Me and my older brother, he's like, they're fighting. I look outside and there's a man chasing another man with a knife. The man that's being chased, he's screaming and he's running towards Dorothy Day to seek shelter. And, to this day, it's just a vivid memory. I did not know that would be my, one of many experiences on Spring Street. I lived on Spring Street as a child, adolescent, and as a young adult. My parents still live on Spring Street. And then as the years gone by, probably like around 2000, I know there was just an expansion, like there was just more homeless people coming to Spring Street. The lines were getting longer. And I just noticed, and then like every 5 years, it'll just get a little bit more crowd. And that was happening, Dorothy Day was expanding their services. So now they're doing breakfast in the morning, morning glory breakfast in the morning with Catholic Charities. They're serving lunch in the afternoon from 3 to 5. And then they started doing like the warming hour. So at that time, you'd have like 30 people, outside at night. It was just basically, you wake up in the morning, go to school, go to work, there's homeless people. You come home after work, there's homeless people. I always, that was my life for a very long time. I ended up going to Western Connecticut State University. And then that was around 2000, 2004. And then things just got progressively worse. It seems like as more shelter beds were came in the center, it just got progressively worse. I think the most darkest time was between 2010 to 2015. There was just a lot of heroin and just a lot of drugs. And then during that period, I always make attempts to go to City Hall and express my concerns, but it was just me. And Dorothy Day was just such a powerful entity. They were backed by religion, donors, politicians. And here, you have people who are just, trying to live their life and trying to live in peace and, really no one to advocate for them. So as I became adult, I just wanted to change that. And I think the turning point for me was when I started working at the courthouse for the Office of Adult Probation. I became an intake assistant, and my job was to, when people were sentenced, I would just prepare the files for the probation officers, run records, review police reports to see for the eligibilities for a diversionary program that I used to oversee. Contacting victims, letting them, set up restitution accounts. I did that for 7 years. But at that point, you start putting, people's backgrounds to what you're seeing. And it was just so concerning to me because my parents still lived there. And I felt for the kids because I knew what it was like to be a kid growing up on Spring Street. And it was rough. Prostitution, drug use, fights, beatings. I think the worst experience for me was watching women get beaten. The prostitutes, they didn't have the money for an individual that got beaten, and those were my memories. Just sitting in front of your own home and people pulling up to you looking for drugs. The weekends was always a buzz on the weekends because everybody would just flood the street looking for prostitutes, looking for drugs. But I think in 2012 that was the turning point. And I said, something has to be done. So I started getting signatures similar to what what's going on now. I started getting signatures, knocking door to door, and but I knew that I had a shot this time because at that time Kennedy Flats were being proposed, and also the problem has spread to the downtown. So it wasn't just about Spring Street, and but I knew because of what was being proposed in the downtown that I would be listened to. We've organized. We first met with the previous Mayor Boughton in 2012. We made some suggestions to better the street, which he did. We asked to put like no parking on the street, and And then we had a meeting with Dorothy Day, and like I said, that they didn't want to take responsibility for what was going on and pointing out that things needed to change. They didn't want to hear it, but slowly, gradually started getting some momentum, and we had a third and fourth meeting. We ended up having the last two meetings at the Palace Theater. And at the last meeting, we had about like 130 people there. And then we went from, a handful of people meeting with the mayor, and people started paying attention. And for a while, like, people would try to minimize, deflect what was going on. And similar to what's going on, we had to take videos, we had to take pictures of what was going on, because people kind of did, not that they didn't believe us, but they just really did not know the extent. You could go to the Facebook page, Spring Street Danbury, and you could see those videos. You see videos that residents uploaded. They're disturbing videos. There's a video on that page of a woman getting knocked unconscious. People literally walking out of Dorothy Day and using drugs in broad daylight. Another woman getting beaten and robbed. I mean, this is happening in Danbury, and like I said, between 2010 and 20, it was just awful, awful. Constant police, ambulance, and people couldn't even sleep. I mean, and for the first time, like, I lived there my whole life, and like for the first time, legitimately concerned. And it's like, and it's been a tax. It's been an emotional tax, and a mental tax, and financial tax. And that's what the people in the surrounding neighborhoods around the mega shelter are experiencing. They're experiencing a mental tax, a emotional tax, a financial tax. People are spending money on security system. They're spending money on signs. They're spending money on attorneys. Who has extra income to do those things? Me personally. So as of last week, I sent an email to City Hall in regards to what's going on in Dorothy Day, because they're still operating illegally. So for me, it's been documented since 2006. It's been a long time. And, I'm still plugging away. I'm not going to give up because it's just an injustice. And what's happening with the Super 8, that's an injustice as well, because as I'm hearing all the testimonies, it's like I'm like reliving what I experienced. It's basically the new Spring Street kind of, in a way, and I just wanted to also talk about, real quick, before I go any further, I just wanted to thank the police officer that spoke last time, because she kind of validated my experience of what was really going on. And then coming from a sworn police officer, from our community, someone that's respected, really meant a lot to me, validating, because again, despite all the calls, people were still trying to minimize what was going on. And that's what's going on now, with the Super 8, kind of deflecting, minimizing. And but the truth is the truth. And with all the police calls that's going on, an example would be, there were a lot of things happening downtown. Yeah, they don't correlate to the Dorothy Day, but it had to do with Dorothy Day. You can't prove it. Another example, you look at New York City. Statistically, it's a safe city, but talk to the residents of New York City. They don't feel safe. And that's what counts, is how people feel about, their home and their community. So in closing, what were the lessons of Dorothy Day? One, concentration doesn't work. There's been a concentration of beds in the downtown. It didn't work. I lived it. I'm still in the downtown. Like I said, I grew up in the downtown. I still live in the downtown. I've never left the downtown. It's been my bubble. It hasn't worked. There is a transitional housing, a street over, the renewal house. I don't even know where it is. And that's how it should be. Part of the community, you know where it is. Another example is the veteran house. You don't even know. The only reason I know it's the veteran house because I know that it's there. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. And what this is just a mega shelter, and you're just warehousing homeless people. And it's not right. What works is a client to staff ratio, so they can get the attention they need. But this is not going to work. I've already lived it. I already seen it. So that's one lesson. Two, one of the things I wanted to accomplish is just stop having Danbury be the drop-off site for the surrounding towns, the region. It's been documented that people from all over the country were coming here to Dorothy Day. That's a fact.
Excuse me, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm sorry. Somebody with the name CRRAD, please mute yourself. Anybody that doesn't have a mic muted, please mute yourself. Joanne, Ms. Reed, can you hit that?
I'll try.
There's two people. One is CRRAD and there's another one on the fourth page.
Okay, let me find him.
Now we're listening to their TV.
Where are they? I can't, I'm not on the right page. Hold on. Page 4.
There is CRRAD.
Oh, there it is. Okay, mute.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, if you can, just pull it into more to the Super 8 scenario, please.
Sure, absolutely. So
funnel it
in closing, I just wanted to say that the lessons learned, but the most important lesson I think of this whole thing for me is that you can't help others at the expense of others. You can't take away people's security, safety of being home. If you take that away from them to help others, it's not really helping. And that's pretty much what I want to say. I oppose this. I think this is the worst proposal in my time living in Danbury. And I'm not saying because I get it. I'm just saying because it is. So I just want to thank you for your time and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Rodriguez at this time? Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Dodo, you're next. Did you speak at the first hearing?
No, I didn't. I wrote a letter.
Okay, you're up right now, so help yourself. You have the floor. Just state your name and address.
Cindy Dodo. I live at 17 Ridge Road in Danbury, and that's in the West Terrace neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
So there's been a lot of talk tonight about what's been seen at the hotel, Super 8 Hotel. That's the temporary shelter right now. One of the things that's been talked about and pictures of the drug use. And during the first meeting on the 28th, it was stated that drugs are not allowed within the facility, and the residents are checked prior to coming in. My first question is to Pacific House, as far as when someone does come there to stay, are they required to take a drug test prior to entering the facility? Similar to what an employer might do before hiring an employee. And then after that, my second question is, does Pacific House require those people who are staying within the shelter, say they do have a drug addiction problem, to use the supportive services, or is that an optional thing? And the reason why I ask that is because people are not allowed to have the drugs in the shelter and say they have a drug problem, where they will take drugs will be in the surrounding areas. And I think that's what we've been seeing lately. There's people, they're attracting people to come here as far as staying. However, their needs aren't being met. And then we're seeing the drug use being at different locations, like the old Dunkin' Donuts, and also I've heard an instance of a drug overdose at McDonald's. So that was just a general question as far as what I heard in the first meeting. And I'd just like to continue also based on something that Luciana Shortell had mentioned as far as, people acting out against myself and my husband. There was an incident that occurred just a few days prior to the last meeting on the 28th. So the Friday before the hearing, which was the 24th of September, members of our group, which is, referred to as Protect Our Children Danbury, just based on our signs, were saying that their yard signs were being stolen. And some of those people did, in fact, contact the police and file a report. I'm not sure how many. Then on that Saturday, my neighbor happened to catch a woman stealing our yard sign, and she ended up confronting her. 1 to 2 dozen signs were recovered from the trunk of the woman's car. Fortunately, my neighbor, who's 75 years old, was able to get a license plate, and it was an exact match to a car in the area. We called the police, and she filed a report being the witness to the theft of the signs. Because of the theft of the signs, and that ironically my husband purchased the signs on behalf of the group, we were able to file that report. And later, when we were speaking with the officer, he had mentioned, based on the license plate, that he knew who the woman was, and he was going to talk to her about it. So to make a long story short, we found out the arrest was made. And so that, like I said, was on the 25th, meeting coming up on the 28th. So that Monday, my husband called to see if we could get a copy of the report, because here is, a public hearing coming up, and our signs are being stolen just because we're in opposition to the mega shelter. So unfortunately, my husband wasn't able to get the report. It wasn't available. So after finding out he had to actually go to the courthouse and request the report, we finally did receive the report on, it looks like 10/22. So almost a month later, we got the report, and to find out who actually was the one stealing the signs from us, and also rest of the people in the group as well. There were like as I said, 1 to 2 dozen signs recovered. So if it's all right with you, Chairman Haddad, can I present that report?
I've never had anybody ask me that question before. I don't really know. I guess if it's public record.
I meant to share the screen of the report.
Then Ms. Reed, you want to let her share that screen? She's shaking her head yes, so be prepared to have a screen share.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tim Hollister. Is this relevant to the petition, please?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Malillo.
I don't believe the applicant's attorney has a right to question it, as he's not a commission member, or to pull a point of order.
Thank you. Go ahead and share the screen, Ms. Reed. Thank you, Attorney Hollister.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Hold on a minute. Share screen. Are you able to see that?
Oh, something just popped up. Yes, it did. Okay. So there's something on the screen here.
Okay, so there's a lot of it redacted. The thick lines are obviously the names of certain individuals redacted. My husband, there's someone who is an employee of the hotel that's redacted. Obviously, the people who committed the crimes, their names are there. The lighter redaction lines, my husband did that for the sake of our neighbor. So basically, this is a report from the police officer talking about the signs being stolen. And when we go to the next page, as you can see in the highlighted area, this is the officer speaking. I went to the Super 8 at 3 Lake Ave to ask if they are aware of who may be stealing the signs. While at the shelter, I spoke to blank, initials HB, who works there. HB, obviously, or B, told me that she knew that Lisa Halsey was responsible for stealing the signs. And then it continues, both Kiefer and Halsey admitted to stealing the signs because they said they were in support of the homeless shelter. Now, my point here is that here you have at the shelter an employee who is aware of a crime being committed. And I know it's a crime of stealing signs, but it goes way beyond the actual physical sign. The stealing of those signs was trying to silence our group, who was only trying to get information out about the shelter to the community. Because frankly, the News Times, up until doing one story right before this last meeting, has not even spoke frankly about the shelter. It's been very biased and not really giving the true information. And our signs were a way of getting this information out to the public. So I just wanted to present that. And in addition, if I could just show one more thing, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Let me close that. Am I still on?
Yes, you are, but it's still the police report showing.
Oh, hold on. Let me try this again. Am I sharing or no?
Not yet.
Okay. There. Okay.
Something's happening. Okay.
I know, I guess it was Mr. Goddard talking about his wife almost on a couple occasions hitting someone on Lake Avenue. What I want to show here are some pictures that you can see the date. It was on October 31st. This is the exit 4 of the I-84 West ramp. And it was 11:30 in the morning. I was going to Stop and Shop, and I saw this individual obviously panhandling. He had a guitar, he had his backpack, and he was taking money from people. And as you trying to scroll down here, as you can see, he takes off from the location and runs across the road, which you can see in the background. It's busy with cars on Lake Avenue at that time, or Mill Plain at that point, and approaches a car to take money. So once again, these things are, we're seeing them. We're not making these things up. And let me stop the sharing there. And so basically, how I want to finish here is it's the community that's trying to get out all this information to others. There's many situations where people do not even know what's going on and they're shocked to find out what's going on. Like Mr. Kelly had said it during the last meeting, he had just found out about it and it's been there for a year and a half. So I just want to say one last thing. And I know this information hasn't been presented, but I know that you, Chairman Haddad, had made a request of the chief for different data on different streets. And what I saw, you know, you wanted some additional ones for, let's say, Abbott Ave and Westville, and then you requested information for 1 Lake Ave, 2 Lake Ave, 3 Lake Ave, and then historical information for Spring, Elm, and New Street. And I see that you got all of this data on Abbott Ave, on Westville, all the other data on New Street back to 2019, Spring Street back to 2019, Elm Street back to 2019. However, what the information that you received from Chief Ridenour with respect to 1 Lake Ave, 2 Lake Ave, and all those streets in the Mill Ridge housing complex were just basically paragraphs summarizing what his impressions are. There was no raw data given at all. And then on top of it, which is the most unbelievable thing, in my opinion, is that there's nothing said about 3 Lake Avenue, which is the site in question. And I really think it's important that the people in this community see that data and not just have a summary made, a four sentence summary of each street. It requires more transparency.
Ms. Dodo,
and I
if
know
I may,
that
we did receive 3 Lake Avenue extension. I read it in tonight. It was dated November 8th. And we got a cover letter. And then we've got 4 pages of the subject property, 3 Lake Avenue extension.
okay, I guess
right.
I did not
That's okay.
hear that.
It came in late, and it's also one of the links that you can click. So we do have the subject property.
May I ask what time that came in?
Oh, Ms. Reed, where are you? I don't see what box you're on. So I guess that is titled Letter to Chairman Haddad from Police Chief Ridenour, 11/8/21. And that's exhibit 13, I think.
Mr. Chairman, it's Sharon.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So the 3 Lake Avenue report came in today. It is part of the record and we labeled it Exhibit 19. It's not a link because we were not required to, and we couldn't have updated the agenda today. It came
All
in
right.
today. Just for
Okay.
3 Lake Avenue, all the other information was provided in the link.
Okay, so that was called Exhibit 19, Case Incident Report,
Yes.
3 Lake Avenue Extension.
Correct.
Okay, so we did receive,
Oh, one last thing.
sure, go ahead.
Was the detailed data there for 1 Lake Avenue and 2 Lake Avenue as well?
Let me go back and find that. I think the responses to that is dated October 4th. 1 Lake Avenue Extension, 2 Lake Avenue Extension are paragraph summaries. There's no detailed incident reports for those 2 addresses.
Well, with all due respect, I think that deserves more inspection as well. As far as the details you know, just the same as he would have given for 3 Lake Avenue. I think that's something that should be provided to the public, because there's incidents happening at those locations as well. As far as when you see all these pictures that are coming from that corner, the Dunkin' Donuts corner.
I understand. My letter on September 30th was to request that. So it was requested, it just wasn't received.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Oh,
One other thing.
Sure.
Right, Mr. Kelly had wanted to speak again as well. I know he said during his first presentation, he got a little emotional, and I know he had already spoken, but he would like to speak, continue his discussion.
I see Mr. Kelly's hand. He already spoke. He'll have to speak again on the next go around. So you will have another opportunity to speak, Mr. Kelly, just not on this go around. This is reserved for people that haven't spoken yet, once, or the first time. So we're not going to forget about you, but you got to go into a different queue. Thank you, Ms. Dodo. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Dodo at this time? Thank you. Next hand was Beth Cavagna.
Ms. Commissioner Haddad, is there any way I can ask, because I don't often say this, as a disabled veteran, and I do get anxious sometimes, may I ask for your consideration?
Well, here's the thing. As much as I would like to or I would not like to, I can't go outside of procedure, because from my chair, I start every meeting with what happens if one side or the other side takes it to court. And I already explained the procedure, and I want to adhere to the procedure. But I'm not denying you a right to speak. I'm just saying it'll shortly after we get through these letters, there'll be another round to go. And I hope you understand. But, you know, we did set the rules already sort of carved in stone.
No problem.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Ms. Cavagna.
Yes, my name is Beth Cavagna. I reside in the town of Bethel. I'm here just to speak very briefly, twofold. Number one, it is very difficult for me to speak this evening. Number one, I am a daughter of, had a homeless father who lived in the city of Danbury for over 15 years. Number two, I also have been in the land use commission, department, whatever, in the town of Bethel for over 30 years. In regards to the application before you this evening, my concern is that regionally we're going back to an institutionalization of homelessness. And I feel that what Danbury should do is look at your present regulations concerning people in areas of special need and how they relate to the areas in which you find their facilities. In the town of Bethel, we have many different facilities on a very small, intimate basis. Homelessness requires an enormous amount of services. I speak from my own personal experience. And along those lines, dealing with small, intimate facilities, there is more of a percentage of chance to improve their living habits and their transitional housing. I do feel that putting it in this large of a facility, to me, it looks like more of an institution. And that is something that overall the state of Connecticut has tried to go away from for the last 20 years. I cite, for example, the Southbury Training School. I consider homeless people that have special needs and require a lot of services. And unfortunately, Danbury and all the area towns, we cannot provide those services. Those services need to come from the state of Connecticut. And I appreciate speaking to you all this evening. I just really wanted to put out there that I feel that you should look at your own zoning regulations, look at how you meet the needs of special needs in general, and follow that versus trying to solve a regional issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cavagna. And commission members, are there any questions of Ms. Cavagna at this time? Thank you very much, Ms. Cavagna.
Thank you.
Attorney Marcus, you look like you're next in line. Do you want me to see if there's anybody else wishing to speak in opposition this time, or do you think that you're the end of the line here?
I checked your screen. I didn't see any other hands up.
Go ahead, Attorney Marcus.
It seems so early in the evening for me to be able to speak to you. It's only about 10:30. Good evening again. For the record, Neil Marcus, Conewolf, PC, 158 Deer Hill Avenue in Danbury, Connecticut. I'm here tonight on behalf of E.W. Batista Family Limited Partnership, which owns a property that's been spoken of in a lot of the presentations this evening, and there have been pictures of. He owns the Dunkin' Donuts, the former Dunkin' Donuts, now closed, on the corner of Mill Ridge that adjoins the property, which is currently being used as a temporary homeless shelter. I'd like to say, first of all, that I am in favor of providing housing for the homeless. I am in favor of providing supportive services and housing. Years ago, I presented Amos House to the Planning Commission of the city of Danbury, and there was some kickback to that project back then. And as much as I had the Reverend Michael Coburn from St. James, and the cleanup batter was the Reverend Aaron Samuels, presenting in favor of that type of program. Again, it was transitional housing, and it was something new, and there was some concerns. But one of the things that we highlighted in that was that we were placing it adjacent to Rogers Park. And quite honestly, location and appropriateness are important in providing housing. And I'm just, Beth Cavagna just spoke, and what she was saying rings so true. Another project that I was involved in transitional housing years ago was an agency called Interlude. And I think Lisa Casagrande Koppel spoke about it earlier. She was the director at one point, but long before she was the director, Interlude was founded to address the deinstitutionalization of Fairfield Hills. Because what happened when Fairfield Hills, the hospital in Newtown, closed down, the streets of Danbury filled up with a lot of homeless people. And a lot of those homeless people suffered from various mental illnesses. And Interlude, started by the late Celine Carricker from Reading, came to the fore to raise money, create a program, create a facility to provide supportive transitional housing. And I got to tell you, I was the president of that organization for many years, and it was great. Some of you may recall that I actually, in spite of all the bad comments about Dorothy Day this evening, I fought like hell to keep that housing open because it provided a necessary service to the city of Danbury. I also have a unique view of the Dorothy Day house because my office building on Deer Hill Avenue is adjacent to the First Congregational Church, which is the overflow shelter for Dorothy Day. And for the past 40, Dorothy Day used it for only about 30 years. My office has been there for more than 40. But for all those years, I never had a problem with homeless people at the Congregational Church. And part of the reason for that was Ken Ballard and Annie Orr. They sort of oversaw that program. And I got to tell you, it was their ability to deal with the clientele that resulted in the success of that overflow shelter. I stayed there a number of evenings as a supervisor, a volunteer. And to tell you the truth, if it opens up again this winter, I'll stay there again because there's nothing wrong with providing supportive services to the homeless if it's done correctly. Now, earlier this evening, you got pictures from a speaker, Ms. Shortle, and she showed photos of my client's property. Now, for many years, my client operated a successful Dunkin' Donuts store. And then during that period, he had no deaths on his parking lot. Nobody died of overdoses, and he never had drunken people sleeping in the parking lot. When the homeless shelter opened up at the Super 8 Hotel, it all changed. Well, you can see the result. We talk about zoning having an impact on property values and being consistent with the neighborhood. Well, the temporary shelter went in next door to my client's property. His business closed down, it's empty. And the use of his property has become an adjunct facility for the homeless. So when I spoke to Ed Batista and I said, Ed, why are people sleeping on your doorstep when there's a very large homeless shelter right next door? And he said, it's easy. These are the people who either didn't get in there on time or were thrown out. I said, thrown out? He said, oh yeah, these are people who are asked to leave. Now that's a huge facility and they're asking people to leave. So what you're doing in zoning this, in this zoning decision of creating the ability to put housing in the CA80 zone on Lake Avenue extension, you are inviting homeless people to be in the neighborhood. That's fine if you provide the services. But when you don't provide the services, you create the disaster that all the speakers have talked about this evening and the pictures have revealed. Now, interestingly enough, Jim Nolan talked about police calls. Currently, my client, when he calls the police, gets no response at all. It's just another call of people either sleeping or hanging out in his parking lot and interrupting his business. And they won't even show up. And it's not that my client doesn't pay his taxes to the city of Danbury. He's a rather large taxpayer, and he's improved so many properties in the city that he's taken over the years, that it's just a travesty that what we're doing now with the zoning application is having such a negative impact on his property. And I was listening on September 28th when you started this hearing, and a gentleman named Jerome Roberts he was the manager of the facility. He was the third, I think, witness to testify in favor of the application. And I was impressed by Mr. Roberts. But when I say I was impressed by him, it was negatively. Here's Mr. Roberts testifying that the staff does perimeter checks. We walk around the property. And then he says, we do rounds on the floors. We have metal detectors, no weapons or drugs. Well, it would seem to me that if you're going to enter a facility as a new type of use in a neighborhood, you might make the rounds outside the facility, and you might stop at Mr. Batista's property and see that people are sleeping on the front porch. It is just incredible to me that Mr. Roberts, who seemed like a very decent man, really would just limit his management to a 1.5 acre site that is basically the subject of this application. I'm amazed. And then I think back to, well, why don't we have the problem on Deer Hill Avenue with the homeless overflow shelter at the church? And that really goes back to, I think, Ken Ballard and Annie Orr. And I think the problem with the application that you have before you this evening is that the zoning application affects the regulations of any property in the CA80 zone. And we're focused on Pacific House. So it's a little unique and it's not really proper. We shouldn't be focused on them. We should be focused on the use and the appropriateness in the zone. However, some of you know that I come before this commission often with zoning applications and of all different types. But when I go to amend a zoning regulation, the commissions often say, well, what's going to occur when we do this? And it's like Christopher Columbus leaving on his voyage and not knowing where the new world was or where he'd end up. So here we have a unique situation. We already know that if you amend the regulations and you allow something like the Pacific House, it's a disaster. It doesn't work. Now, it's not that we can't provide services for the homeless. It's just that this program just doesn't work because it destroys a neighborhood. Now we got to talk a little bit about zoning. If you go back to the original memorandum from the planning staff that analyzed this application, that would be dated September 9th, 2021, petition by 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC. And this is in the record so you can all follow along. On the first page, the author says at the bottom, the C80 zone is an arterial commercial zoning district. It goes on to say that as stated in the regulation, it is to provide for general and heavy commercial uses in appropriate locations along major roadways of the city. How inappropriate is that for homelessness? I mean, the people that I know who I've seen going to the homeless shelter generally don't drive cars. We had no parking issue at Dorothy Day on Spring Street because nobody had cars, but they all walk. So why would you want to locate a facility in a zone that's designed for general and heavy commercial uses along major roadways? Now, some of the people who've spoken before me have shown you pictures of what it's like on Mill Plain and Lake Avenue Extension when you invite pedestrians and you don't provide sidewalks. I mean, there are very few sidewalks in the zone. So it's just incredible to me that we would do this. Now, by comparison, if you go to your zoning regulations, there are 2 zones in the city of Danbury that allow homeless shelters. The first one is the RH3. So if you look at the RH3 zoning reg, and you go to the purpose, 4D1, it says the purpose of the high-rise residential zoning district is to provide a compatible mix of high-density residential, limited commercial, institutional, and neighborhood uses in the urban core of the city. Then it goes on to say compatible site design, minimum standards of health and safety, etc. And it's to prevent congestion in the overcrowding of land and promote a diversity of housing types. Well, that doesn't exist in the C80 zone. That's not the purpose of the C80 zone. It's the purpose of the RH3 zone. And that's why it allows homeless shelters. And that's where Dorothy Day and the New Street Center are all located. And the interesting thing is the RH3 zone, though, limits it to 20 beds. That's going back to Beth Cavagna. The purpose of establishing homeless shelters is we're not making jails, we're not making institutions, we're not recreating Fairfield Hills. What we are doing is providing mainstreaming of people, as Mark Nolan talked about, back into the community's housing stock. So the C80 zone is just inappropriate. The other zone where you can do homeless housing is in the CCBD zone. So if you look at 5F1, the purpose of the district is to allow a mixture of compatible uses, which will strengthen the downtown as the social and economic focus, the social focus. Think about that. To promote a cohesive downtown through the interaction of people and businesses, to stimulate investment, to improve vehicular access, safety, and parking, to facilitate pedestrian movement. Find that in the C80 zone, something that says to facilitate pedestrian movement. So the problem with the CA80 zone, as compared to the 2 zones which allow the homeless housing, is that there are no facilities in the CA80 zone. Where's Rogers Park? Where's the public library? Where's a church nearby? They don't exist. Where's Dorothy Day, the Dorothy Day Kitchen downtown? I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'm listening to the neighbors and I respect all of their opinions and the horrors that they think that they're living through, and they probably are. But from a zoning point of view, this makes absolutely no sense. So moving on to the staff report if you go to page 2, paragraph 3, it says that we're going to use this new zoning regulation to qualify properties under 8-30G as affordable housing. Now, between you and me, I can't remember the number of affordable housing applications I have filed, I've had approved, I've litigated, I've gone to court. I mean, it's a lot. However, the way I've done affordable housing under 8-30G is to create similar units that are similar so that you're not discriminating against the affordable units versus the market rate. I've always explained it to my developer clients. It's like going onto an army base. And for those of you who've been on army bases, you can clearly drive around and say, that's where the officers live and that's where the enlisted men live. They look a lot different. Well, in affordable housing, we don't do that. But in this regulation, we're going to create affordable housing with units that aren't allowed to have kitchens. And we're going to make them dwelling units. Well, we don't need those because we can consider the Danbury Hospital to be affordable housing. I mean, we have people who are living in the Danbury Hospital for short stays, hopefully. And those are living units that have no kitchens, but that's not affordable housing. It's a hospital. A transitional homeless shelter isn't affordable housing either. So it seems to me incredible that we're going to create a zone with the support of the staff report that is a travesty when it comes to the purpose of 8-30G. 8-30G is not intended to establish homeless shelters. The homeless shelters have their own purpose, but not in this act. So it just, the other thing in the staff report, if you look at this thing, it says that this new proposal will require a combination of units and rooms and provide opportunity for occupants to transition from emergency shelter rooms to more interdependency and supportive units, but with the same ability to access supportive services. Now, that phrase supportive services appears throughout the application, but nowhere is it really defined. And if there are supportive services, why are all these people newly wandering around the neighborhood as a result of the transition of the Super 8 motel? It's just, it is really, and of course, the other thing is, if you read on that paragraph, it says income and occupancy restrictions ensure that the supportive units and emergency shelter rooms in the facility will add to the city's inventory of affordable housing units as defined in the statute for the purposes of the affordable housing appeals list and any related moratorium applications. So now we're already setting up, if you do this, we're going to limit future affordable housing in Danbury. Crazy. The addition of affordable units, whether deed restricted or government, is a significant benefit to the city. Yeah, real affordable housing is a tremendous benefit to the city, but affordable housing, we don't have kitchens? I don't think so. They're not meant for families. And the other thing, of course, is when we come in with an affordable housing plan, we have to show the town or the city how we are going to advertise that to make it available to people in the region. So affordable housing is to invite people, if you're doing it in Danbury, invite people from the greater Danbury area to come to the affordable. You got to do that under the Fair Housing Act. So if we subscribe to that theory, then what you're doing with the Super 8 motel is inviting people from the region to come to Danbury. And of course, you've already seen that that seems to be occurring. Moving on to the staff report. On the top of page 3, it says the petition includes 13 additional use regulations, include among other restrictions, a requirement that the site be located on an arterial street abutting a ramp of Interstate 84. Think about that. Why, when you're creating pedestrian-friendly housing, do you want to make it on a property that abuts a ramp of an interstate highway? Now, if you ask Mrs. Dodo, she'll say, well, that makes it easier for panhandling. But I don't think so. I mean, between you and me, the reason for doing that is the spot zone. We'll get to that a little bit later, because what you're saying is there are only a couple of spots in the CA80 zone where you abut a ramp of Interstate 84. So therefore, we're going to limit this, and it really is spot zoning, because there's no reasonable connection between the ramp of Interstate 84, the arterial street, and the type of housing that you try to create. They're all in antithesis of each other. They don't work together. They're not homogeneous. But anyway, the problem here is, again, years ago, the city of Danbury zoning regulations had a special exception use that said that if you owned 50 acres of land, 25 acres of land in a RA40 or an RA80 zone, our highest single family zones, but you were within 2,500 feet of a ramp to Interstate 84, you could come in for an office park. Well, that sort of makes sense. If you're going to have an office park, you want it next to the highway. So yeah, that makes sense. That's why you'd put it next to a ramp of Interstate 84. Here, it is ingenuous to do that in this regulation. But the other thing, of course, is the report goes on to deal with, we want to avoid spot zoning, but the interstate ramp thing, I believe, creates spot zoning. It goes on. Then we talk about the plan of conservation development at the bottom of page 3. And it says that it goes on to say that that it should be noted, while a homeless shelter is not specifically listed in the POCD under these commercial designations, nor is it listed in the POCD under the designations for the central business district or mixed residential limited commercial designations, where shelters are currently allowed in the zoning regulations by special exceptions, CBD and RH3 zoning districts. Therefore, the commission could reasonably conclude, you got to reasonably conclude, that shelters are similar to uses noted as well as uses already allowed as permitted or special uses within the CA80 zone. And that's crazy, because in the CA80 zone, the planning staff has already opined that you don't want additional housing. So I'm going to stop there for a second, and I'm going to refer you to a report to the Zoning Commission dated May 1, 2017, to the City of Danbury's Planning and Zoning Commission from Sharon Cletro, AICP Director of Planning. And this had to do with an application of 46 Bill Plain LLC to rezone a portion of its property to RH3. RH3. Out on RH3, a use that allows homeless shelters that they now want to put in the CA80 zone. But when RH3 was proposed in 2017, here's what the staff wrote. A little different from the report that you have today. Here's what it wrote. It says that the POCD recommends concentration of medium to high density residential development in the urban core and urban development areas. The lands proposed for rezoning are in neither noted area. Additionally, the POCD recommends that the land has to be appropriate for the development, but that makes sense. But in that case, there was a specific allusion, it was alluded to specifically that the POCD did not allow housing or encourage housing of great density, like the Super 8, in an area outside the urban core. By the way, the urban core, for those of you who don't know it, ends at the Lake Avenue Bridge. That's where the urban core ends. So when you're coming out West Street in Danbury, you hit the end of the urban core when you cross under the Lake Avenue trestle, about 3 miles from the site that we're talking about, 2.5. The proposed in the report in 2017, the staff said the proposed RH3 zone is almost 2 miles west from the western side of the urban core district boundary on West Street. There is no basis to conclude that the land to be rezoned meets the purpose of the urban core, absent the petitioner's desire to develop its property for a specific use. Absent the petitioner's desire to develop its property for a specific use. Well, think about what we're doing here. We're here so the Pacific House can develop property on the west side of Danbury, not in accordance with the POCD, for its specific use. And again, I'm all for affordable housing. I'm all for homeless shelters. I'm opposed to bad zoning, and this is bad zoning. And I'll try to wrap up the zoning side of this thing fairly quickly. The conclusion of the staff report in support of this application says that the petition represents a combined and collaborative effort by the state and the petitioner to create a use under a new non-congregate model that safely addresses the housing in support of persons. Safely addresses. You've heard a whole host of people who would disagree with that. The commission may wish to consider the addition of language to the proposed definition to restrict the use of a structure as a transitional shelter for the homeless to one principal use. This will help ensure that multiple uses are not allowed on the same property or within the same building. But the presentation by the applicant is that there will be multiple uses within this building. So I don't understand how the staff could support this when the language of the act of the proposed regulation is in opposition. But the biggest problem is that in passing this regulation, there is no provision for parks, recreation, any type of facility that really should be available to serve the homeless community. So now, earlier, one of the speakers, Mr. Gonzalez, spoke about Mayor Boughton. I'm looking now at an article excerpted from the January 16, 2017 Danbury News Times, which says city officials are hoping to create a downtown community service centers that will include a shelter for the homeless and space for the organizations that serve them. It could either settle or stoke recent controversy over the city's approach to the Dorothy Day shelter on Spring Street. So Mayor Boughton had this idea, and quite honestly, it was a good idea, to create an affordable housing that was going to replace Dorothy Day and the city-run shelter. And he actually, at some point, identified the location in a zone that allows homeless shelters. The location was the former Amphenol site to the rear of the new Danbury Police Station over on East Franklin Street. And the city owns the site. It would cost a fortune to build the facility that the mayor was looking for. I think about $8 million was the number he was talking about. But as you heard Jim Nolan talk about earlier, there's about $10 million that the state made available for that purpose. But we're spending it to try to basically put the old, square peg in the round hole. Why that money was not taken by the city to follow up on Mark Boughton's original vision is an enigma to me. I just don't understand it. The whole issue, though, of the appropriateness of this zoning regulation is the subject of a lot of discussion about spot zoning. And you have a couple of memorandum that have recently come in since the close of the first session of the hearing. And one of them is from from, let's see, from 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC. And here on page 2 of this November 2nd memorandum, they talk about paragraph 4, comparison to Dorothy Day. And it says, thus, comparison of 3 Lake Avenue Extension to a traditional homeless shelter such as Dorothy Day is misplaced. The 3 Lake Avenue Extension facility provides rooms that are available 24/7, if you can get into them and they don't throw you out or disqualify you. Generally houses only 1 or 2 individuals per room and provides supportive services. Again, key phrase, I don't know what the hell they are. 3 Lake Avenue is and will remain fundamentally different from a traditional homeless shelter. But the opposite is true if you look at all the pictures that you've seen this evening. All it does is get people to wander around a neighborhood that doesn't even have sidewalks, that doesn't have parks or park benches or benches in front of the city library. I mean, nothing. It goes on to say that, there are procedures. Number 8, procedures when individuals enter the 3 Lake Avenue facility. Individuals enter through a metal detector and empty their pockets. Alcohol, illegal drugs, and weapons are not allowed. And so what happens to those who are rejected? They don't tell you. But the people that have spoken to you tonight from the neighborhood have said, well, yeah, this is great. If you can't get in, you can go sleep on Ed Batista's front ramp. Then in paragraph 9, they talk about what the opponents have said. And one of the things that is said by our applicant, if this application is denied, what do you expect to happen to the homeless population served by this facility? What's the alternative? Well, we go back to reopening a homeless shelter on New Street. We've asked the Dorothy Day people to reopen their shelter. You would reopen the First Congregational Church, but you wouldn't have a mega community. You would spread out, as was testified to before, other communities, the Shelter of the Cross. By the way, another client of mine, I worked on their zoning issues for many years. So the problem with the memorandum in favor of this thing is it suggests the very problems are going to occur that you've witnessed. The next thing is there's another Hinckley Allen memorandum dealing with, this is October 14th. And the summary here is that for spot zoning to apply, the change to the zoning map or the zoning text must affect only a small area of land, and the change must be out of harmony with a comprehensive plan. 1.5 acres is pretty small. And out of harmony, there's nothing in the CA80 zone that would lead you to believe that it's appropriate for transitional or homeless shelters. And then it goes on to say, paragraph 2, what is spot zoning? Spot zoning is the reclassification of a small area of land in such a manner as to disturb the tenor of the surrounding neighborhood. Anybody want to hear about Ed Batista's problems? He is the surrounding neighborhood. And of course, you have all the other residents who live there. But he is the surrounding neighborhood, and he's been disturbed. I mean, he's got an empty storefront, which used to be a successful Dunkin' Donuts, served a neighborhood. The other thing is that there's another memorandum. Oh, I'm going to go to page 4 of the October 14th memorandum on Roman numeral 3, analysis of Pacific House 3 Lake Avenue extension. The CA80 zone currently allows hotels, adult daycare centers, dependency treatment centers, institutes for instruction of a skill or vocation, and employment agencies as permitted uses. But it really doesn't allow housing. A hotel is a business. It has a lot of functions. It's for real transient, it's for business housing, for travelers on the road. Now there are longer stay hotels, but the hotels in the C80 zone have been pretty much traditional hotels. So that is a type of housing, but they don't, for the most part, plan on people staying there for 3 to 6 or to 9 months. So, I think it's disingenuous to say that this is just like everything else in the zone. And then it goes on, yeah, it goes on page 5 to we'll slap ourselves on the back and say that that the mandatory support services are for individuals experience homelessness to provide them with skills and support to enable the transition to more permanent housing. And to that I say, and for some, to enable them to sleep on my client's front porch. It's just, again, it's great to say that's what we're doing, but then to ignore what actually goes on in the neighborhood. You have another memorandum from Dan Casagrande dated November 8th. And again, he talks about the 2 elements on page 1. The 2 elements must be satisfied before spot zoning exists. First, the zone change must concern a small area of land. Clearly, this does. Second, the change must be out of harmony with a comprehensive plan. I refer you back to the Calitro memo of 2017 concerning housing outside of the central core. He then goes on to cite a bunch of cases that say, well, this is not spot zoning. And therefore, he comes to the conclusion that that it's not likely that a reviewing court would find this text amendment to be spot zoning. Now, I thought that when this commission was looking for advice from the Corporation Council, it was looking for somewhat of an independent advice. So we do a lot of representation. I personally do a lot of municipal law. I'm asked by zoning commissions, planning commissions to do the very thing that you've asked the Corporation Council to do. But I've always found that the proper way to do it is to say, these are the cases which say it's not spot zoning. And by the way, these are the cases that say it is spot zoning. Missing from this memorandum are the cases that will tell you when it is spot zoning. And quite honestly, it does a disservice to this commission to say, you got to make your decision only if I steer you to the cases where there's no spot zoning. I think that the commission has the intelligence and the independence to take a look at the 2 different elements, where it exists and where it doesn't exist, and make an independent decision. I hate to give you guys too much credit, but I actually do give it to you. The problem here is that it seems that the application is biased towards getting it approved, and it doesn't meet the traditional requirements of a zone change regulation. So again, I'll go back, I'm going to finish where I started. We ought to provide homeless shelters for the city of Danbury. They ought to be the appropriate number. They ought to be in the appropriate location. They ought to provide the appropriate services. And they ought not to do what Beth Cavagna was saying, to institutionalize people. They ought not to invite people from outside the area to contribute to a problem which is not unique to Danbury, but Danbury has to deal with on its own. I implore you to reconsider this proposal. And quite honestly, in doing that, you can send a message back to City Hall. I think Mark Boughton had it right to begin with. I think the time is now to do the type of project that he envisioned when $8 million looked like way too much money. We're going to have trillions of dollars in this country for infrastructure, and this is infrastructure. Providing homeless shelters is infrastructure. So I will tell you that my client,
Oops. Oops.
Attorney
You're
Marcus,
muted.
if you're speaking, you got to unmute your mic. Attorney Marcus, you're muted. Okay.
Can Sharon unmute him?
I can't unmute him. I tried.
My system is shut
There
down.
you go. Don't do anything. You're on. All right.
You're
Hang on
on.
a second.
Okay.
Finish.
Whose stupid idea is it to use these contraptions for hearings? But the fact of the matter is that, as I say, my client is opposed and will stay opposed, not to providing housing for the homeless, but to doing it in the CA 80 zone with the proposal that is currently before you. As I say, send a message back to City Hall that the city should take advantage, as I say, of infrastructure money to create the appropriate housing, the appropriate size with the appropriate support facilities. In this corner of Lake Avenue Extension is just not the right place. Thank you for listening to me, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you, Attorney Marcus.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy.
Neil wanted me to share some pictures. Do you still want me to share them?
Well, actually, Ben, I think that that those pictures have already been up, because I believe
That's fine.
Miss who put them up? Miss Shortle had the very same pictures of people sleeping on the ramp.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, they're up. They're up.
So you don't need me to show them then?
I appreciate it. At this point,
Okay, and that'll keep Attorney Hollister from hysterically interrupting me.
Well, hold on a second.
My wife earlier today and Dr. Nolan.
Mr. Dodo, please, I got a couple things I got to go over.
That's
Attorney
okay.
Marcus, Mr. Dodo, you mute your mic. Attorney Marcus, you stay unmuted. I want to ask if there's any commission members have any questions of Attorney Marcus at this time. And I'm going to make a statement here, only because I'm seeing people dropping off. But Attorney Marcus, I just want to let you know, and I could guarantee you Attorney Hollister is going to address it, but the November 2nd report by him, tab 8, he did submit a proposed addition of what to add to 5B, 5G, which was your comment saying that it wasn't signaled. So he does have in here, a transitional shelter for the homeless shall be the sole principal use of a qualifying property and shall not be combined with or operated simultaneously with any other permitted or special exception use. Guaranteed he's going to mention it. I just want to make sure that if anybody drops off from this point, they didn't get the wrong impression from your comment.
And I thank you for that, because quite honestly, I didn't pick that up in my review of the submitted material.
No problem. It's tab 8 under the November 2nd report. So with that said, any commission members of anything of Attorney Marcus at this time? Thank you, Attorney Marcus.
I'm going to note that Attorney Marcus, I think for the first time, was getting away without a question from me.
No, I refuse to have that.
Thank you, Mr. Milillo. Attorney Marcus, thank you. So I don't see any more hands. But to be safe, I am going to ask if there's, and again, those speaking in opposition are going to have another chance to speak when other exhibits are read in. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? So Attorney Hollister, if you would, as I read in before on procedure, I don't see you yet.
Here.
Good, I see you. I'm calling on you to see if you want to make any of your comments now. I'm not going to call a rebuttal because you're going to have another comment and another rebuttal session. But do you want to take any time now to comment on anything you've heard so far before I go to the letters of those wishing to speak in favor?
Yes, thank you. Tim Hollister representing the applicant. Just a couple of quick points, because I do believe, unfortunately, we've heard a lot of misinformation from our opponents, and it'll take between now and the 23rd of November to gather the facts to show the true state of affairs. And let me say to Mr. Melillo and Mr. and Mrs. Dodo, I'm just doing my job. And please don't take offense at when I do my job. Part of my job sometimes as an attorney is to object if I see something happening that, my client has rights to a fair hearing. And part of a fair hearing is getting this done during the month of November, because let's remember, we're going to lose people once the commission turns over in December. So everybody should keep their eye on that ball. All right, let me just make 2 points. in tab 1 of our November 2nd submission, I'm just going to read the first paragraph because the greatest amount of misinformation that has come out tonight is misunderstanding the timeline from the establishment of, or I should say the transition of the Super 8 into a homeless shelter and the progression of Pacific House taking over the operation and operating it, starting its operation. I'm just going to read the word for word what we wrote on November 2nd. In March, April of 2020, not 21, 2020, Governor Lamont directed statewide that dormitory-style shelters for homeless individuals terminate due to the risk of infection. In response, the State Department of Housing rented rooms at the Super 8 Motel in Danbury from the spring of 2020 through early 2021. During this time, the Super 8 Hotel Motel continued to operate. Operation of the Hotel Motel did not stop until the property was purchased by 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC with state financial assistance in April of 2021. From then until August of 2021, the property operated as a shelter with services, with Pacific House providing oversight, but the facility being staffed by city personnel. Thus, as of September 2021, Pacific House had only been in full control of the facility and its operation and services for several weeks. So it's not really even remotely correct to talk about the Pacific House has been a year or 1.5 year failure. They've only been in the control of the facility for several weeks, and we'll come back to that when we do our rebuttal. Second thing, and I don't, Attorney Marcus and I have been doing zoning for a long time, and I don't, the commission members have to get their training about land use, procedure, and law, and I don't expect the general public to understand the difference between an application for a regulation amendment and a special permit. But it's very important for everyone who's still on the line to understand this is an application to amend the zoning regulations. The zoning commission is not being asked to go thumbs up, thumbs down on establishing a transitional shelter for the homeless. The way this is intended to work is we're asking first for permission on the property where a 3 Lake Avenue extension in the CA80 zone to file a future application for a special exception and site plan. If we get to that stage, then we will have a robust discussion about all the conditions and limits and requirements that the city of Danbury would like to impose on the operation of that shelter to make sure that it will create a safe environment for people inside the building, outside the building, and in the neighborhood around the building. We are not there yet. So unfortunately, all this discussion about people sleeping in the Dunkin' Donuts ramp across the street, those are operational things. We're not there yet. We're only asking at this point for permission to file the application where we can address all of those issues. And yeah, certainly there are issues, but we're not there yet. And I just think it's important. So for example, if the zoning commission were to approve this application and say, but subject to the following conditions, that would be improper. Even I think Mr. Marcus would agree with that. You can't impose conditions on a zone change. You impose conditions on a special exception and a site plan. We're not there yet. So let me just reiterate, this is only an application seeking permission to come back in a couple weeks, if it's approved, and file an application that would specifically address the operation of the facility. That's why in our initial presentation, we didn't speak in great detail about how the facility will be operated, because we don't even have permission to operate it yet. So that's that. So Mr. Chairman, those are the things that I wanted to talk about now. I have on the call and on the line, I just, if you want to ask specific questions, I have Mr. Pagan, the executive director. Jerome Roberts, of course, operates the shelter. And I also have Steve DeLella from the Department of Housing, and he is the one who coordinates the Coordinated Assistance Network, I believe Mr. Forgetting it, one of the speakers spoke about that. That is the statewide network that funnels clients, homeless people, to particular facilities in particular locations. He was also the author, Mr. Chairman, of the narrative responses that we gave to your questions. Where do the residents come from? So I just want you to know, Mr. Dalella is on the call and can answer any questions about that. So let me stop there. You've given me an interlude, and I think that's what I wanted to cover at this point.
Well, before we do that, are you going to make a liar out of me, or was I sufficient in explaining tab 8 to Attorney Marcus? I really thought you'd want to take a bite of that, but
well, okay. I think you adequately covered it. And this was prefaced at the September 28th hearing. We were asked by the planning staff to clarify in the regulation that the transitional shelter cannot also operate as a hotel or any other non-shelter use. And that's so I think you'll recall on September 28th, you asked me to put that in writing, which I did. So I think that should be a fairly straightforward and not very controversial addition to the proposed regulation amendment.
Excellent. Thank you. Commission members, of the gentleman that Attorney Hollister or of Attorney Hollister, commission members, any questions of them at this time? Commission members? Let me ask.
Chairman, may
Attorney
I ask?
Melillo.
Yes. Wow, you gave me a law degree.
Oh, did I just call you Attorney Melillo?
Yes,
bite my tongue. I'm sorry to insult you that way.
Yeah.
Commissioner Melillo.
Real quick, Mr. Hollister, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this. I'm not saying I want to go down this route, but I know that there are some concerns that people have in regards to some security concerns in facilities like this. Would your opinion be security concerns would be more of an enforcement regulation that would be imposed either through a city ordinance or through the planning commission site approval process, or a security regulation? Would that be something that could be done in zoning regs? Like, for example, let's say we wanted to require an on-site guard or video monitoring or something along those lines.
Yeah, and that's a good question, Commissioner Melillo. And I think my answer is we certainly in this application can talk about what we foresee for security. And as a preview of that, I will tell you Pacific House is in negotiations with several private security companies to do perimeter patrols of the property around the Lake Avenue Extension property. So just so you know that's in progress. There are already video cameras installed. We can talk about all of that. My concern, I guess my answer to your question is that I think specific security as to the operation of the facility should be a set of conditions imposed on the special exception, because they're not really land use. They're the operation of the building, but it's not the footprint, it's not the height of the building. It's not, you're not defining the type of service that is provided within the building. So I think it's more appropriate as a condition of the special exception. Now, having said that, again, certainly we're happy at this point to talk about that. And if we can craft some amendments to the regulations that would nail down what the security requirements will be, I think we'd be very happy to work with the commission on that.
Thank you, Attorney Hollister.
Thank you, Attorney Hollister. Thank you, Commissioner Melillo. I see Ms. Fay, your hand up.
Yes.
Help yourself. Thank
It's
you.
okay to call me Attorney Fay.
Oh, that's Attorney Fay. Go ahead.
I understand, Attorney Hollister, that it is premature in some ways in front of our commission. and what we're able to address. But I think it would be helpful to the general public in Danbury to understand what some of the ideas are beyond security cameras and stuff like that. But what are other ideas that Pacific House would have to address some of the concerns that have been vocalized by the public?
Yes, and we're certainly going to address those in our rebuttal. I'm not trying to do it. No. Well, I think when we come back on the 23rd. We heard a lot of the information claims for the first time tonight. I mean, I can outline for you what our discussions have been about security, but I don't think on the fly at 11:40 at night that we can give you a comprehensive and correct answer on the security right at the moment. But we will.
I think you're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Attorney Fay, are you okay with that? Thank you, Mr. Melillo.
Well, no, because I think my question was beyond the security concerns, some of the other concerns that were vocalized by the public, but I understand from his response, he's not prepared to address any of those concerns tonight.
Okay.
But we will.
But they will. Anything else? Any commission members with any other questions of Attorney Hollister at this time? Attorney Hollister, I wanted to just address one issue with you. I noticed that on one of your tabs here, it's your October 14th memorandum. It's highlighted, while the zone text amendment here is intended to apply only to 3 Lake Avenue extension. Also at the 1 hour and 17-minute mark at the last hearing, you discussed that it was site specific to Lake Avenue extension. And at the 2 hour and 8-minute mark, you had a conversation with Commissioner Melillo, again, confirming your concept of your petition being site specific. It was a staff department. It found 2 other properties that no one's really talked about here in this commission. The neighborhood is probably unaware of it unless they've been tuning into this, because all of the discussion and all of the media have been talking about 3 Lake Avenue extension. So while I think 2 other properties that have been identified has an issue on spot zoning, it sort of makes your petition as intended not the way you the petition submitted, not the way you intended it.
Okay, I'm happy to address that.
Yeah, please.
Okay. First of all, I do recall the discussion. I was aware that I didn't think that there was a disconnect or a disagreement between the applicant's view of it and the planning staff's view. As my understanding, and Ms. Calitro is on the screen, she can correct me if I'm wrong. The second property, if I can call it that, is the Crown Plaza Hotel, which theoretically could fit the geographic parameters of the regulation, but it is 4 times the size of the Super 8, and with the limitations that we have put on the maximum number of rooms that can be used for supportive units, if you applied our regulation to the Crown Plaza, you would not be using, in my understanding, more than like 25% of the property. So it just did, even though it is theoretically applicable in the practical world, our conclusion was it is not applicable at all. The third property is state-owned property, which is by definition exempt from City of Danbury zoning. So we can regulate all we want. It's not really going to be effective. Now, all of that said, if we, along the lines of what I just said about the other matter, we'd be happy to work with the commission to craft an even more site-specific set of criteria to make it clear that 3 Lake Avenue extension, the Super 8 facility, is the only qualifying facility. That would not be difficult to achieve. The object here is not to create any ambiguity as to which property. The object is actually to be site-specific, so we don't have to worry about other properties. And if we have not achieved that, I think that's easily remedied.
Just for the record, that third piece it's not state-owned. It abuts the state way station, which is also adjoins the ramp of 84, but it is privately owned. It's 13.1 acres. It's on a property called the Reserve. It's on the corner of the Reserve and Old Ridgebury Road. I think it's owned by One Reserve LLC. So that and Crown are owned privately, not state or city.
Okay, I'm not
But I
sure
got-
what the source of information was on that, but someone told me it was state-owned. Okay.
No, Ms. Calitro, any quick comment on that or?
No, it's in the staff report.
Okay,
Yeah, we noted it in the staff report.
all right. So I just wanted to point that out to you, Attorney Hollister.
Thank you.
A real quick follow-up, Mr. Haddad.
Yes, Mr. Malillo, please.
So Attorney Hollister, with what you were saying in relationship to the Crown Plaza, with only about 25% of it being feasible under the current regulations, would that be part of the necessity for the suggested requirement that there's only one use in allowed on the parcel? Because that would prohibit the Crown Plaza from being able to use this and then another use in the building.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hollister. Thank you, Mr. Malillo. Commission members, any other questions at this time before I read into the record the letters of in favor? And then we go to speakers in favor. Then we go to letters, brand new letters of opposition, and then speakers of opposition. Anything else, commission members? Anything else, commission members? Okay, well, thank you. So I guess we're going to begin this. Before I call on those wishing to speak in favor, based on new evidence being submitted, let me start reading the letters of those in favor. I have some form letters, which is going to knock this pile down pretty good. And the form letters, there's a couple variations to it. So I'm just going to read the form letter. I'm writing this letter in support of the emergency shelter, which Pacific House intends to move forward with. I'm a business owner as well as a resident of Danbury. I agree with the work that Pacific House is doing, and I hope they will be allowed to continue. I'm writing this letter in support of the former Super 8 Motel being a homeless shelter run by Pacific House. I'm a resident of Danbury and also work here in Danbury. I strongly believe in the mission of Pacific House and the work that they have done for the homeless community. I believe it's important for the city of Danbury to work collectively to address the needs of the homeless population together. Pacific House is truly a great bridge for the community to come together. I am writing this letter in support of the emergency shelter, which Pacific House intends to move forward with. I'm a resident here in Danbury, as well as a mother with 2 young children going to public schools in Danbury. I believe the mission and the work that Pacific House is doing, and I hope the city of Danbury and its residents will allow them to continue to do the work that they're doing. And then the fourth one, oops, I have 5, sorry. I am writing this letter in support of the application of Pacific House to the Zoning Commission. As a resident of Danbury, I'm in full support of the Pacific House and its mission to provide shelter services and supportive housing located at 3 Lake Avenue, formerly known as Super 8 Motel. And the fifth, I'm writing this letter in support of the application from Pacific House to the Zoning Commission. As a resident of Danbury, I'm in full support of the Pacific House and its mission to provide shelter services and supportive housing located at 3 Lake Avenue Extension, formerly known as Super 8 Motel. Through the shelter, I was provided with a place to stay, food to eat, and case management services, which is designed to assist in securing housing. So listen up to this, and Attorney Hollister especially. What I did was I took the letters of in favor and I pulled from your November 2nd package. You had some additional letters of in favor in there. So they're going to be read with this. You also had some state representatives and some officials that wrote some letters in favor. That's also going to be read tonight from your packet. Okay? So the names that submitted these were Michael Schwartz, Charisse Coleman, Juliana Schwartz, Rachel Faust, Drew Motley, a name dated October 15th that I can't read, Catherine Naston, Evelyn Daniel Vaness, Eduardo Hules, Cindy Thorne, William Watson Jr., Claudia Miller, Kim Light, Serena Watson, Chatham Tran, Edward Cody, Diana Clark, Donald Adams, Barrett Spoor, Watts Briley, Lisa Bozamo, Amy Novicki, Heather Bassett, Paul Christofalo, Julie Arrington, Rowan Colmano, Sandra Atwood, Angel Vega, Michael Miller, Eugene Raynor, Alexander Campbell, John Thompson, Kevin Lopez, Katie Neff, Jessica Carney, Tara Alvarez, Tammy Maurice, Terry Howard, Linda Toronto, Shannon Burke, Peter Sayer, Sarah Cormier, Justin McCarley, Charlotte Veach, Sherry Fiorilla, Lisa Jorez, Jennifer Lavoie, Kayla Corello, Nancy Leclerc, Lulu Sayers, Stephen Bellerback Jr., Peggy Sayers, Peggy DePaulo, Sarah Bellerback, Suzanne Bellerback, Justin Hazel, Suzanne Sayers, Stephanie Viega, Sean Adams, Mary Castro, Brian Gagney, Sheena Astronovitz, Jessica Anastasia, Jennifer Lima, Margaret Wilson, Dory Spoor, Vincent Lamb, Eris Alvarez, Pedro Hernandez, Maurice Smaha, Rich Mancuso, Peter Parker, Kai McClendon, Rodrigo Gannon, Juan Paulino, Sean Critelli, Georgia Carrington, Andrew Pacific, Francis Kimball, Daniel Topping, Larry Coakley, Strongbow Long Eagle, Sarah Gruby, Eugene Throne, Lisa Dulays, Lisa Fisher, Susan Gastron, John Thane, Donna Kovacs. Let me double check. Yes, Donna Kovacs. Courtney B. Okay, so these were letters. They're all dated, but they don't have any addresses. They were submitted as on various tabs of exhibits. I put every letter together to match up. So the 5 that I read were the different ones, and they match up with the signatures. Now I have some other letters to read into the record. Leo McElrath, 13 Sugar Loaf Road. Ms. Reed, members of the Zoning Commission, coming from family whose roots in Danbury go back over 90 years. I have a special place in my heart for the city. As a former employee of the city of Danbury, 25 plus years, as director of the Department of Elderly Services, and a longtime member of the local Interfaith Clergy Association, I want the very best for the citizens of this wonderful city. With all of the above in mind, I would like to address the need for the newly proposed application of the Pacific House for the homeless currently being requested in the Mill Plain area at the former Super 8 Motel. As a co-founder of the Dorothy Day House of Hospitality, formerly situated at 13 Spring Street in Danbury, I'm thoroughly aware of the need for housing of all people. This is a human right firmly based in the Holy Scriptures of all civilized traditions. It is strongly stated in the gospel of my own Christian family, alongside of feeding the hungry and clothing the naked. I am aware of some of the issues that have been brought forward by a few people in the area of the proposed Pacific House, and I strongly support the comfort and sense of security voiced by several names that I both recognize and highly respect. With that in mind, I call their attention to the need and the track record of the Pacific House in other areas of the state and country. It is impeccable. Security is of the highest priority and has trumped any semblance of alternate programs currently existing. Any city is most uncomfortable with people aimlessly walking the streets without direction, guidance, or purpose. No family would choose this for their loved ones. Kindly support this proposal in the spirit of compassion, people for the good of Danbury. Respectfully, Reverend Leo McElrath. Dear Haddad, Chairman, dear Mr. Haddad, this is from Reverend Phyllis Leopold, Executive Director, Association of Religious Communities, Joe Walkovich, President, ARC Board of Directors. Dear Mr. Haddad, we write in full support of the Pacific House application to the Connecticut Department of Housing for the Danbury Shelter Project to provide emergency shelter and affordable housing units at the location currently occupied by the Super 8 Hotel. The need for this emergency shelter arose primarily due to the closing of the emergency shelters in Danbury in March 2020. Our support ties to our passion and to many years of professional experience with the population. Briefly stated, Reverend Leopold, as the then Executive Director of ARC, was a member of the United Way of Northern Fairfield County Housing Opportunities Team, HOT, 2002, and in 2003, she was a founding member of Key Rings, the area's first housing collaborative, which then included ARC, TBICO, and the Salvation Army. At the same time, and at the request of the City of Danbury Social Services, Reverend Leopold convened civic and religious leaders open to the overflow shelter at the then First Congregational Church of Danbury. She secured grants to bring the building up to code and successfully recruited over 40 volunteers each year. The next year, and at the end of the request of the Mayor Boughton, Reverend Leopold was invited to join the Mayor's task force to end homelessness, which was a 2-year study that produced a 10-year plan to end homelessness. And by vote of the City Council, the city and ARC forged a new housing model wherein ARC became the city's homeless point of entry, branded Dream Homes Community Center, to perform intakes and coordinate referrals to one centralized location. After 10 years of serving as the city's homeless point of entry, ARC was voted by the then Continuum of Care to be the lead agency to network more formal partnerships by organizing Danbury's Coordinated Access Network, CAN, 2018 to present, which uses the Housing First model. ARC took on 3 new vital services: State of Connecticut's Rapid Rehousing Program, Security Deposit Program, and programs for the homeless and LGBTQI and youth. After establishing the Danbury CAN, ARC helped expand a collaborative to include the Stamford, Norwalk, and Bridgeport regions, and collectively the 3-city collaborative is known as the Fairfield County CAN and includes almost 200 social service providers with ties to housing, mental and health, hospital additions, etc. As board president, I, Joe Walkovich, worked closely with Reverend Leopold, as I now work closely with the current executive director, Rabbi Ari Rosenberg. We have earned great respect, having been honoree at over 10 community events that saluted our work in ending and preventing homelessness. I am proud of our agency's compassion for people who are less fortunate. I am proud of our risk-taking and of our successes. We hope and urge you to support the Pacific House application. Thank you again, Reverend Phyllis Leopold, Joe Walkovich. Excuse me. I have a letter from ARC, Rabbi Rosenberg, that I cannot see. I am writing in support of the acquisition of the Super 8 Motel by Pacific House for use as a shelter in Danbury. As you are aware, Pacific House is running virtually the only homeless shelter in town, and they're doing a fantastic job supporting Danbury's homeless population. They have been centralizing services for the community, and they have created an opportunity for ARC to serve clients on site. As the population of Danbury continues to grow, the moratorium on evictions is coming to an end. We need to be sure that the Super 8 Motel is as strong in a position as possible to face what could be a surge in homelessness in Danbury. Last year, ARC was hit hard by the town's decision to revoke the city grant that would have contributed $30,000 toward our operations. But Mayor Boughton told me personally that he had determined that money would be better invested in Pacific House's acquisition of the Super 8 Motel. This was a heavy loss for ARC, the interfaith community we represent, and more importantly, the Danbury residents we serve. Nonetheless, we support our colleagues at Pacific House and we seek to collaborate more in their efforts to support Danbury's homeless population. It is our opinion that the best way you can support Danbury's homeless population is to accelerate the total acquisition of the Super 8 motel post haste. Thank you, Ari Rosenberg. From Nuvance Health, Kevin McVeigh. Dear Ms. Calitro, on behalf of Nuvance Health Community Care Team, we are pleased to be a reference for Pacific House's endeavor in the operation of the emergency homeless shelter. Pacific House has enabled the availability to be centralized location for individuals whom suffer from housing insecurity. The former cited Super 8 Hotel has amenities which allow accessibility for handicapped individuals, as well as adjacent bus stops, which allows shelter residents the ability to navigate the city to conduct their business. The site also has on-site case management, helping move individuals into qualifying housing programs in an effort to best serve individuals facing homelessness. The Pacific House has proven to be a great resource within the community care team and the community as a whole. Together, we work diligently along with several service providers, agencies to achieve best outcomes for Danbury's homelessness vulnerable residents. Based on our collaboration, we strongly support Pacific House in their endeavor to continue operation providing emergency shelter for those in need. Elizabeth Rodriguez, to whom it may concern, on behalf of the Comrades Family Grocery, located on 2 Mill Ridge Road, Unit 2, Danbury, Connecticut, 06810. I am writing in support for Pacific House to the zoning department. As a business within proximity to the shelter, there has been no negative impacts to our business. The residents of the shelter are very respectful and have been exceptional neighbors. The staff are responsive. If we have expressed any concerns, they're always willing to work with us. The shelter is vital for the community, and we are looking forward to working with our community. Being supportive to Pacific House is our way of giving back to the community. If there's any questions, please call 203-836-7171. From Henry Ragwani, the former owner of the Super 8, to whom it may concern, on behalf of the Super 8 Motel, I have had a very pleasant experience with Pacific House for 1.5 years. The people who are sheltered here are disciplined and clean individuals. I have not had an issue with the residents here in the motel. Through this pandemic, being able to accommodate the homelessness in Danbury area was a wonderful way of giving back to my community. I am writing a letter of support for the Pacific House to the zoning department, and I'm happy to write upon this request. It was a pleasure. If there are any questions, please contact me, 781-248-8242. Catholic Charities. Yaharif Stephen, Director of Homeless Outreach Services. To whom it may concern, please accept this letter of support on behalf of Catholic Charities, Fairfield County's Homeless Outreach Services. CCFC's homeless outreach programs offer canned support through navigation and shelter diversion, as well as the homeless outreach team. Our program fully supports Pacific House application to convert the Super 8 Hotel as a homeless shelter and permanent housing. This project is instrumental in providing emergency shelter and affordable permanent housing for the region. Working collectively as a community through the Fairfield County CAN will be key to ending homelessness throughout Danbury and surrounding towns in our region. Catholic Charities, this one is unsigned. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to wholeheartedly support the Pacific House application to operate an emergency shelter and affordable housing program at the former Super 8 Motel in Danbury. The project, managed by Pacific House, fills an extremely important need in the city of Danbury. The COVID pandemic exposed many critical problems with the previous shelters in Danbury. The new larger Pacific House shelter complex will provide a sorely needed solution for the city. The Pacific House shelter will be much larger and will provide much needed case management services, which were not available in the previous smaller locations. This facility will be providing 24/7 shelter services as opposed to the limited overnight services provided by the smaller shelters. Residents of the smaller overnight shelters have nowhere to go during the day and leads to many homeless individuals wandering the downtown streets each day carrying all of their belongings. The Pacific House solution eliminates the need for shelters in 4 different locations in the midst of crowded downtown streets, moves the complex array from downtown areas back from the road. The new facility, former 8 Super 8 site, also has the potential to serve many more guests in need, as a facility could provide up to 48 long-term supportive rooms, which provide much more than overnight Band-Aid for city residents struggling to get their lives in order. Catholic Charities of Fairfield County has been a major provider of homeless services in the Danbury area for over 40 years. We provide homeless outreach services, food resources via our Morning Glory breakfast program, housing case management services, and operate services for the chronically mentally ill via community support program and our New Heights Day program. The Pacific House facility is much more accessible for agencies like ourselves to be able to provide these services to the homeless in Danbury. The new larger shelter facility will allow many agencies to provide much more comprehensive services in one location to help us all reach our goal of housing residents and working to move them to self-sufficiency. From Sandy Cole, Catholic Charities. I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support of the Pacific House application to operate emergency shelter and affordable housing programs at the former Super 8 Hotel. Pacific House is highly regarded the leader in the field of homeless and housing services. Catholic Charities has had the opportunity to work with Pacific House on housing initiatives in Danbury and Stamford. During the heat of the pandemic, Pacific House joined the Danbury community to establish a new emergency shelter, and using an innovative approach, they have provided shelter and supportive services for approximately 90 individuals each day. Their agency has quickly established positive and productive relationships with Danbury service providers, and they participate in planning meetings and committees. Pacific House has demonstrated a strong commitment to the Danbury community, and we have greatly benefited from their experience and expertise. Catholic Charities fully supports the work of Pacific House and our agency's application to the zoning committee. Please feel free to contact me if any information is needed. My contact information is included below. Again, Sandy Cole, Vice President and Senior Director. David Rich, Executive Director of Supportive Housing Works. Dear Mr. Haddad, on behalf of Supportive Housing Works, a member of the Danbury Housing First Collaborative and backbone agency for the Fairfield County Coordinated Access Network, FCCAN, we fully support Pacific House's application for the Connecticut Department of Housing for the Danbury Shelter Project. These funds are instrumental in providing emergency shelter for the region. These services will be particularly critical given the current pandemic our nation has experienced, which caused the closure of all emergency shelters in Danbury in March of 2020. In addition to emergency shelter, the Super 8 will also provide affordable housing units to allow households to return to permanent housing in an increasingly high rental market for the community. Working collectively as a region through the Fairfield County CAN will be a key to ending homelessness throughout our towns and our region. Thank you for your commitment to put forth this application. From Catherine Curran, Greater Danbury Community Health Center. Dear Chairman Haddad, I write to express my support for the Pacific House's proposed use variance that would allow the Super 8 Motel to be converted into a homeless shelter. I am the president and CEO of Connecticut Institute for Communities, CIFC, a Danbury-based community development corporation which serves low and moderate income families in Connecticut, the majority of whom live in Danbury. CIFC's Greater Danbury Health Center, GDCHC, is a federally qualified health center, FQHC, serving approximately 16,000 patients per year. CIFC, CDCHC, conducted monthly COVID testing at the Super 8 site for several months during the COVID-19 pandemic, and most recently offered mobile COVID vaccinations on site. These efforts are just a few examples of how transforming the space will support good and immediate public health practices related to COVID-19, as well as more comprehensive public health and social services in the future. This site will keep homeless individuals in a shelter rather than unsheltered on the streets, and will provide a central site for supportive care and social services in the long term. CIFC strongly supports the zoning use variance for this important work. So I'll just look to my screen. I'm still on. Am I correct? Somebody shake their head, yes or no? Okay. I would hate to be just doing this when I got booted off and not know it. Apex. Jeremy Reed, Apex Community Care Director of Behavioral Health. To whom it may concern, on behalf of Apex Community Care, we fully support Pacific House Jersey Homeless Shelter with some supportive housing units. Apex Community Care believes that it is imperative that we as a community provide a safe environment for our homeless population that promotes positive change. We support Pacific House's efforts to increase opportunities for emotional shelter as well as opportunities for affordable housing in the community. The efforts of Pacific House during these very difficult times, pandemic in parentheses, has assisted in bridging the gap for our unrepresented population to the services they so desperately need. These services consist of primary care physicians, behavioral health, psychiatry, and medication-assisted treatment services. As caregivers, it is important to work together to end homelessness in Fairfield County and to provide the necessary services to enhance the life of everyday people. Liberation Recovery for Life programs. Josh Hamilton, President and CEO. Dear Zoning Commission members, I can tell you from experience that Pacific House is a first-rate organization that offers its clients high-quality programs and services to help them reach their goals for independence. Their emergency shelter is clean and well-run. Protocols are in place to maintain client safety and to respect the needs of the surrounding community. The shelter is located near Harbor Point, an affluent redevelopment district located in the south end of section of Stamford. Excuse me. I am told that the two of them share the neighborhood harmoniously. On a personal note, I've had a Pacific House supportive housing development in my neighborhood for almost 2 years and have not had to contact them once regarding neighbor complaints, which speaks volumes to their level of service. The blighted properties that Pacific House renovated into supportive housing are attractively built, so much so that I wouldn't be surprised if property values in the areas rise as a result. What impresses me most about their properties is the quality of workmanship and furnishing of each unit. After touring several of their properties, it became obvious that they do not cut corners when it comes to providing for people they serve. Pacific House is a safe place for homeless individuals who otherwise would have nowhere to turn. I am grateful for its outreach work, helping people get off the streets and secure housing. They are not only restoring lives, but they are simultaneously improving the quality of life in our city. Pacific House has been doing this important work for over 35 years, and I strongly recommend that you approve their request to repurpose the hotel to an emergency shelter and supportive housing. Excuse me. You referenced the city and the neighborhood. The letterhead is addressed from 129 Glover Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut. Excuse me. This is a letter from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Optimus Healthcare, Karen Daly, Interim Chief Executive Officer. Dear Zoning Commission members, I can tell you from experience that Pacific House is a first-rate organization that offers its clients high-quality programs and services to help them reach their goals for independence. Their emergency shelter is clean and well-run. Protocols are in place to maintain client safety and to respect the needs of the surrounding communities. The shelter is located near Harbor Point, an affluent redevelopment district located in the south end of Stamford. I am told that two of them share the neighborhood harmoniously. On a personal note, I've had a Pacific House supportive housing development in my neighborhood for almost 2 years. Actually, this looks like a form letter to two different people with the same tour, I suppose. In my neighborhood for almost 2 years, and I have not had to contact them once regarding neighborhood complaints, which speaks volumes to the level of service. The blighted properties that Pacific House renovated into supportive housing are attractively built so much that I wouldn't be surprised if property values in those areas rise as a result. What impresses me most about their properties is the quality of workmanship and furnishing of each unit. After touring several of their properties, it became obvious that they do not cut corners when it comes to providing for the people they serve. Pacific House is a safe place for homeless individuals who otherwise would have nowhere else to turn. I am grateful for their outreach work, helping people get off the streets and secure housing. They're not only restoring lives, but they are simultaneously improving the quality of life in our city. Pacific House has been doing this important work for over 35 years, and I strongly recommend that you approve their request to repurpose the hotel into an emergency shelter. Laurel House. 1616 Washington Boulevard, Stamford, Connecticut. Dear zoning commission members, Laurel House supports Pacific House's request to operate a shelter for the homeless in Danbury. Laurel House is a nonprofit organization that provides resources and opportunities for individuals and families to achieve and sustain mental health to lead fulfilling lives. We have worked collaboratively with Pacific House since the early 1980s, when both our organizations were established in Stamford, Connecticut as a member of the Opening Doors Fairfield County Council and Stamford Greenwich Housing First Collaborative. Laurel House provides housing and supportive services to homeless and formerly homeless individuals. Pacific House has a long-standing and proven track record of providing safe overnight shelter to homeless men in Stamford and additional supportive services. Our organization endorses Pacific House and its plans to operate a shelter in Danbury to serve the homeless of your city. This is from 5 Landmark Square. It's from Stamford Downtown Special Services District in Stamford, Connecticut. Michael Moore, Vice President of Operations. I believe the last letter I did read in that it was from Linda Autor, President and CEO of Laurel House. Now on to Stamford Downtown Specialty Services District. Dear members of the City of Danbury Zoning Commission, please accept this letter on behalf of Pacific House. Pacific House has proven a valuable partner to the Stamford Downtown Special Services District, Stamford Downtown, while also providing elite services to individuals and families throughout the Stamford community. Stamford Downtown serves as the business improvement district within Stamford's urban center. In that role, Stamford Downtown supplements municipal services to ensure downtown is a welcome, well-managed location for its residents, visitors, workers, and investors. Stamford Downtown oversees programs to beautify and activate the public realm while recruiting commercial and residential tenants and producing events to engage residents and draw visitors. Stamford Downtown partners with Pacific House and other local social service providers to engage homeless individuals, those at risk of homelessness, and individuals with addictions or mental health challenges. Stamford Downtown and Pacific House work together to match these individuals with available case management and programming. The leadership and staff of Pacific House have provided selfless guidance in this effort while demonstrating the highest level of professionalism in program delivery. Pacific House's partnership with Stamford Downtown is but one of its many initiatives that result in over 2 million meals served, the provision of 850,000 bed nights, securing housing for more than 6,000 individuals, helping 76 homeless youth get off the streets, and providing healthcare interventions for nearly 4,200 clients. Stamford Downtown is available to answer any inquiries regarding its collaboration with Pacific House and Pacific House's support for the downtown community. Michael Moore, Vice President of Operations. This is a letter from Inspirica, from homeless to home. Franklin, 141 Franklin Street, Stamford, Connecticut. Denise Durham Williams, Chief Executive Officer. Dear Zoning Commission members, I could tell you from experience that Pacific House is a first-rate organization that offers its clients high-quality programs and services to help them reach their goals for independence. Their emergency shelter is clean, well-run. Protocols are in place to maintain client safety and to respect the needs of the surrounding community. The shelter is located near Harbor Point, an affluent redevelopment district located on the south end of Stamford. As I continue to read this letter, this is a form letter, so I could say it's been read into the record already before. The name on this one is Inspirica, Denise Durham Williams, Chief Executive Officer. Off the Streets, Bethel, Connecticut, Joe Simons. Off the Streets, Danbury Administrator. Off the Streets encourages the Zoning Commission to approve Pacific House's application to change the zoning regulations to allow a shelter on Lake Avenue's extension. Our agency has worked with Pacific House staff and other social service agencies to place over 100 people into permanent housing in the past year and a half. Pacific House has 30 years of experience running shelters in Connecticut, and their track record speaks for itself. They have opened a shelter in the residential area of Stamford during this time, and we are confident they will be just as successful in Danbury. We urge the Zoning Commission to approve this request. Joe Simons, Off the Streets, Danbury Administrator. Mental Health, Connecticut. 61 South Main Street, West Hartford. Please accept this from Luis Perez, President and CEO of Mental Health Connecticut. Please accept this letter of support for the emergency shelter services provided by Pacific House in Danbury. The beds offered by Pacific House are an integral part of providing a safe emergency bed to Danbury residents that experience homelessness. Mental Health Connecticut, MHC, works collaboratively with other local agencies to combat homelessness and ensure any episodes are brief and singular. Through the state of Connecticut funded COACH and CHESS programs, MHC employs 3 staff in the greater Danbury area who provide case management and one-on-one assistance to help individuals secure and retain safe and affordable housing. The COVID-19 pandemic caused the closure of all Danbury emergency shelter beds except those offered by Pacific House. The lack of local shelter beds has resulted in community members being transferred to shelter beds in Torrington or Waterbury. When these individuals leave Greater Danbury, they also leave behind social support networks, primary care physician, psychiatrists, psychologists, and community-based support groups. Consequently, Danbury residents experiencing homelessness must work to resolve their issue in an unfamiliar town without any of their social, natural, medical, or mental health supports or providers. This often results in longer periods of homelessness than necessary. Through its 10-year plan to eliminate homelessness, the City of Danbury made a commitment to assist individuals when they need it most. Please help homeless Greater Danbury residents receive the help and support they need in Danbury by supporting the local provider, Pacific House. It's a letter here from Dorothy Day Hospitality House, Danbury, Connecticut. Dorothy Day Hospitality House enthusiastically supports amending zoning regulations to permit Pacific House to permanently operate a shelter at 3 Lake Avenue Extension. Pacific House is an established social service agency with a proven track record of transitioning people from homelessness to permanent housing. The level of support at their facility, including housing case management services, far exceeds what was provided by any of the Dorothy Day emergency shelters. Issues have been raised about the potential impact of a shelter on public safety. Pacific House has operated a similarly sized shelter in a residential area of Stamford for over 30 years. Our police chief has also reported that operation of the shelter has not led to an increase of crime in the vicinity of the shelter. We encourage the Zoning Commission to look at facts instead of fears and approve this request. Dorothy Day Hospitality House Steering Committee. Ken Ballard, Joe Simons, Chris Marchak, Pete Laval, Scott Sinetti, and Mary Cronin. Just excuse me for a moment. This is a email that was received from Carol Bigman, Trinity Church. It was to Dear Ms. Reed. For a number of years, I've worked on the Trinity Church team at Dorothy Day. We served a hot meal and packaged cold meals to the homeless once a month. Often I ask myself, how can we really help these people? One frequent response is to provide a safe, supervised housing with the prospect of finding permanent housing. For Danbury, that answer is a Pacific House. Pacific House provides shelter to the same number of homeless people as all scattered shelters in Danbury in previous years. Since it's one central unit and professionally managed, it can provide case management and housing assistance. It can provide a real lifeline to the homeless. Since March 20th, 2020, 100 homeless residents have moved into permanent housing. That's truly an amazing accomplishment. Everyone wants to shelter the homeless. It seems, though, that nearby residents just don't want it in their neighborhood. Cries of increased crime are not substantiated. Danbury Police Chief Rittenhauer reports there has not been an increase in crime in the area or calls for police service. I urge you to support Pacific House's application for a zoning variance to permit the shelter to operate on Lake Avenue Extension. It would be a practical, humane step in assisting the homelessness in Danbury. St. Joseph's Church, Brookfield, Connecticut, Reverend George O'Neill. He is the pastor of St. Joseph's Church. Regarding the application on behalf of the Second Thursday Dinner Disciples from Dorothy Day House, we fully support Pacific House's application to convert the former Super 8 motel into an emergency shelter with some supportive units. Our committee believes that it is imperative that we as a community provide a safe environment for our homeless population that promotes positive change. We support Pacific House's efforts to increase the opportunities for emergency shelter, as well as opportunities for affordable housing in the community. The efforts of Pacific House during this very difficult time, pandemic, has assisted in linking our unrepresented population to the services they so desperately need. These services consist of housing, primary care, behavioral health, psychiatry, alcohol, and substance abuse recovery. As helpers, it is important to work together to end homelessness in Danbury and to provide the necessary services to enhance the life of everyday people. Still on, everybody? Shake a head, somebody? Thank you. This is from the First Congregational Church, United Church of Christ, and they are 164 Deer Hill Avenue. As past, and this is from Reverend Pat Chris, pastor. As pastor of the First Congregational Church in Danbury, which has a long history of housing the homeless, I feel obligated to share some insights gained from that experience. I hope these will help our city officials in making decisions about the shelter at Motel 8. In 2005, First Congregational Church, at the behest of our late highly esteemed member, Annie Orr, became the overflow shelter for Dorothy Day Hospitality House and served as such until March 2020, when the pandemic hit. For those 15 years, on any given night from November to April, our first church shelter contained more cots and homeless guests, both men and women, than Dorothy Day. The shelter was staffed by volunteers who stayed with the guests all night in our converted church school gym. Unlike other shelters at the time, the space was provided without subjecting guests to required religious proselytizing. We saw, my mouth is just tired, I apologize. We saw our mission as simple: open our door to those in need, period. This is the same community-based mission, our service, that our church has adhered to since 1696, founding as Danbury's first house of worship. Besides sheltering the homeless overnight, during the day, the church building, which is located on a residential street, housed programs for children, youth, as well as community outreach programs like English and a second language. I should note that over the years, a number of people who were once homeless chose to become members of First Church. During my 9 years at First Church as First Church's pastor, I've had the opportunity to visit with our guests and learn about them. The vast majority of them were Danbury residents or the adult children of longtime Danbury families. And I was surprised to find on any given night that as many as 30% were homeless veterans. This is worth noting because being homeless is one of returning vets' greatest fears. From the research I've conducted when establishing the Veteran Friendly Initiative, I found that Average U.S. divorce rate is 40 to 50%, while among combat veterans returning from deployment, it's a staggering 80%. There are many factors, but soldiers returning with PTSD or traumatic brain injury are not only most at risk of divorce, but most likely to struggle with homelessness and suicidal thoughts. What backstories do these people share? For many, it involved hard times combined with mental health and or addiction. This begs the question, why did their families just take care of them? But another aspect of our pastoral life is that I meet with and counsel families of any homeless guests who die and whose funerals are conducted in the church, which we also provide. I found in all cases that these families had done their utmost to try to help the family member. But without a resource for residential treatment for their issues, they ended up having to serve up tough love. Finally, I want to share one additional insight that may help dispel some concerns about those who use shelters like ours. In all the years that the Overflow Shelter operated in our basement gym, we never had to worry about vandalism or theft on our church property. People who have known homelessness are fiercely loyal and protective of those who have helped them in need. We became aware that people who slept on our cots at night spent their days on the street watching out for First Church. Even now, 20 months since the Overflow Shelter ceased to exist, First Church is aware that the people we've helped still protect the church. I hope that some of what I've gained from first-person encounters might help you. And it might help you to understand that the people we refer to as homeless are just that, people. They are our sons or daughters who need refuge where they can be off the city streets, excuse me, where they can heal and transition with professional help, and where they can be guided into permanent housing through the auspices of the city. Working with Pacific House, I send my full support and blessings to all those who are committed to this goal. Again, Reverend Pat Chris, First Congregational Church, 164 Deer Hill Avenue. Excuse me a moment. This is from St. Edward the Confessor Church. This is from 21 Brush Hill Road in Fairfield. I always want to call it Brushy Hill Road, but it's Brush Hill Road. Dear Ms. Reed, I'm writing this letter of support as the homeless ministry leader at St. Edward the Confessor Church in favor of approval of the Pacific House West as shelter for the homeless for the following reasons. And there's some bullet points here. And I just had a pop-up. Am I still on? Okay. The St. Edward the Confessor Church Homeless Ministry has been preparing meals and serving patrons at the Dorothy Day House kitchen, and every Friday has been delivering goods to the Pacific House West. The patrons at the kitchen and the residents at the shelter have been nothing more than thankful, appreciative, and polite. We have never observed any behavior that would be considered disruptive, destructive, criminal, or threatening. Number two, the Pacific House shelter houses the same number of people as the individual shelters housed previously, in parentheses, not more. Number three, Pacific House provides more comprehensive services, including housing assistance and case management, than the individual shelters provided. Number four, over 100 people staying at the Danbury Pacific House West Shelter have been moved into permanent housing since March 2020. Number five, Pacific House has operated a shelter in a residential neighborhood of Stamford for over 30 years. That is within a half a mile of an elementary school. Number six, under Pacific House's management, this shelter will decrease homelessness and is not a threat to the community. According to Danbury Police Chief Rittenhauer, the shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service. This is signed by Don Malazzi, homeless ministry leader of the St. Edward the Confessor Church. So now I have a couple letters here from some state representatives that were also, and I mentioned before to Attorney Hollister, that was in his November 2nd package that I put together with the those in favor. This is from State Representative David Michael, M-I-C-H-E-L, Michael Mitchell. Michael, thank you. Proudly representing Stamford downtown, Shippen, and the South End. October 27, 2021. Dear esteemed Danbury Zoning Commission members, I am writing to you today both as a legislator and a resident. My General Assembly District, the 146th, includes the South End part of Stamford, where the Pacific House Emergency Shelter is located. For over 35 years, the Pacific House organization has been an important partner to the city, caring for those who have nowhere else to turn. I can attest to the good work that they do and the life-changing services that they provide. Their work truly turns lives around so that the homeless men and young adults can transform into productive and meaningful contributors to the community. The organization has a tremendous outreach team that initiates contact with homeless individuals, providing them with encouragement and assistance with attaining adequate shelter and access to services. This team works with our police, churches, human service providers, and other community agencies to prevent homelessness and to prevent individuals from living on the streets or in backyards. The Pacific House Emergency Shelter is a good neighbor. Residents of the shelter are respectful, abide by the strict curfews, and do not loiter around the community. The supportive housing that Pacific House owns and operates have enhanced our neighborhoods with beautiful buildings. Residents of these homes are members of the community, considerate citizens who are thankful to have a place to call home and are respectful to their neighbors. Pacific House is skillfully transforming lives and ending homelessness in our region. As a neighbor, I've been a witness to the life-changing work Pacific House does and can attest to the excellence of this organization and their teams. This is a letter from the 30th Board of Representatives, City of Stamford. It's Matthew Quiones, President of the 30th Board of Representatives. Dear Zoning Commission members, for over 35 years, Pacific House has been a vital member of the Stamford community, caring for men and young adults whose lives have unraveled into homelessness. In that time, this exceptional organization has served over 2 million meals, provided 850,000 bed nights, secured housing for over 6,000 people, helped 76 homeless youth get off the streets, provided healthcare interventions for nearly 4,200 clients, and counseled thousands, helping them all find a better future. Excuse me. In addition to rebuilding lives, the organization is improving the fabric of Stamford. Their emergency shelters provide a safe haven for those that would otherwise be living on the street. Their clients are required to be in the shelter by 9 p.m. every evening and are not permitted to loiter outside. Neighborhood complaints are few and far between, all while situated among one of Stamford's most desirable living communities. The supportive housing in Stamford and Norwalk removes blighted properties and replaces them with attractive homes that enhances our neighborhoods. Because housing problems are often a key underlying factor for people's involvements with the criminal justice system. By creating these housing solutions, Pacific House is a partner in helping to reduce crime in our city. Pacific House is helping people gain employment, pay taxes, go to college, and contribute to Stamford's community. The organization is transforming lives from homeless to independent, insecure, in a secure to self-assured, in despair to hopeful. It cannot be understated how this organization adds value to our community. I'm still on? Yes. One moment. Now, I have another letter from Senator Patricia Billy Miller, Assembly District 27. Dear Zoning Commission members, prior to becoming an elected official, I served as an Assistant Deputy Director of the Stamford Housing Authority and the coordinator of their Section 8 program. In these roles, I worked extensively with the Pacific House since we serve the same clients. I can tell you from experience that Pacific House is a first-rate organization that offers its clients high-quality programs and services to help them reach their goals for independence. The emergency shelter is clean and well-run. Protocols are in place to maintain client safety and to respect the needs of the surrounding community. The shelter is located near Harbor Point, an affluent redevelopment district located in the south end section of Stamford. I'm told that the two of them share the neighborhood harmoniously. On a personal note, I've had a Pacific House supportive housing development in my neighborhood for almost 2 years. And I've not had to contact them once regarding neighbor complaints, which speaks volumes to their level of service. The blighted properties that Pacific House renovated in supportive housing are attractively well built, so much so that I wouldn't be surprised if property values in those areas rise as a result. What impresses me most about their properties is the quality of the workmanship and furnishings of each unit. After touring several of their properties, it became obvious that they do not cut corners when it comes to providing for the people they serve. Pacific House is a safe place for homeless individuals who otherwise would have nowhere else to turn. I am grateful for its outreach work, helping people to get off the streets and to secure housing. They're not only restoring lives, but they are simultaneously improving the quality of life in our city. Pacific House has been doing this important work for over 35 years, and I strongly recommend that you approve their request to repurpose the hotel into an emergency shelter and supportive housing. This is a letter from Anthony Rizzo, 64 Triangle Street, Danbury, Connecticut, to whom it may concern. I'm sorry, let me say it's Anthony Rizzo Sr., because there is an Anthony Rizzo Jr. This is from Sr. I'd like to salute the Pacific House organization, its staff, and its ongoing mission to assist others along the way of life, especially when they have run into difficult circumstances beyond their own control. Knowing and understanding their mission, I was pleased to learn that the Pacific House was interested in the former Super 8 motel property. That unfortunately has become a location of destruction rather than a prosperous one. Having knowledge of the Pacific House's mission and positive results, I believe they will not only help many people become self-sufficient, but revive a property that was becoming an eyesore to the neighborhood. I salute Bobby Botello for answering the call to see this important mission through and create a positive impact on our community. As a resident of our great city of Danbury, I urge the decision makers to do the right thing. Blessings, Tony Rizzo Sr. I have an email from Melinda Weber of Ridgefield, Connecticut. Theodore Haddad, Junior Chairman. As a prior shelter and or Dorothy Day Hospitality House volunteer over at least 20 years, I fully support Pacific House's application to convert the former Super 8 motel into an emergency shelter with some supportive units. It is imperative that we as a community provide a safe environment for our homeless population that promotes positive change. I support Pacific House's efforts to increase opportunities for emergency shelter, as well as opportunities for affordable housing in the community. They have an excellent track record of doing just that. The efforts of Pacific House during this very difficult time, pandemic, has assisted in linking of unrepresented population to the services they so desperately need. These services consist of housing, primary care, behavioral health, psychiatry, alcohol, and substance abuse recovery. Additionally, this approach provides a place for homeless people to stay for the entire day. Prior to this change in sheltering the homeless, there was no shelter open between about 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., leaving this population to wander the streets, hang out in a library, or anywhere else outside. This new approach is not only more humane, but is a positive change for Danbury, especially the downtown area. It is important to note that the vast majority of those being sheltered are Danbury residents. It is important to work together to end homelessness in Danbury and to provide the necessary services to enhance the life of every Danbury citizen. Melinda Weber, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Here's a letter from Stephen West Rosenthal of Reading, Connecticut. As a prior volunteer, give me a moment, please. This is the same exact letter as written before. So I'm going to call this Stephen West Rosenthal and Melinda Weber share the same letter. In fact, so does Valerie West Rosenthal of the same address, 87 Portland Avenue. Valerie West Rosenthal. So does of West Reading, Connecticut, Peggy Ravage Zamore, 5 Kimberly Drive, West Reading, Connecticut. This letter is from Gladys Gannon, 2 Parley Road, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Dear Mr. Haddad, this letter is in support of Pacific House's application to change the zoning regulations to allow shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. We have all seen the disturbing images on our television screens of the homeless living in boxes in parking lots and streets. That does not happen here because for over 35 years, concerned people in our area have provided food and shelter for the homeless. Because of the pandemic, the city of Danbury closed the shelters and is now sheltering the same number of people as previously housed, not more. Under Pacific House's management, the homeless are also provided with comprehensive services. Pacific House has operated a shelter for over 30 years in a residential neighborhood of Stamford, within a half a mile of an elementary school. Pacific House provides case management housing assistance, which we were not provided in previous shelters. No one gets up in the morning and decides, today I'll become homeless. This happens for many reasons, and a society is judged on how we care for our most vulnerable. The shelter will decrease homelessness under Pacific House's management and is a credit to the community. The shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service, according to the Danbury Police Chief, Patrick Ridenour. I urge the Zoning Commission to approve Pacific House's application. This is a letter from Wendy Gannon Lionetti, Ridgefield, Connecticut. This letter is in support of Pacific House's application to change the zoning regulations to allow a shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. For over a year, Pacific House has effectively been providing support services and safe living conditions to those in our community who struggle to not only make ends meet, but to simply survive. Because Pacific House provides case management support under the same roof, it enables clients to easily access the help they need. Since the program has been operating at the hotel for more than 85 people have been placed in permanent housing. This is more encouraging. This is more than encouraging. It is clearly evidence that their efforts are paying off. As a volunteer with the Dorothy Day Soup Kitchen who lives in a neighboring town, I know that this is a problem that we all have an obligation to address. We must compassionately provide help to our neighbors who are in need. But we can't simply give a person a fish, but rather provide the tools to teach a person how to fish. And that is what Pacific House does. I urge the zoning committee to approve Pacific House's application. This is an email. Hello, Joanne, meaning Ms. Reed of the Danbury Zoning Commission staff. My name is Peter Anderau. I am a volunteer at Dorothy Day House, kitchen coordinator through my church, Trinity Episcopal Church in Newtown, Connecticut. Helping out at Dorothy Day House is a special and important outreach for our community. I support the Pacific House's application to change the zoning regulations to allow a shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. It is important that the facts be heard and the valuable service that the Pacific House shelter provides to the community be preserved. Please take a few moments to write and express your support of the Pacific House. Some facts to bring up are the Pacific House shelter houses the same number of people as individual shelters housed previously, not more. Pacific House provides more comprehensive services, including housing assistance and case management than the individual shelters provided. Over 100 people staying at the Danbury Pacific House West Shelter have been moved into permanent housing since March 2020. Pacific House has operated a shelter in a residential neighborhood of Stamford for over 30 years that is within a half a mile of an elementary school. And number 5, under Pacific House's management, the shelter will decrease homelessness and is not a threat to the community. According to Danbury Police Chief Patrick Rittenhauer, the shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service. Thank you very much for your efforts on this important issue. Here is a email from Kathy Bardis. Dear Joanne, again referencing Ms. Reed, I'm writing to you on behalf of the homeless population of the greater Danbury area. I helped serve the homeless population for almost 14 years when they were located at both the Dorothy Day Shelter and several overflow locations, in parentheses, churches, which finally became a more permanent overflow location in the basement of the First Congregational Church on Deer Hill Road in Danbury. When COVID hit, our volunteers began refusing to stay with our homeless population. From fear of the unknown pandemic, the guests were relocated to Super 8 Motel. Here they are being cared for and helped by an organization with over 30 years of experience, the Pacific House. The Pacific House shelter houses the same number of people as the individual shelters did. They can provide more comprehensive services, including housing assistance and case management, getting some folks into permanent housing, in quotes, off the streets. Since March 2020, over 100 of the homeless guests have been moved into permanent housing. All of these valuable services to the homeless population. Excuse me. According to Danbury Police Chief Patrick Rittenhauer, the shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service and is not a threat to the community. All this under the management of the Pacific House. I am writing to you to approve the change for zoning regulations to allow a shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. Very sincerely yours, Kathy Bardis. Excuse me, please. This is an email to the Zoning Commission. I am in support of the Pacific House shelter. I have volunteered at Dorothy Day for a number of years, and I have seen such a difference in the homeless population since they have been housed at Motel 8. For this population to finally receive comprehensive services in one setting is a model to be applauded. Over 100 people staying at Pacific House have been moved into permanent housing since March 2020. As a society, we will be judged by how we care for those in need. This is an incredible opportunity for our community to shine. Please allow this application to change the zoning regs to move forward. Thank you. And this is sent by Margie Blansfield. I have an email here from Pierre Calmels, C-A-L-M-E-L-S. To whom it may concern, my name is Pierre Calmels. I'm from Southbury, Connecticut, and I live in a house. For several years now, I have volunteered some of my time serving the needy in Danbury at the Dorothy Day Hospitality House. In this capacity, I have had the opportunity to meet and serve some of the lost or destitute, or those just plain hanging on in our state. Not everyone I have met has been an addict, though there are plenty of those too. Not everyone who becomes homeless is mentally ill. Either, however, there are plenty of people who fit that mold as well. But there are those who are not homeless, yet who are addicts or mentally ill, and their saving grace might be concerned family or a job. How might we best deal with these ills? With more than just concern or empathy? The answer is by giving people without a home some hospitality and charity. That's how it's done, and how it's always been done since time immemorial in all civilizations. And what we do in providing for the needy speaks goodly or ill of our own civilizations. I think the shelter at Super 8 is a good measure of what we can do, and something I hope in the good of the city of Danbury are willing to continue doing. rezone the Super 8 and continue doing what is right. I have a letter from Sue Fellows, Danbury, Connecticut. I'm writing in support of the Pacific House application to change the zoning regulations to allow a homeless shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. I'm a 30-year resident and homeowner in Danbury, and I know that as a community, we need to come together and help our homeless population. The Pacific House's permanent solution in creating the new shelter on Lake Avenue is an extremely positive solution for our city. As a Stamford headquartered nonprofit, Pacific House has provided emergency food and shelter for the homeless for over 35 years in Connecticut. And Danbury is fortunate to have them create a shelter program here to get our homeless residents off the street, providing daily meals, healthcare, counseling, and job support, among other critical services. Among its 4 locations, Pacific House has operated a shelter in a residential neighborhood of Stamford within a half a mile of an elementary school for the past 30 years. In addition, Danbury Police Chief Patrick Rittenhauer has stated that the new shelter on Lake Avenue Extension has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service. It has been a safe respite for those most in need and for the community. I urge the zoning committee to approve Pacific House's application. It is a fully functional building in a safely situated location that will help our less fortunate and become our community and benefit our community as a whole. I'm still on? Yes, thank you. This is an email also. As an active Dorothy Day volunteer and retired social worker, I support the upgraded in zoning to Pacific House in the west end of Danbury. The services provided, in parentheses, beyond basic shelter, all point to a forward-moving path for the clients and a meaningful reduction in homelessness, and therefore an eventual return to a more productive contribution of those clients to the public good. Looking forward to a human and humane resolution to this issue, I am sincerely yours, Elizabeth A.P. Finelli, and it looks like DDHH, Dorothy Day Hospital, 4th Friday Food Prep and Distribution Team. Okay. So we have 2 letters from give me 1 second. I think I'm trying to see if I have a Duke. I don't. Okay. This is from Bartholomew Gannon. This letter is in strong support of Pacific House application to change the zoning regulations to allow homeless shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. As a compassionate community, we have an obligation to care for the less fortunate. We all have a responsibility to help those in need. And for many years, our community has helped to provide shelter and support for those less fortunate. Pacific House, a Stamford headquartered nonprofit, has provided emergency food and shelter for the homeless for over 35 years here in Connecticut. They have created a short-term program to get people off the streets, providing daily meals, healthcare, counseling, and job support, among other critical services. Because of the pandemic, the city of Danbury closed the shelters and is now sheltering the same number of people as previously housed, not more. No one gets up in the morning and decides, today I'll become homeless. This happens for many reasons, and a society is judged on how we care for our most vulnerable. Among its 4 locations, Pacific House has operated a shelter in a residential neighborhood of Stamford within a half a mile of elementary school. The shelter will decrease the homelessness under Pacific House management and is a credit to the community. They treat the less fortunate with respect and dignity. In addition, Danbury Police Chief Patrick Rittenhauer has stated that the temporary shelter on Lake Avenue Extension has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service. It has been a safe respite for those most in need and for the community. I urge the zoning committee to approve Pacific House's application. That's Bartholomew Gannon, 2 Ridgewood Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. This letter is from Gladys Gannon, 2 Parley Road, Ridgefield, Connecticut. This letter is in support of Pacific House applications, changing zoning regulations to allow shelter on Lake Avenue Extension. We've all seen the disturbing images on our television screens of the homeless living in boxes and parking in the streets. This does not happen here because over 35 years, concerned people in our area have provided food and shelter for the homeless. Because of the pandemic, the city has closed the shelters and is now sheltering the same number of people as previously housed, not more. Under Pacific House management, the homeless are also provided with comprehensive services. Pacific House operated a shelter for over 30 years in a residential neighborhood of Stamford, within a half a mile of an elementary school. Pacific House provides case management and housing assistance, which were not provided in previous shelters. No one gets up in the morning and decides, today I'll become homeless. This happens for many reasons, and the society's judge on how we care for our most vulnerable. The shelter will decrease homelessness under Pacific House's management, and as a credit to the community, the shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police services, according to the Danbury Police Chief, Patrick Ridenour. I urge the zoning committee to approve the Pacific House's application. This is a letter from Kelsey Hoyt, 17 Peterson's Lane in Danbury, Connecticut. It's an email actually received. Dear Ms. Reed, I'm writing to express my support for the Pacific House shelter. Shelters for the Danbury homeless are important, but even more importantly, our community must provide to support the homeless to allow them to improve their circumstances. I have volunteered at Dorothy Day for more than 5 years, and I have seen the recurring folks, but also the folks that get the help they need to move on and experience a better life. It is important that the facts be heard and the valuable service that the Pacific House shelter provides to the community be preserved, such as number 1, the Pacific House shelter houses the same number of people as the individual shelters housed previously, not more. Number 2, Pacific House provides more comprehensive services, including housing assistance and case management, than the individual shelters provided, critical to reducing the homeless problem. Number 3, over 100 people staying at the Danbury Pacific House shelter has been moved into permanent housing since March 2020. Number 4, Pacific House has operated a shelter in a residential neighborhood of Stamford for over 30 years, and it's within a half a mile of elementary school. Under Pacific House's management, this shelter will decrease homelessness and is not a threat to the community. According to Danbury Police Chief Patrick Ridenour, the shelter has not had a significant impact on crime or calls for police service. Thank you for your consideration, Kelsey Hoyt. This is from Peter, an email from Peter, and we only have a couple more left. This is an email from Peter Lavallee. I'm not sure how. 3 Westfield Drive, Danbury, Connecticut. Hello, I have been a resident of Danbury for almost 40 years. I am strongly in favor of making the zoning change to allow Pacific House to operate in a former Super 8 motel location. Based on the 30-plus years of history that Pacific House has operating in Stamford and Norwalk, I am finally hopeful that Danbury will have an effective means to decrease homelessness. Pacific House's primary goal is to move the homeless off the streets into permanent housing. While well-intentioned, the former city, Dorothy Day Congregational Church, and Jericho shelters were all temporary housing. None of these organizations provided a path to permanent housing. None of these had the staff or funds to accomplish this. Pacific House has a proven track record doing this and will make Danbury a safer and better place to live. Please approve this zoning change. This is an email from Bonnie Lees, New Fairfield, Connecticut. Dear Joanne Reed, I have been a volunteer for the Dorothy Day Hospitality House for over 25 years. I truly believe that the new location on Lake Avenue Extension for sheltering the homeless population of the Danbury area is a good location for the community and the homelessness. Currently, over 100 people who have stayed at the Danbury Pacific West have been moved into permanent housing. Their goal is to help find housing for those in need. Many of the homeless have mental health issues, which Pacific West is equipped to handle. We need to help the homeless get back on their feet again. Lake Avenue Extension location is a perfect area to shelter the homeless until they can find permanent housing. It sets back off the road and offers a healthy environment for the homeless. The staff is willing to assist and offer guidance in mentally and physically health issues. This location is close to a bus line for those who have jobs with no transportation and rely on the bus to get to work or to doctor's appointments. Pacific House has been helping shelter the homeless for over 30 years in a neighborhood in Stamford. Under the Pacific House's management, the shelter will decrease homelessness and is not a threat to the community. I'm still on? Yes, thank you. This is from Roberta and Richard Saul, 20 Meadowbrook Road, New Fairfield. As prior volunteers at the Overflow Shelter for the past 20 years, we fully support Pacific House's application to convert the former Super 8 motel into an emergency shelter with some supportive units. It is imperative that we as a community provide a safe environment for our homeless population that promotes positive change. We support Pacific House's efforts to increase opportunities for emergency shelter as well as opportunities for affordable housing in the community. They have an excellent track record of doing just that. The efforts of Pacific House during this very difficult time, pandemic, has assisted in linking our unrepresented population to the services they desperately need. These services consist of housing, primary care, behavioral health, psychiatry, alcohol, and substance abuse recovery. Additionally, this approach provides a place for homeless people to stay for the entire day. Prior to this change in sheltering the homeless, there was no shelter open between about 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., leaving this population to wander the streets, hang out in a library, or new results outside. This new approach is not only more humane, but is a positive change for Danbury, especially the downtown area. It is important to note that the vast majority of those being sheltered are Danbury residents. It is important to work together to end homelessness in Danbury and to provide the necessary services to enhance the life of every Danbury citizen. Very truly yours, Roberta and Richard Saul, New Fairfield. So I have the last letter, quite positive because I went through it several times, combining exhibits all along. This is from Robert Tabersack. He's a city council member, and he lives at 110 Haystown Road, Danbury, Connecticut. Dear Chairman Haddad and members of the Zoning Commission, I encourage the Zoning Commission to approve the zone change needed to allow Pacific House to continue to operate as a shelter for the homeless at the former site of the Super 8 Hotel. Pacific House has been proven successful by helping over 100 former homeless individuals obtain safe, decent housing since March of 2020. It has been able to expand and coordinate services for the homeless offered by many Danbury nonprofits and volunteer organizations. The proposal is the backing of city leaders in housing, humane services and planning. Police Chief Riddenhauer has attested to data which allays fears that all sorts of criminal activity has increased as a result of its operation. I sincerely believe the proposed zoning change is the best answer for our community with the approach of cooler temperatures and winter weather. It will greatly improve the lives of homeless individuals and provide them with comprehensive services and housing assistance. Thank you for your consideration. Again, City Council Member Robert Tabersack. So if you would, please give me a second to just regroup here. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here, and I am at the point where I'll now ask those wishing to speak in favor And at this point, it's the second round. So those that spoke before and those that did not speak, or anyone here, can speak in favor and address any of the exhibits or just say what they have to say. So we're going to look for hands like we did last time, or voices. And I see a hand by, is it Rabbi Rosenberg? Yes. So I'm going to give you the floor right now. So take your time and say what you have to say.
First of all, hats off to you for that marathon. That was very impressive. So thank you, Mr. Haddad, Ms. Calitro, Mr. Melillo, ladies and gentlemen of the Zoning Committee, and the good people of Danbury. They say New York is the city that never sleeps, but here we are. But I do think this is a testament to how much we all care about this wonderful town, Danbury. I am Rabbi Ari Rosenberg. I'm the executive director of the Association of Religious Communities, Danbury's only purposefully interfaith organization founded with a mission to alleviate the causes of violence, suffering, and hate while advancing peace, justice, and human dignity. Notwithstanding a number of compelling arguments from friends of mine like Neil Marcus and others who spoke before him, I'm here in support of Danbury's only remaining shelter. I work with the homeless population in Danbury, and most of them are local people here. Some of them are employed, some of them are students. We're not drawing people from Stamford and other areas. There's, in fact, a wait list to get into the shelter that we have. It's not a mega shelter. We're not housing any more this year than we have in previous years in Danbury. In fact, midwinter, we're actually sending people from the shelter that we can't accommodate there to other places like Torrington. With respect to the unwarranted criticism of Dorothy Day, the people who have been volunteering at Dorothy Day save lives. They are saints as far as I'm concerned. We should have never shut down Dorothy Day. But Dorothy Day had only 16 beds. Danbury typically needs over 100 beds in midwinter. Without Pacific House, we don't have a place to put Danbury's entire homeless population anymore. We could have an even larger turnout this year. The answer is not to shut down Danbury's only homeless shelter, but rather to find more affordable housing, which, as has already been stated, we're in desperate need of in the city of Danbury. I would like to share with you a letter in support of the shelter, which was printed in the Danbury News Times this morning. It now has more names than it had at that time. We have over 20 clergy and lay leaders of Danbury congregations and religious organizations that have signed their name onto this letter. The city of Danbury has a long and proud history of providing for those who are unable to provide for themselves. It is part of who we are as a community, and it is rooted in our shared morals, values, and ethics. In the Jewish tradition, the prophet Isaiah proclaims that what God desires of humanity is to break the bonds of injustice and to remove the heavy yoke, to let the oppressed go free and to release all the enslaved, to share your bread with the hungry, and to take the homeless poor into your home, and to never neglect your own flesh and blood. In the Christian tradition, the book of Matthew teaches, "Then the king will say to those on his right, 'Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Truly I say to you, as you did it to one of the least of my brothers, you did it to me.'" In the Buddhist tradition, the Buddha's personal experience with homelessness led him to relate, quote, "If you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing it in some way." In the Muslim tradition, there is a hadith that declares the basic rights of people are three: a house to live in, enough cloth to cover the body, a loaf of bread, and water. As leaders of our respective religious communities, we are united in our belief that Danbury needs to provide a shelter for our homeless population, and that shelter must be the Super 8 hotel run by Pacific House. In the middle of the winter, Danbury typically has as many as 100 people in desperate need of shelter. This year, that number is expected to increase as the lifting of the eviction moratoria is expected to flood our increasingly expensive housing market. Now that the shelters at New Street, Dorothy Day, and Jericho have all been shut down, there really is no other place sufficient to shelter Danbury's growing homeless population when the snow begins to fall. Due to the pandemic, religious congregations aren't even able to offer their facilities as warming stations and shelter overflow. Without the shelter, Danbury's homeless population would be out on the streets at grave risk to their lives in the dead of winter. There simply is no plan B or positive alternative to permitting Pacific House to run the Super 8 hotel as a shelter for Danbury's homeless. Further, we are troubled by the outcry against the use of this facility as a shelter. We are dismayed by misguided concerns about the potential for moderately reduced property values when concerns ought to be focused on what we can do for those who have not a single possession in the world. Let us focus our energy instead on supporting Danbury's only remaining homeless shelter. Let us show gratitude to Pacific House for stepping up to assume this heavy responsibility in the midst of a pandemic. And let us have faith that Pacific House has the ability to improve this much-needed service to our community. Let support for Danbury's homeless shelter be interfaith, ecumenical, apolitical, and grounded in Danbury's proud history of compassion for those who need our help. This is signed by Mohammed Akhtar of the Danbury Masjid ISWC, Reverend Kim Bosley of Danbury United Methodist Church, Ahmad Darwish from Muslims for Humanity, Pastor Silvani da Silva of Asamblea de Deus, Reverend Michael Dunn, St. Gregory the Great Church, Reverend Dr. Sierra Marie Gerfau of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, Rabbi Cantor John Haddon of the Association of Religious Communities, Reverend Peter Karlautsos of the Assumption Greek Orthodox Church, Cantor Penny Kessler of the United Jewish Center, Shazida Khan of the Baital Mukarram Masjid, Reverend Pat Christ of the First Congregational Church of Danbury, Reverend Greg Mecca of the St. Peter Catholic Church, Rabbi Rhonda Nebel of Congregation B'nai Israel, Pastor John Peril of Long Ridge United Methodist Church, Rabbi Ari Rosenberg, Association of Religious Communities, Reverend Dr. Kathleen Rudolph of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, the Venerable Ocean of Wisdom Sakya of the Middle Way Meditation Center, Reverend Stephen Tickner, Central Christian Church, Reverend Dr. Dustin Trowbridge of St. James Episcopal Church, Pastor Brandon Whitfield, the River Church of God, and Reverend Elizabeth Yoho of the Association of Religious Communities. Thank you very much.
So, I don't want to get on the wrong side of a rabbi, but I got to correct you on something. That was in yesterday's Danbury News Times, not today's Danbury News Times.
That's true. That's true. I'm off by about an hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you. Commission members, anything of Rabbi Rosenberg at this time? Commission members. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I see another hand, Robert Botello.
Yes.
You have the floor.
This is the speaker on?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. This is all new to me. I'm sorry. This is like last time we got together, I wasn't able to do this. So
you're coming along. You're coming along.
And as long as you need a little time, I'll give it to you, Teddy, because you overworked yourself tonight. So
no. It's a team effort. It's a team effort.
Well, good evening to the Danbury Zoning Commission, and thank you all for everything that you do. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Robert Botello. I reside at 3 Ridgewood Drive, Danbury, and I support this application. My company is Victoria Associates, which has become before this commission in the past. I am the current president of the Danbury War Memorial, and I was on Mayor Boughton's task force to end homelessness. My company has been working with most of the nonprofits with a major influence with MHA, which is Mental Health Connecticut, Interlude, and Ability Beyond. I share this information only to assure you that for the last 40 years, I've been involved with many who were in need. My last major project was to build a school for the city of Danbury. Not just any school, but a school for special needs, which is located on Granville Avenue. It's called the Early Learning Center. I was entrusted by the city of Danbury and the Board of Education to do something that has never been done before, to have an agreement with a developer to build a school. I signed the contracts, started the project. 2 weeks later, after I started, my mother passed away. And 4 weeks after that, COVID came in to change all of our lives. Because of the commitment I had made for the school, it meant that for the next 15 months, I'd be working 7 days a week from start to finish, so that when everyone else or most people were home trying to stay safe, I had no other alternative but to go to work. And because of that, my wife was being exposed to the fact that I was around workmen. And because of this, my wife had to be able to see her grandchildren, had to go to my stepdaughter's house for 2 weeks in quarantine so that she could be tested and be able to go and see our grandkids. So for 15 months, I am only telling you this because, yes, I produced a great school, but it also was at a great personal cost to me. But it just once again shows you that I love Danbury. I've always supported Danbury, and I would never see it get harmed. And that's basically what I want to talk to you about, that after 40 years of what I've been doing, and my whole mantra has been that I have always worked to build beautiful apartment complexes. I haven't gone to a neighborhood that I haven't improved, and I've been before the commission many times, and thank you for being supportive. And the other thing is that over the years, I've received many residential housing awards from the nonprofits. But the most heart-touching award I ever received was in 2004, when for the first time, all the nonprofits voted on who would be the first landlord to get the Landlord of the Year, and I was the recipient. And it was such a great honor because it especially was the first. Some of you know the housing projects that you've approved, and in every case was an improvement to neighborhoods that I built in. I believe that I have proven that integrated housing works. And I thank Mark Nolan for mentioning that, because he has seen it in what I've done. And I believe that that is our future, to be able to integrate complexes so that it is able for everyone to be able to, not just people with money, but people that don't have money. And I have proven that it works, and that's what I can currently are doing and plan to do. As of last week, my company took on another homeless person from Pacific House. And I'm proud to say that this is a lady that we're told that has been clean for 3 years, but she basically was homeless. She just got a job, and she was trying to get her back in life. We're back together. We talked to her counselor, and so we thought it was time for her to move on. Now she's going to be in a beautiful new apartment. So I'm happy to do that, and it's a good time of year just before Thanksgiving. What I've come to realize is that that I found out about the Pacific House and the issues by reading the newspaper, and decided I could not stay on the sidelines and see this great gift being destroyed. What I have come to realize was that there were so many false statements and innuendos that it was especially important to get the best information together and to present it to you, the board. I went to Mayor Cabo and talked about my thoughts and stressed to him that I did not feel that this is a political issue, but a humanitarian one. I decided to put what I would consider to be a credible dream team. The team consists of Kara Pruti, which is our health director in the city of Danbury, Judge Diane Yeaman, who chaired the mayor's task force, Jennifer Delaney, who was the housing director, and Kevin McVeigh, the director from Nuvance, which you had heard from, who manages the homeless cases, and lastly, Rabbi Ari Rosenberg from ARC, who was exceptionally good at housing and running the food bank to help the people in need. My first order was to set up a meeting with Jerome Roberts, director of Pacific House, Diane Yeaman and I met with him to get a tour and better understand who and what the Pacific House is. Next was to start working with the other members of the team. We then set up a meeting with Jerome, Raphael Pagan Jr., who was the executive director, and Lucy Freeman, who was the COO. The meeting was very inspirational and informational. Many issues were discussed as to what their plans were and what we could expect if they were successful and could stay on as being our partners. The motel will be used as the following. The first floor will be administration offices, an assessment room, a triage office, and when COVID is controlled, a group room. There will be a total of 38 rooms with 2 beds, each which will be given a total of 76 beds. And that's what the proposal is for now. The upper floor will hopefully in the future be used for transitional housing. And what basically Pacific House says is that they will be depending on the other nonprofits, because this is something that they would like to have help with, because they are really good at taking care of the homelessness. When it comes to transitional housing, they look to seek for other nonprofits to help them, which we thought was a great idea. The next thing we discussed would be items that would be addressed immediately. But number 1 was for Pacific House to hire a private security person to secure the hotel and the perimeter. This person will be there for full shift, 3 to 11, 7 days a week. I realize that there are concerns that people have in the neighborhood about security. I want to put everyone's feelings at rest that we are on top of this, that we have talked to them. I was very, very impressed. Diane, Yeaman, and myself walked into their lobby. I looked on the wall and I said, "What is that?" And he said, "What do you mean, what is that?" I saw the 2 pictures of their buildings that they have. And I said, "They are gorgeous." You guys are not slumlords. You are high-end builders. I mean, and I'm a high-end builder myself. I can appreciate a beautiful building. They know what they're doing. Secondly, I discussed the need to have a safe area in the property. I walked around the property, and the problem with why the clients are now hanging out next door is that there's no place on the property for them to collect. So I said, let's walk around the property together. I'll give you what I know, because I know that the people you're working with, they need to smoke. It just goes hand in hand with mental health, and also with anything with addiction. People are going to smoke and you can't stop it. So what you have to do is you have to enhance it, work with it. So the best thought we came up with is that they would pick the right rear corner, which is far removed from the street, and we would put picnic tables there. We already have lights, so it'll be a safe area for them to be able to congregate and stay away from the other areas that you were talking about previously. There would be a complete camera coverage of the building, and we would also expect that there would be cameras in the hallways and in the entrances. But there's also going to be cameras on the outside, because what you heard tonight was something that I think is just as profoundly wrong as the fact that people are driving in to private property. They're taking pictures of these people, and they are people, and these people have the right to have it. They're independent in privacy. And once again, it's private property where people are coming in and taking pictures of them like they're objects. It's wrong. So when there's someone there that's from a security detail, people will not be able to drive in and people will not be able to drive out. And we talked about, as far as the security being there, would be there for a shift, a full shift, which would be like from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night. Right now, the closing time for the doors is at 8 o'clock, and they're going to be bringing it down to 7 o'clock. I talked to him about possibly following the sun, because as it gets darker and it gets colder, it's going to be probably earlier that they would want people to come in. Once they're in, they stay in the building till the next morning when it gets opened up. But then they don't have to leave at 6 o'clock in the morning like they would over at New Street. And once again, we talked about what would this place be doing for the individuals. It's not going to be just a homeless shelter. Let's take this out of it. We want it to be a community center that takes people in that are homeless and are in difficulty, but then they're going to be assessed. There's going to be a team that we put together that's going to be part with Kevin McVeigh coming out of the hospital. Kara Pruti will be involved, and the people from Pacific House will be involved to be able to assess the people coming in, be able to find out what their needs are, find out if they really belong there. And if they don't, then let's find out where they should be. Maybe it should be Mental Health Association, which I'm greatly involved with. And if it's something that they have addiction for, then we're talking about an interlude situation, because they have a program that's for a recovery program. So basically, it's to bring the people in, find out who they are, intelligently look at this problem and work with them so that they're going to be able to get better, because we are going to work with them. It's not just giving them a shelter, it's to give them a hope for a new life. And that's why I want to stress tonight. And that's what the whole focus of what my Green Team was all about, is that we want you to know that we will be on top of this. We will be part of it. The other thing that we requested is that we would have at least 2 or 3 people on the board for Pacific House from the Danbury area. And I'm hoping that I'm going to be one of them, so that we can be in constant contact, along with Kara, who's the health director, which will be in constant contact with them because she's the health director, so that at all times we're going to know what's going on in and out of the Pacific House. So we want to calm all the fears, that with the supervision, with the combination of what the city of Danbury can do with our people, with having good directors, which they are, we can get the problems taken care of, and reassure all the neighbors that we can take care of the problems and look forward to a bright future for everyone. And I really believe that they will not hurt property values. They will only raise property values, because we all know that that motel was not the Ritz. It was a secluded hotel that had a very promiscuous past, and they have improved on it just by being there. It's not as bad as it was a year ago. So that this is everything that we can look forward to, is something for the future, that it's bright. And like I said, having an assessment team that's part of it is going to make a big difference. The result of our meetings was that the Pacific House manager said that they would be in cooperation with us. They would like to see us from the city of Danbury help them, state of Connecticut to help them, and with between the 3 of us, to make this a memorable and a great place that'll be a model for the state. In closing, it's remarkably successful and caring city that we live in. We actually have more nonprofits than any other city per capita. And so that we've always been known as a loving city. Unfortunately, we don't have a plan B. And I have to mention that when Mr. Marcus had mentioned that it was a great idea that Mayor Boughton came up with to take the Amphenol property, which I personally talked to him about it because I was so excited. I said, wow, to have a community center behind the police station, to have the supervision of the police, to be downtown but not on Main Street, would be the greatest of great. Unfortunately, the Amphenol property is a brown site, and it cannot be built on by no one or anything. It can never be used for residential purposes. It can't even be used to be built on. So that one is out the door. We can't use it. And at the time when Mayor Boughton was trying to put this together, he had no idea that that was going to be the determination of the property. So right now we do not have a plan B. And the fact that we now have Pacific House, which is, I want to bring to the attention that it was brought to me, that it used to cost us up to like $300,000 to take care of the homeless with New Street. And we could better use that money, which is going to be a lot less that could be contributed to help out Pacific House and other situations, and use that money more wisely. And I would believe that the taxpayers would be happier to know that we're saving the money. And lastly, I just want to tell you that the last week that I went to church and I was praying for the Lord's guidance. Father Mecca happened to have a speech in a homily that day, and he reminded all of us that the 2 most important commandments were love the Lord your God and love thy neighbor as yourself. And I think if we all take a pause and think about what these 2 commandments say and mean, that we should look at this a lot more differently and more serious. And I hope that at the end of the day, we all can come together and make this work, because we are a caring city. We're a large city, and at 88,000 people, we're always going to have homeless people. It's not going to go away, but we can embrace it, and we can be heroes here and make it better, and something that's going to be a model. I thank you for your time, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Mr. Botello. Excuse me one moment. Mr. Botello, if I could, well, let me ask first if there's any commission members that have any questions of Mr. Botello at this time. I don't see or hear. Mr. Botello, let me ask you a question. I know you're talking about security. You're talking about a tighter ship. You're talking about some of the concerns that the neighbors have. Let's just say that you have the cameras, you have an extra security detail from 3 to 11. What do you do about the people that come in and to look for entry at the door and they're denied because maybe they're intoxicated or high, maybe they didn't make a reservation or make provisions. There's people next door in the road, in the shopping center that are sleeping on sidewalks. I would understand how you would have control of your 1.6 acre parcel or whatever it is. I'm just talking about your area. I understand how you would have control of patrolling that. But when the people leave that property line and are loitering on the gas station or next door, what's your plans in dealing with that?
Okay, well, first of all, there's a number of people that are homeless in Danbury, and some of them, quite frankly, do not want to be in a shelter. So that until the weather changes, like Erie was talking about, these are people that you're still going to find. They're probably under the bridge on the other side of Main Street. And so I can't give you a number, but probably Kara could tell you that she probably knows a handful of them that just, as much as we've tried, they just don't want to come in. So when you see some of these people and some of these pictures that you've seen, you don't know for sure that these are people that are coming out of Pacific House. They could be one of the few people that have decided that don't want to be at any shelter. And because they're dealing with mental illness, unless it's a judge that comes in and says they're hurting themselves or they're hurting someone else, there's nothing that can be done by any force, so that they are on their own. As far as what the procedures are, and you had mentioned, Mr. Marcus had mentioned that there was a couple people that he talked to with Mr. Batista, that they weren't allowed to go into the Pacific House. Well, Pacific House has some rules, and one of them is that you cannot come in if you're totally intoxicated. So that, and I think that's a good rule, that the people should know that they better have straightened their act out. You can come in a little tipsy, but you can't be intoxicated. But my thought is that if Mr. Batista feels so strongly about this, then I think that he should change his whole concept, because he has a great place there. But right now his marquee at the top shows that he's a porn shop, he's going to be a vape shop, and he's a liquor store. So if you want to be helping this neighborhood like he says he wants to, let's get rid of those people. Let's bring in some decent shops, a little grocery store, a little bodega or something. And then that you wouldn't have to worry about this. But he's now accepting the rent from the liquor store. These are the people that are getting drunk. And then these people cannot go next door to get into the hotel. And now he's complaining that those people are hanging around his liquor store. So you have to be either one side of the fence or the other. And so I want to bring that to your attention. But as far as your question, I think what we should do is ask either Timothy, or if the executive manager from Jerome is still on, he would be the person to ask if he's still with us.
Well, I will in a second, but I guess I was maybe unfair by saying, what can you do about it? I guess instead of asking you for a solution, I guess the answer is, you maybe don't have a solution right now, but the answer is there's nothing you can do about it. So, I'd
say the answer is that me being the one that I am, and that I want to be involved with this, is that we will work it out. We'll find out what is acceptable and what we can work out. That's a process. Either if they're really bad, maybe we should be calling the police. If they're violent, if they're aggressive, we call the police. If they're drunk and whatever, disorderly, I'd have to talk to the people from Pacific House. So once again, that would be the partnership, to be able to say, okay, we have this problem, let's work it out. And don't just close our eyes and say it's going to work out by itself. That I promise you, that I can tell you right now, that you know me, I've always been a man of my word, that I will stand behind this. If you decide that, and hope to God you pass this, that I will put my name on this, and I will make sure that everything we promised you will come through, and that no one will be upset about this. And after 45 years of doing the right thing, I'm giving you my word that I stand behind it.
Commission members, anything else of Mr. Botello at this time? And I will also, since Mr. Botello offered it up, if there was anybody here still on from the Pacific House that maybe wanted to comment on my question to him, or Attorney Hollister, I don't know who you have still in your dugout there. I can't tell by my screen.
Yeah, I don't know either, but
okay.
Mr. Patel is right. What we're contemplating is what I'll call a neighborhood crime watch, working with the police department, where we can extend the perimeter of the security beyond the Pacific House property. But can I give you details right now? No, I think that's for the next session.
All right. So then with that said, if there's nothing else from any commission member of Mr. Botello at this time, I will seek to see if there's anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition. Anyone else wishing to? Oh, I see someone by the name of Mayor Joe Cavo. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. And
good morning.
Zoning Commission, I do apologize. I've been battling an issue with laryngitis for about a week now and just can't seem to get a handle on it. So if you'll please excuse my voice. I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you for your service and your time on all zoning issues related. Your dedication to this issue that we face together as a community is greatly appreciated and speaks volumes to your commitment to our city and to its residents. You know, in January of 2006, there was a point in time count that said there were 321 homeless individuals or heads of households counted here in the city of Danbury. Today, with 76 beds available at the Pacific House for emergency sheltering, it is important to point out that today's head count at Pacific House today is 54 individuals. 114 individuals have been rehoused since the inception of this model, and the numbers of homeless continue to decrease here in Danbury, and that's a good thing. That's what we need to do, and that's what's happening. In order to help reduce homelessness, we recognize the need to increase our number of transitional housing units. We need to provide emergency shelter. We need to provide services to help people get through their addictions or their mental health issues, and offer job training in order to give them the best chance of returning to a normal and productive life. The COVID pandemic has pushed this issue to the forefront across our country. We didn't go looking for this. It came to us in an effort to save lives due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Pacific House, working with the state of Connecticut, is currently doing this here in Danbury, building off their success in Stamford. And it is my wish and belief that when you consider how to vote on this application when we get there, your decision will be made with clarity and compassion. After all, that's what we're all about here in Danbury. Thank you. And thank you for your time tonight and this morning.
Thank you. Commission members, anything of Mayor Cavo at this time? Commission members? Thank you, Mayor. Again, anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Excuse me a moment.
Yes, this is Rafael Pagan, Executive Director of Pacific House. I'd like to just make a few comments.
Sure, absolutely, Mr. Pagan. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everybody for your patience in helping us go through this process, and certainly listening to all of the opinions that are out there. And I certainly can relate to all the community concerns. The one thing that I would like to bring a little bit of clarity to the dialogue is that what we attempted and have succeeded to do in Stamford in the last 15 years has been really to reduce the population of the homeless that are out on the street. Stamford, one of the misconceptions is that we have a small shelter. Well, in Stamford, our average census on a daily basis through most years were normally between 80 to 100 individuals that would stay at our facility. But through hard work and really making a major effort to house people, For the last 5 years, our census has been able to steadily go down. Where now we've been averaging something similar to the numbers you heard today, where normally would have been in the 50s during the summer, maybe low 60s during the winter. We've been able to shorten the length of stay that people are homeless. And we've also succeeded in lowering the numbers of people that are coming into sheltering. So that we're really committed to not creating this image that's being tried to be portrayed of a mega shelter. That's certainly not the intent, nor is it something that we choose or would want to be part of. If anything, we would really want to address homelessness both from a prevention perspective, which is helping people not to come into homelessness whenever possible, and certainly helping people get out of homelessness as quickly as possible. Solution to resolve homelessness for those that find themselves in that situation is to be able to house them as quickly as possible. And I also want to reassure the community that we are very committed to security, not just for the community, because that's certainly important, but also for ourselves, our staff, and the consumers that we serve within the shelter. I think we all gain by being able to keep a high level of safety. I will tell you that, our biggest partner in Stamford is the police department within the city. We work hand in hand, and we've been able to forge a wonderful relationship. And we have very little tolerance for people that choose not to help themselves. And to the point that was made earlier with Bob, that there are a number of people that choose not to come to shelter. We're not in the business of portraying an image that we're going to resolve all ills of society. What we do is that we'll be there and available for when people are ready to come in. We can't force people to receive services. We can't force people to get treatment, but we can certainly be there, provide that safety net. And when they're ready to come in, we help them go through the process and hopefully have a positive outcome in helping someone going from being homeless to being a contributing member of society. So I hope that, as we move forward, when we have an opportunity to respond to a lot of the concerns that were raised, that we will be able to answer many of them. But I certainly want to dispel the image that was trying to be portrayed, that this is supposed to be a mega shelter. There is no such thing. It was never discussed. It's not anything we ever even envisioned. And frankly, I'm a bit surprised that that's the tone and the rhetoric that's kind of come forward with that. But with that said, hopefully our track record will speak for itself and, and give us the opportunity to prove and allow us to be able to maybe duplicate what we've been able to do in Stamford, here in Danbury. And hopefully, if that occurs, I would think most people would be very pleased with the outcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pagan. Commission members, while we have Mr. Pagan, any questions of him? Commission members? I don't see hands. I don't see voices. Thank you, Mr. Pagan. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition? I don't hear anyone and I don't see anyone. So scheduled is the next thing to do is to read the letters of opposition, the new ones that have not been read into the record yet. And then after these are read into the record, we're going to have those wishing to speak in opposition that have spoken before or have not spoken yet are more than welcome to speak to the new exhibits. And then we're going to have a close and rebuttal by the petitioner. So looking at the clock, I'm not sure I'm up for it, but we have we have clearly several hours still here. So commission members, any comments? I'll look to Mr. Jowdy or Mr. Malillo for any thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, it's looking as though we're gonna really have no choice potentially but to we can close the public hearing and probably make a bunch of people upset with us. Because I think there are some people who want to speak or have their letters put on the record, which we would need to read into the record, which we wouldn't be able to do potentially after we close the public hearing. So we can close it and make a lot of people mad at us, or we can continue it. And I'm not sure we're best to continue it. My concern is if we continue it to the 23rd, the Thanksgiving is the 25th. There are 4 members whose terms expire shortly thereafter, and so we're looking at some aspects there. I'm wondering if maybe it doesn't behoove us to continue, and I'm not making a motion, I'm throwing this out for thought, to continue the public hearing subject to the call of the chair.
Well, how about if we talk about, can we talk about a special meeting between now and the 23rd?
Yeah, that's why I suggested subject to the call of the chair. Well, with it being 1:48, I'm not sure how much we are thinking calendar wise, which would allow obviously we would have to abide by any public notice guidelines. So your minimum 24 to 48 hour notice there.
There were 48 on regular, 24 on special. Is that correct, Ms. Calitro? I think that's what we said.
It's 24 hours for a special meeting. We just have to notify you that it's electronic within 48 hours, but it's a 24-hour posting.
Yeah. So I think first of all, let's get, in my opinion, the obvious out of the way. These have to get read in, absolutely, and we have to have those wishing to speak in opposition again, and then we have to have closing and rebuttal by the petitioner. So what we have to do is we have to decide: are we doing it on a special on the week of the 15th somehow, while preserving the 23rd
Mr. Chairman, the only time available is probably the 16th. The 17th is a planning commission meeting, and the 18th, I think, is that ZBA? There's a special ZBA meeting on the 18th.
All right, so the 16th is a week from tonight. So it's a Tuesday night. It's what we're used to.
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Jowdy, you had your hand up. Any ideas?
Yeah. What is the problem with the 23rd?
Because the 23rd is, if we close the public hearing on the 23rd, we have to
vote that night.
We've got Thanksgiving on the 25th, and we don't have to the 1st, because technically I think the swearing in is on the 30th of November.
Well, even though we're sworn in, our terms will actually run until, according to Corporation Counsel Pinter, 11:59 a.m. on the 1st. Now, a lot of us have jobs and may not be able to be in a meeting on December 1st in the morning, but you're right. We don't have the 30th. We do have potentially a prior obligation.
Are you concerned about the 23rd not able to close the public hearing and or vote at that time? Can't we get all that in?
My concern, Mr. Jowdy, would be having a well thought out, giving our due diligence after multiple hours of public hearings, hearing more opposition submitted on the 23rd, closing the public hearing on the 23rd, entertaining a motion on the 23rd, and acting on the motion on the 23rd. I'm concerned that we won't have enough time to process the information we receive on the 23rd.
Okay, well, I think that Ted came up with a good idea. Have 2 Tuesday night meetings next week, and then the week after the vote on the 23rd. I mean, we'll have 2. We should be able to do it.
Well, if we have look at this is what where we're definitely headed. We know that if let's just assume we have a meeting on the 16th. We know that we have the pile. First, I think what I should do is to stop at this point in accepting any more letters. Okay, so we know what we have here that has to get read in, and then we know what we are going to have as far as what's left to do, and it's going to be opposition and close. So, and on a special meeting, we're not going to have any other agenda items. My other concern is when we get around to us, the commission, digesting our documents, coming up with discussion, coming up with a consensus, that has got, we just can't sit here and say yes or say no. Okay, we have to substantiate, we have to provide reasoning as to what our decision is. So it's not a simple matter. I'm looking for as many days as I can possible to get before the 30th of November. And it looks like our only shot is going to be a special meeting next week and keeping the 23rd there. I mean, and our staff has other meetings to run. So it's not like we can just pick a day. We can't say Thursday. Ms. Reed, Ms. Calitro are busy, right? And so doing other meetings. So I think we've got to get more than just relying on the 23rd. So I would throw it out there to see if we can get a special meeting for the 16th and pick it up right from where we're leaving it off here to the 16th. Thoughts, comments?
So I'm good. I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Haddad, just from a technicality standpoint. I would be hesitant to actually continue it, specifying the date only in case there is a little bit of a nuance there. I would, even if we all agree it's potentially going to be the 16th, I would still recommend we leave a little bit of wiggle room for caution and and again, just, continue the public hearing subject to the call of the chair, recognizing that it would be on the 16th, but if something arose, that does give you some flexibility according to the motion to continue the public hearing to have a little bit of leeway.
Did we see if there's any availability on the 15th? Do we know is there anything going on the 15th?
Not that
The
I
only
know
thing
of.
that's, the only thing really that goes on is Joanne, we have, my staff, Joanne has to be at a different meeting on Wednesday. So other than that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm committed on the 17th and
yep.
the night meetings, there are night meetings scheduled for the 17th and the 18th. So that leaves the 15th and the 16th. So.
Okay.
Mr. Haddad, it looks like Corporation Counsel has turned his camera on. I don't know if he wants to weigh in.
Oh, I don't see.
Yes, here he is.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would point out is under FOI, if you're going to continue it, I believe FOI says that you have to post the notice of the continued date no later than 24 hours after tonight. So
I can do that.
I agree with Mr. Melillo that I think the motion should be subject to the call of the chair, but it should be a firm date of the 16th. And if it's going to be different, that has to be posted by tomorrow or today.
Okay.
One other question. Do we need to have a posting? This is really weird because we're on Zoom and we're not in chambers, but I remember a couple times we've had to post on this council door that the public hearing was continued.
I can post it on the front door, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
So, Attorney Cascarini, I don't understand. You're saying that we would close this how tonight? We would continue it to a date certain, or we continue it to? So we'd want the date now.
I would suggest
subject to the call of the chair.
Yes.
No, I thought you said a date certain.
Well, that's what I'm sorry.
Which one?
You should make a motion to continue it to November 16th, provided that if there's some nuance that we're not aware of, tonight, that the chair would have the discretion to change it to the 15th, provided that whatever date happens in the next 24 hours, that has to be posted.
Okay, and we can't, so we have to give 24 hours notice, and that includes, is that a business day? Or is
Has
that
to be
24?
filed in it, has to be filed in the town clerk's office, so it would be like, you can't do it on a Friday, you have to file it on a Thursday.
No, so we have.
And we're
so
not
we
in the
have-
office on Thursday. We're not in the office for Veterans Day. The offices are.
Oh my
closed.
God, so Friday
Tomorrow.
are closed, we're off on Thursday, the 11th. So that means it's gotta be, if we're gonna have a meeting on Monday, it's gotta be posted tomorrow. If we're gonna have a meeting on Tuesday, we have
Still has to
tomorrow.
be
Posted tomorrow. Tomorrow is
Still
our
has
day
to
to
be
post.
posted tomorrow.
Yeah. Why don't we just go with the 16th? I mean,
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to see in case we needed 2 days. I was going to say the 15th. If it doesn't work out, we got the 16th and the 23rd. But I mean, why don't we just say, Attorney Casabrini, can we just call it tonight as the 16th?
Yes.
yeah.
So then let's see what the commission members say. I think that's what we ought to do. It gives us another full meeting. We'll do it at 7:30.
We can do it at 7 o'clock if you
You
prefer.
can start it earlier.
Yeah.
It's a special
Start
meeting.
it earlier.
Yeah.
Or even if we started it at 6 o'clock, truthful. If we started it earlier and we started reading the letters into the record, that gives
Yeah.
people time to get in, especially from the general public. Because we can start the meeting and start reading letters into the record once we have a quorum, and then just those who would show up a little bit late would need to watch to get up to speed with the letters.
Okay. So out of this pile, I'm about a third of them are form letters. So I don't know, but yeah, that's a good idea. So
But
yeah.
are we going to keep getting letters too?
I think we have to make a cutoff, because if we continue to get letters, then we have to have the in favor speak again. And I think it's over with. Letters are done. Right. As much as I don't want to cut people down, this thing will go on forever. We'll be here till June. So no more letters will be received. No more letters will be read. We operate the way we always do. If anybody wants to do on-sites, it's got to be individual. And why don't we schedule it for, can we get people here at 6 o'clock? Is it going to interfere with anybody's work?
I actually have a committee meeting.
Yeah.
Sometimes goes to 6 o'clock. So
Okay.
if anything, I would ask that you just like do it maybe at
7 o'clock? Yeah.
Do it, start it.
Let's make it at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock on the 16th. Okay.
Yep. And I hope all the commission members are available, and I'm hoping all of the, those in favor and those opposed, it doesn't bite into any of their time, but look at it's like at this point, it's a function of math, really, and math doesn't lie. 2 + 2 is always equal to 4. So we only have certain hours, so many hours left. All right. So Mr. Jowdy, do you have a comment?
No, you could finish and then I'll state what I wanted to say.
Okay. So I think what we're going to want to do is, with that said, I think we're going to look for a motion to continue this to, what do we say? So 7 o'clock
On the 16th.
on the 16th.
Via Zoom.
Special
Right.
meeting, special
And I'll
meeting via Zoom.
post everything tomorrow.
Attorney Casagrande, does it work?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Jowdy, did you have something you wanted to add before we made a motion? Were you looking at motion?
No, I was looking to make the motion, but it's fine.
7 o'clock. Okay, good. All right. So with that said, are we going to get a motion from a commissioner at this point? Who's doing that? Mr. Jowdy, you going to make that motion?
Yeah, make a motion to have a special meeting on November 16th at 7 o'clock.
And is there a second? Mr. Mazzi, we'll give that one to you. Commission members, any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now, we generally don't do this, but I will only take a question of procedure. If a non-commissioner has a question on procedure only, or to get a better understanding what we're doing here, I don't know if there's anybody there that has Mr. Dodo, if you'd like to not get into the details, but ask a question about procedure, go ahead.
No, Chairman Haddad, thank you. And I'm not going to get into any details. You just cut off the letter deadline, but we still don't have the information from the police chief. Are we going to be able to receive that in time? The additional information that was asked?
From what I understand, and Attorney Casagrande is here, Rob Melillo has experience in this, and Ms. Calitro obviously does. We can, I believe we can still receive from a city official documentation.
Well, we can actually still receive at this point in time any member of the public if they wanted to bring an exhibit. We are just not accepting letters which are going to be sent in advance, which you will be reading into the record.
Okay, so if somebody wants to respond to, say, a last minute police chief memo, which like we got today that we still haven't seen.
You will have the right.
We have to respond live, not via a letter, correct?
Yes.
Because we're not going to have an opportunity to do via letter.
Yeah, you will have the opportunity to speak out in opposition, just like a normal public hearing in city council.
Especially in light of this new task force. Okay, great.
So you understand we're going to read the letters and then you still have your opportunity to speak.
Yes.
And then we're going to go over to the others. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. What else? Anything else?
No, just because Attorney Marcus, I don't think he's here, so I'm sure I'll be able to ask that and fill him in.
Yeah, just tell him what you want.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Mr. Rotello, procedurally.
Correct. Yeah, I would just like to defer to Dan Casagrande about this business about not accepting letters. We've heard some new testimony tonight, and I don't understand on what basis you can refuse people to write letters, although allow them to speak in person via remote. In addition to that, this idea about 2 + 2 = 4, which you have my deepest sympathies. This is perhaps the most controversial zoning commission petition I've ever seen in 25 or 30 years of my history with the city. And it seems to me the idea that we have to shut this down to meet in a completely arbitrary date of November 28th, regardless of whether there will be a new zoning commission sworn in on December 1st or terms end on December 1st, I find somewhat unusual. And I can almost guarantee, I don't want to speak for the Ben Dodo's group, but I, as a city official who would have to approve the expenditure, I could see on this one decision alone a basis for litigation. I think you need to go as long as you have to go, even if that means 5 meetings next week. The idea that we're simply going to, we just don't have enough time to do that. There's plenty of time. I mean, unless we start dropping dead, we could do this for a year. As you said, June, nobody wants to do that. But the idea that we have to do this in 1 or perhaps 2 more meetings and then get it done and finished, I think is too arbitrary for my comfort level. But regardless of that, I would just like a ruling from Dan about whether we can accept letters or not. Thank you.
So, Attorney Casagrande, you want to take that, or do you want me to begin?
Mr. Haddad, also Attorney Edwards has also turned her camera on as well.
Okay, I don't. Good. I don't see her.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I believe the chair has the discretion to impose a cutoff date on the receipt of letters. But having said that, it's somewhat academic in view of the fact that the chair has already stated that people who wish to speak in opposition will be able to do so. And if they were otherwise going to submit a letter into the record, they could simply just state it orally. So it's a little bit of an academic issue in my mind. But the chair does have the discretion at some point to cut off.
So let me tell you my reasoning for that. My reasoning for that is, if we get which side's last, so we got opposition left. So if we get more letters of opposition, those speaking in favor don't have a chance to discuss it, and it's come in after their last opportunity to speak. So then I'm now faced with, oh, we got to let everybody that's wishing to speak in favor address those new letters, and it doesn't stop. So the thing is, if there's any more letters to come in opposition, they should speak their letter. They should speak it instead of presenting the letter. I don't want to make cutoffs, but let's play out this scenario. Councilman Rotello, there's going to be some zoning commission members that are not going to be here on December 1st. And there's going to be some new commission members here that have not said one word or maybe has even seen this. So now maybe you could say they can watch the tapes, but they have been restricted from asking questions during. So they're useless.
Mr. Haddad, let me also just jump in here for a second. There is nothing that prohibits a member of the public in person submitting evidence. Let's say, for example, 4 neighbors gave Mr. Dodo a letter, and Mr. Dodo presented those letters as an exhibit. They are not being submitted to the commission in advance. They are being submitted on that night as an exhibit. An argument would be made that they become part of the record, but unless Mr. Dodo reads them into the record himself, the commission wouldn't have to read them. You wouldn't have to read them into the record.
So did Attorney Edwards is on? Maybe she has some thoughts.
We stand by my comments.
Yeah, I would just add that I concur with what Attorney Casagrande said. It's, you have the discretion to set the rules, and it is somewhat academic because they could still testify.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm not particularly concerned about the mechanics, about how testimony is going to be presented. I was just looking for a legal ruling as to whether that your order has a basis in law. That's all I'm interested in, and I'm satisfied with Attorney Casagrande's answer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
As for the December 1st thing, we've discussed this at length over the last 2 months. What's going to happen for this petition during the transition if it were to go to beyond that, and we were satisfied that if it were to go beyond that, we'd have to start it all over again. But I understand that that's like sort of like a nightmare scenario, but it's not. It wouldn't be the end of the world if that happened. I'm looking at a neighborhood that is verging on apoplexy on this, and I just want to make sure that when this ends, regardless of what the answer is, this is a very binary board that you have. It's either yes or it's no. That either side, there will be a loser. The winner is going to be fine, but the loser is not going to litigate because they are satisfied the process was arrived at fairly. That's all we're concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, commission members? Any other comments? Procedurally, Mr. Dodo? Question on procedure, go ahead.
Procedurally, and this ties into the letters. We have a lot of people that are reluctant to speak, but they're comfortable to write a letter. Partially, this isn't their forte. Some of them have severe language barriers. In fact, we were just told that this commission couldn't provide us a translator for this meeting. So if, as Commissioner Melillo said, if some individuals, and these are mostly individuals in the Mill Ridge neighborhood, not our neighborhood come out and speak, that's not an issue. And Attorney Edwards just said, yes, you can come out and speak. But as Commissioner Melillo said, if an individual gives me information and I present it as an exhibit, that's still fine, correct, for the 16th?
I believe so.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Randy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I read, if they give me a letter and I read it or I show it, that's fine, Attorney Casagrande?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I need to know, because there are some people who will not come on Zoom. And that's their only means of communication, and it's hard with the language barrier for some of these individuals.
Understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Anything else from anyone? Well, thank you. So we have a date, and I guess from here we.
Mr. Chair, was there a vote on the motion? I just want to make sure.
Oh, I thought we did.
You did, you did.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Casagrande. Okay. So,
Yes,
yeah.
you voted. I have it here. You voted.
Yeah.
wrote it
Okay.
down.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have nothing under old business, nothing under new business, nothing under correspondence. I'm going to save other matters for a moment. Let me just read it for reference only. Petition the City of Danbury by Sharon B. Calitro, Planning Director, to amend sections 3C, 10B2, and 10C4A2 of the zoning regulations. Amendments pursuant to Public Act 2129, opt out of parking requirements, amend zoning permit fee schedule to add provision authorizing charging of fee for expert consultant, and amend language in additional requirements for approval of special exceptions and special permits relative to use of the word character. Public hearing is scheduled for December 14, 2021. That's just for reference only. So now I will go to, are there any other matters? Are there any other matters? Are there any other matters?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Melillo is making a motion to adjourn.
We can get that 1 second, Mr. Dodo. Let us adjourn the meeting.
Is there motion? There's a motion made by Mr. Melillo to adjourn. Is there a second by Ms. Fay?
Candace, okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by
Hold
saying
on.
aye. All those opposed?
Hold on, Ricky's trying to.
Rick, Mr. Jowdy,
Yep.
do you have a comment?
Shouldn't we make a motion to continue the public hearing?
We've already done that.
Did
We
that.
already did it.
Okay. It's, I'm sorry. It's okay.
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, let the record show we adjourned at 2:13 a.m.
Mr. Dodo, did you have a question now that we've adjourned?
Yes, all the exhibits that were shown tonight, do they need to be submitted? It was never requested by the various individuals.
Of course.
Okay, these are all
Oh, yeah.
people doing it for
Of
the
course.
first time. They don't know that.
Sorry, that's one of the things we make the assumption of because it's an obvious to us and it's not to you. So I apologize.
No,
We did get some already.
Yeah.
Okay, but some of the ones that were done live, you want those sent in? that you didn't get?
Please.
And as soon as possible, because I'm only in the office tomorrow and then it's Monday. So, and if I've got to scan them and attach them to the agenda, I need them.
Okay, but those are the exhibit. Okay, I understand, Joanne. It just wasn't asked.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of people are sleeping. And Attorney Marcus, I don't think is here. So, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry to keep pestering you with questions.
It's okay.
Good night, everybody.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.